Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Events are transferred to the 1,000-year-old snowy mountain kingdom of Caldria. Invaders were approaching the northeastern part of the state, advancing towards the local population. The foreigners were outraged that dragons were building their nests in such cold places. The common people under the snow looked dumbfounded at the approaching people, and everyone intended to flee. The Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood with his large army walked steadily towards the local residents, frightening with his appearance. A man could be seen running away on a snow-covered hill. He opened the box, rejoicing at the success of his experiments and admiring the fragment of the Ampala's blessing. He tried to understand why the Inquisitor had come to these cold lands, even if he had guessed everything. As soon as the man decided to speed up, he was tripped and he began to fall. The Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood in a black robe towered over the local resident lying in the snow, specifying where he was hurrying. The man watched with fear the member of the Brotherhood, who until recently had been far away, justifying his life in these places by the fact that people had nowhere else to go. Having managed to analyze only the fact that the leader was standing in front of him, the taken-aback resident began to bow, asking for mercy, and the Inquisitor, throwing up his hands, said that they were not touching the refugees. The masked man then added that this condition applies to members of the Great Land, and a bullet flew into his chest. Rising from his knees, with a malicious look, the resident held a pistol, intending to kill for a guess. He shouted sarcastically whether a stranger could behave boldly at gunpoint, and a fist flew at his face. With a powerful blow, the Inquisitor charged the man in the face, throwing him into the rock. There was a huge hole in the rock from the impact, and the pistol shattered into pieces, and the masked man concluded that the enemy was new to this world. Pulling a bullet from his body with turquoise mana, the Inquisitor explained that everything happens for a reason, such as the fact that men's predecessors did not use weapons. Throwing the crumpled bullet onto the ground, he added that even the enemy was still alive for a reason. Bending over the man, he asked to simply give him the blessing of the demon god. Having opened the blue box and not finding the desired contents, the Inquisitor grinned, noting how confusing everything was. While the masked members of the Brotherhood stood below among the residents, a purple light appeared near the tower. As the fibers wrapped around the body, the man concluded that this was the power they wanted. A huge hand grabbed the Inquisitor, and the resident began to tell him that all his indicators had now increased, and the level was above 80. A giant stood at the tower in a purple glow, asking how Alejandro could lose with such force. The man, who had turned into a huge monster, noted with pity that the enemy of this force was only some magician and healer. The blonde Inquisitor, with the hood of his robe pulled down, warned against touching his mask. To spite the foreigner, a huge finger reached out to his face and in an instant split the mask into pieces. Small and large pieces of the mask with blue stripes rose into the air. The remains of the monster's human face watched the Inquisitor without a mask with bewilderment. His huge yellow eye would also be directed at his hand. The man hesitatingly exclaimed that this could not be, having learned the level of his opponent, and the Inquisitor reminded him of what he had said. Activating turquoise mana, the blonde touched the monster's giant hand. Holding a huge finger and performing metamorphoses, the Inquisitor said that there is a reason for everything. Between the houses of the city lay a deep gorge called the Crater, at the bottom of which there were monsters. While the gigantic insect was preparing to attack, someone shouted to prevent the creature from leaving the dungeon. The girl, standing on the edge of the cliff, hesitantly took a step forward. A body was rapidly falling into the gorge from above, flying over many suspension bridges. Ether, dressed in a blue robe, was now flying at full speed headfirst to the bottom of the gorge towards the monster. At this time, several knights with shields tried to block the fast Scolopendra, but nothing worked. The brave man in the helmet decided to attack the insect alone, informing the boss that he was already on his way. The level 50th warrior was determinedly preparing to show the strength protecting the crater. The giant caterpillar of level 61 rushed towards the arrogant man and destroyed everything in its path. The insect of impressive size did not want to stop, wanting to climb the wall. The knight, raising his helmet, noticed with alarm that the caterpillar was heading straight to the village, and the younger knight turned his attention upward in panic. Next to the giant insect, something was rapidly flying down, emitting light. Seeing Ether's face, the knights concluded that it was a person. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, the girl struck the caterpillar in flight. The girl stuck the blade into the caterpillar's body, and now it was sticking out of the shell, emitting a powerful electric discharge. Ether screamed furiously, pulling the energy thread connected to the caterpillar towards herself. A huge creepy insect reached forward, crashing into a huge stone. While Ether controlled the caterpillar crawling across the bridge with the help of threads of mana, the knights recognized her as a novice hunter who had suddenly appeared 2 months ago and was increasing her level at great speed. The mustachioed knight noted with a smile that there were rumors about the lost sister Ether, to which his young colleague displeasedly remarked that it was disgusting to discuss such things, and the man nearby shouted angrily that this was not the time to discuss other teams. Accompanied by loud words that the monster would not die after such blows, a red-haired magician came out to the giant caterpillar. In his hands was a homemade magic tool with a gem surrounded on both sides by magic circles. Addis, standing right in front of the dark belly of a giant insect, waved the device, releasing mana. The stone in the magic device was broken by a hammer after being hit. The caterpillar, attacked by the magician, was now spotted and decided to get away from the battlefield. The leader of the team of knights watched in amazement at the power of Addis's magic, his mouth wide open and his eyes wide. He looked at Sir Addis standing in the distance, admiring his excellent attack and support, and concluding that he was the best mage for any team. While the red-haired mage looked at the magical device, declaring that no one could resist high magic, the knight continued to praise the young man. The boss, his bald head shining, looked at Addis with rapture, noticing that every time the guy became more and more beautiful, which greatly embarrassed his subordinates. The youngest of the knights recognized Addis with amazement, remembering what he had read about the magician in the newspaper. A man approached the girl and the magician, asking to leave the rest to him, and Ether vigorously waved at him. Martin awkwardly scratched the back of his head, seeing that the two had almost destroyed the monster, and Brad confidently declared that it was not scary because they were on the same team. Noticing a red-haired guy with a spear, the young knight frowned, thinking that he would be taller, and his partner decided to tell about recent events. When the knight began to talk about the incident at the Hunters Guild 2 months ago, Ether sank before her eyes. Hearing about the Walterian warrior, Addis was plunged into sadness. A dungeon prison where the worst criminals live, pumped up hands or handcuffed. Eric sits gloomily in a stone chamber with a shadow on his face, his hands and neck chained. On the yellow screen in front of him, the question, "Do you want to commit suicide?" is displayed. It was a clear sunny day above the Cotton Hunters Guild, and the rays of the sun illuminated the bright building, and a voice asked whether all hunters really lacked a sense of taste. A pompous, plump man in a green camisole, accompanied by the priest Emil, headed towards the building, and the priest explained to him that the technique of constructing the building had improved after the arrival of people from that world. The judge stood on the red rug in front of the entrance, and Emil asked why he decided to visit the guild, to which the mustachioed man mentioned that the blonde girl who had recently been on trial was haunting him. Rubbing his mustache, he playfully declared that Ether was a beauty, regretting that such a girl was engaged in hunting, and explained that he came because he was worried about which team she would end up on. Emil looked at the man with contempt, noticing his greasy look, but he had to endure because he was a local nobleman. Seeing the crowd at the reception counter, the judge asked if the guild was always so crowded. Friction between hunters is inevitable. This is the cost of the profession. In addition, they always have weapons with them, so even minor skirmishes can cost someone their life. For this reason, the use of weapons within the guild is strictly prohibited, and anyone who breaks this rule risks losing their status as a hunter. But this also has an exception. For example, when an alien above level 20 tries to register as a hunter. In other words, when the guild begins to suspect a hunter of belonging to another world, which is what happened with Sana the warrior, whom Eric suspected. Sitting on the floor, the guy indignantly asked why the jock pushed him. Standing behind Eric, the excited Addis asked his friend if Sana was really from another world, and he in response asked the magician and Ether if they had heard anything about Shanghai or Changrishan. Thinking, the girl suggested that we were talking about the name of the dish, and Addis admitted that he was hearing it for the first time, clarifying whether it was a different region. Suddenly it dawned on the magician that this word was used on Earth, and while Ether looked at Addis in bewilderment, he began to explain that Hanbin could be sure of his identity, and other hunters were only guessing. Eric stood opposite San with his arms crossed on his chest, expressing complete dissatisfaction, having the right of a Voltarian to attack first and block other hunters, and the magician from behind encouraged his friend. The main character gloomily asked what kind of Shanghai it was, because 22 years on the Rocky Mountain were too long to remember the cities of other countries on Earth. The fact that a newcomer who had recently come from Earth visited the Hunters Guild was obvious, but in this case the manual would have said that he needed to hide his identity. As he unsheathed his sword, Sana decided that anyone who wanted to become a warrior must demonstrate their abilities by taking on God's ordeal. Holding a weapon in one hand and a wooden shield in the other, the guy confidently declared that if this was fate, he would not hide or run away. Putting his sword forward and intending to attack, he loudly asked to move away, explaining that fighting helpless people was contrary to the duty of a warrior. Standing smugly in front of him was a muscular warrior of the 5th level, to whom Sana addressed. After a second, Eric realized what the guy had just said. He fiercely ran up to Sana and, cursing rudely, hit him in the face with all his might. Spinning, the guy flew across the entire hall, and Eric angrily wondered why the guy had revealed his level to the crowd, deciding that if he wanted to die, then let him do it alone. The gathered people began to discuss with bewilderment the words Sana had said that the Voltarian had only the 5th level, which angered Eric even more. Ether laughed at the jock, and he began to sweat with excitement, asking Addies to do something, but the magician looked no better, panicking greatly. Suddenly, one warrior from the crowd raised his weapon, explaining that if others had seen the Walterian fight, they wouldn't be talking nonsense about him only reaching level 5. Brad continued confidently, rhetorically asking how a level 5 warrior could destroy a dungeon boss above level 70. Martin agreed, and the people in the crowd decided that Sana was not an alien, but simply crazy. Eric was grateful to the familiar warriors Brad and Martin, but did not recognize them. The main character was suddenly surrounded by knights, pointing weapons at him and ordering him to surrender, while Emil, meanwhile, hurried towards them as fast as he could. Seeing the priest, Eric beamed with joy, asking him to stop these people, but he angrily shouted that they were not from the order. These were the soldiers of the judge, who was lying on the floor unconscious after Sana, who was lying next to his swollen cheek, ran into him. The action takes place in a dungeon prison, which was originally intended for strangers from another world. After the execution of prisoners, this place turned into an accumulation of various garbage. It was designed by Grozny Garkin. The prison was built vertically, 6 floors above and 24 below the ground. Even if someone wants to escape, they will stumble upon a cliff, and if they think that they can fly away, the thickness of the walls is 15 meters and the deepest part reaches 48 meters. As a result of the experiment, even the strongest sword King Bartold could not destroy the thick steel wall. That is, even a Walterian warrior would not be able to escape from here. The warden held Eric by the shoulders, roughly explaining all this information to the prisoner. He added that the guy was sentenced to 100 years in prison, and he looked up coldly. On the balcony in a dimly lit room stood a judge with a glass of wine, looking at Eric maliciously. Pushing apart the bars of the bars with his force, the main character loudly asked why he was given such a long sentence, shouting that it was an accident. Addies and Ether were sitting in front of the bars, and the magician said that the priest Emil asked for him, but they did not even accept indulgences. Besides, the owner of the prison was the judge himself, and a riot could only increase the term. Ether confidently reported that the judge was rumored to love money, which means there must be a way to make bail, to which Addies agreed and assured his friend that they would find the amount by any means. Eric examined the concrete walls in the dim lamplight, the levels of the building and the rows of doors on each of them. Shielding himself from the blue glow with his hand, he came to the conclusion that even if he escaped, he would have to hide for the rest of his life, and then his plan to receive the goddess's blessing would make no sense. The main character also realized that in this case he would no longer be able to ask the goddess to send him to Earth, which means he could only trust Addies and Ether, while 2 people behind him furiously kicked the third one lying on the ground. While the newcomer was being hit and angry because of his laughter, he said that men were doing wrong, and they responded sarcastically that he was so right for getting here. Sana, holding his head, with a bloody nose and a smile on his face, boldly declared that he was not ashamed of his actions. San's crime was striking a nobleman and attempted murder. He was in custody on the day of the trial without trial due to unknown identity and received a prison term of 100 years. The crime of Eric, who squirmed in disgust, was that he threw sand at the nobleman, which almost killed him. He was protected by the Order of Light for a whole week, but in the end his sentence was also 100 years in prison. When Sana, who was being beaten by 2 men with colorful mohawks, noticed the jock and started waving at him, he put his hand to his face, angrily noting that instead of slapping him, he should have hit the guy on the head. 2 lawless people began to call out to Eric, but he did not turn around, pretending that he did not know San, and then they decided that he also did not respect his elders. Sana chimed in, happily declaring that he too had been careless until he received a hard slap in the face from a level 5 warrior. Eric, making a goat with his hands, concentrated his energy, looking furiously at the 2 men. Standing right in front of the confused Sana, he furiously gave the Iroquois bearers strong clicks, and they scattered in different directions. When the brown-haired boy enthusiastically asked what kind of skill he just had, Eric grabbed his cheeks with his hand and shouted at him to shut up. Looking contemptuously at San, the main character concluded that everything was bad for him, and this weirdo flashed before his eyes, realizing that if he chatted, he could be discovered. Eric imagined how bad it would be for Addies and Ether if that happened. The main character thought gloomily maybe he should kill San. The chatterbox with Eric's hand around his neck smiled widely, noting that he just didn't feel at ease in this unfamiliar place. He was sincerely glad to see the jock again, asking what his name was, and his behavior reminded him of a dear ghost from a past life. Eric curled his mouth, noting such a painful similarity. He sat down on the floor and, holding his head, replied that his name was Felad, and the joyful guy introduced himself as Chanrishin. The main character looked up at his interlocutor with a pitying look, asking how the newcomer was still alive if he was telling everyone that he came from another world. Chanrishin, shaking his head, replied that he was telling everyone about Eric's low level, and other people were treating him like he was crazy, which is why the jock remarked displeasedly that the guy didn't know what to keep quiet about. Leaning on his muscular arm, Eric decided that it was necessary to teach Chanrishin to distinguish aliens from Ratnians, and in the meantime he said that he had a gift for his help. Sana handed the main character 4 turquoise mana crystals, saying that he got them by destroying the monster. Then Eric clarified whether the guy destroyed the monster in this prison, to which Chanrishin answered in the affirmative, looking at the offenders and saying that they were trying to take away the stones. Taking one of the crystals, the main character suggested that if the prison was built in a cave, then it might be possible to get into the dungeon itself, adding that men with mohawks would still not be able to sell the stones in the prison. Then the joyful Chanrishin explained to Eric how crystals work in prison. The main character was stunned to learn that if he gave them to the warden, he could reduce his sentence. Eric furiously shouted to the judge towering at the very last level that he should have said this right away. Standing near a metal box wrapped in leather straps, the nobleman, drinking wine, declared that a foreigner, even if he had killed a warrior once, would no longer be able to forget the taste of this blood. The mustachioed man admitted that he was even a little jealous of them, noticing with pleasure that the man in the box was reacting. Looking at the joyful Eric, the judge designated him as the next prey for the most dangerous criminal of the prison, imagining him tearing apart the proud face of the Voltarian warrior. From the crack in the box, the violet shine of bloodthirsty eyes could be seen and sounds could be heard. The blonde guy inside with his mouth tied with ropes continued to try to say something, and in the end he managed to say Eric Karan. People on Earth are small and weak, and one of the reasons for this is that with the development of civilization they began to move less and became weaker. But the Ratnians are not very different from Earthlings, except for their slightly more athletic figure. Despite the fact that Ratnians train a lot, hunt monsters and harden themselves, the human body can reach a maximum of level 15. However, monsters are different, which is why the level can increase rapidly, and that is why the 15th level that people can reach becomes meaningless. However, in Ratna there are what are called 4 main forces: aura, mana, power, and prana, all of which have different characteristics. Hunters train hard and develop these powers to level up and hunt more powerful monsters. But what if the hunter cannot use the 4 main powers, for example due to magical tools blocking these powers? A hunter's high level is just a number, and hunters look at monsters with fear even if their level is lower. People who cannot use the 4 main powers become food for monsters, even if they are magicians or swordsmen. And there are no exceptions to this rule. Someone's muscular arm cut through the air. The blonde man closed his eyes and bared his teeth, shielding himself from the approaching attack with his palms. Looking at the monster in front of him with eyes wide with fear, the hunter thought that this strong killer bee was like a cannonball. Not far from the man, a wide kitchen knife for cutting meat products stuck into the ground, and he looked at the object in bewilderment. The hunter grabbed the handle of the knife between his fingers, but immediately realized with disappointment that because of the handcuffs he could not use his aura. But Eric, who cut huge bees into 2 halves and held them tightly by the limbs, could do this when he had already been in captivity for 5 weeks. Eric looked at the stricken bees lying around with a satisfied smile, thinking that, despite the selected sword, these kitchen knives are also suitable and even allow, with a little effort and control of strength, not to kill monsters. Looking at Chanrishin with a sword and shield, who defeated 1 killer bee and received 1,224 experience points, Eric came to the conclusion that this young man would help him raise his level. The fair-haired alien had already reached the 35th level, and sighed tiredly with a smile on his face, pleased with the fight with monsters. A man with an iron helmet and closed clothes was inspecting a bag tied with a rope. After examining the contents of the bag, the prison worker concluded that for that amount he could reduce the sentence for Eric and Chanrishin by 1 month, and other prisoners passing by could not keep their envy to themselves. When Eric asked to exchange bread for 8 kitchen knives, Chanrishin looked at the guy doubtfully and suggested choosing a better weapon. Eric calmly explained that due to their cheapness, these knives break quickly, and Chanrishin laughed that he was not going to fight after leaving prison, but he had better weapons. Eric looked askance at the young man, thinking that over the past 5 weeks the so-called Walter had been slowly collecting crystals. And although Eric could cope alone, he simply could not leave Chanrishin alone, because he needs to raise his level and he has a good reference point. Eric looked at the guy thoughtfully when he came to the conclusion that he must definitely leave prison with him, because he might have useful information for a meeting with the goddess. Eric, full of confusion, silently watched as Chanrishin, with a stupid smile and a childish blush, extended his finger upward, asking for 100 loaves of bread instead of reducing the sentence. Kneeling in front of a crowd of prisoners greedily eating loaves of bread, a man with brown hair thanked someone in front of him from the bottom of his heart for his help. Eric stood stone-faced as Chanrishin awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed, wishing the crowd of men bon appetit, even though their food was not luxurious. When Eric roughly squeezed the youth's face, furious at his behavior, he continued to smile, chalking it all up to the fact that he could not turn his back on those who wanted to become heroes, and even sinners. people in identical uniforms stood in a perfectly even line while the man in front of them marched confidently. When the prisoners saw the dark silhouette approaching, they backed away in fear, and some even began to run away. The mustachioed judge, with an expression of contempt on his plump face, called the picture in front of him a gutter. When a subordinate ran up to him and fell to his knees with his head bandaged and pleadingly extended his hands to the judge, asking to give him a chance to see his family at least once, the guards blocked his path. One of the people in the uniform of prison workers, leafing through the documents, told the judge that this prisoner was here due to non-payment of debt, and the judge, looking down at the man with disgust, said that in order to meet his family he should try to destroy monsters. The prisoner bowed his head when the guard told the judge that he had lost his leg to the monster, and it was eventually decided to give him another chance. The man looked at the judge with horror in his eyes when the guards, on his orders, roughly grabbed him by the shirt and were about to send him to the dungeon. Ignoring the desperate cries of the prisoner, the mustachioed man reminded his subordinate to get rid of the beggars who had nothing to take from, and added that he was looking for another prisoner. A prisoner with a bandage on his forehead panickedly called for help from his comrades named Hans and Charlie. The guards taking the poor man away ordered him not to twitch, and at the same time were glad that they did not have to kill him with their own hands. The figure of Eric appeared behind one of the prison workers with hatred on his face. The guards, frightened, released the poor man and sharply pointed their spears at Eric and Chanrishan, who were standing near the prison cell. Even through the helmets that covered their faces, it was obvious that the guards were unfriendly. Eric and Chanrishan began to make stupid excuses that they also needed to go to the dungeon because a monster had just appeared there on the other side. The young men turned their backs to the frozen guards, and Eric asked them what they were doing. The warrior casually reminded the frightened workers in armor that they, too, were about to go into the dungeon. Eric, his eyes madly burning with anger, turned to the men. Northeastern part of the Millennium Kingdom, the dragon's lair in the Millennium Mountain. This was the 6th dragon nest captured, and no aliens were found in the city during the evacuation of residents. A woman with reddish hair and an inquisitor's mask asked a black-haired man in the same mask what was wrong with him, because the emergency operation went without complications and their personnel were not injured. The girl was sure that the general was very worried about something. Another masked man with blonde hair inquired about the whereabouts of the general and remembered that he had gone to headquarters to convey something to the Brotherhood. Headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood, Chapel of Saints. Chief Inquisitor Ethan shared that this time, according to the oracle he received, he stumbled upon the alien laboratory and returned the blessing of the demon god. A woman with black nails, a concealing shawl hanging from her head, looked with admiration at the crystal in her hand, containing such a large amount of sinister energy. Sir Leonhardt listened to the words that the goddess of darkness Kivriel also deserved recognition. The man, whose face was hidden behind a white mask, remained silent. Then he turned to the Holy Virgin, whose shadow was visible through the thick canvas, and asked if this was not strange. Leonhardt said that the goddess was never directly involved in affairs on Earth, although historically she sent prophets to observe the Earth and give them enlightenment. When the Holy Maiden suggested that this meant that the disrespect of the people had touched the heavens themselves, Leonhardt replied that after receiving the oracle and arriving at the site, the number of victims had already exceeded 100 people. Sir Leonhardt sharply raised his tone from the rising anger when he began to say that they would get there faster if the goddess knew where they were. The Holy Maiden, who turned out to be a short, black-haired old woman, shouted out that she had been a saint for 70 years, but she also did not often receive the oracle. The old woman became angry and shouted that the goddess was worried about the disorder in this world and therefore sent an oracle, while noting the excessive rudeness of Leonhardt, who called himself the chosen and blessed. When the man bowed his head guiltily and admitted that he had said too much, the old woman lowered her tone and calmly said that, despite the fact that Leonhardt has young blood flowing into him, he is no longer a capricious child and is obliged to watch his words. When the Holy Virgin reminded the man to take off his mask, he immediately did it, and the old woman laughed, noting the guy's handsome face bestowed by the goddess, which he didn't mind showing. The Holy Maiden took the shining crystal in her palm, offering the blessing of the demon god to Kivriel, the ruler of darkness. Leonhardt put on his mask again and thought that such a detailed oracle had not existed before, and thanks to it, he was able to return the blessing of Omplis. The man thought that if he asked the goddess about this, she would answer that this should not be told to other orders. Leaving the headquarters, Leonhardt understood that something was happening. A piece of crystal floated above a pale palm with black nails and stripes. Darkhan, having received Amla's blessing, decided that the Dark Brotherhood could be trusted. The man held in his hand a fragment of the blessing, which was absorbed. Garian clenched his fist with a grin as the process completed faster and faster. When Zenobia asked how much the demon god's blessing left for her in the dragon's nest had increased, Richard replied that due to the small number of refugees, the increase was only 3%. Holding the Kaiseru between her fingers, the woman said that she did not think that it would be possible to return the fragments with the help of the order, even if the incomplete blessing of the demon god was delivered to the dragon nests with the help of Richard. The woman was sure that at the same time they could easily get rid of the great land, which had already lost its value. Zenobia said with a smile that it would be nice to be a regent and participate in political life, and Garin responded with a laugh that despite his ageless body, his mind was tired. A woman and a man flew between various gears and mechanisms, talking about the destruction of the Great Earth Group, about the Dark Brotherhood Inquisitors and whether they had given them too much information through the Oracle. The man crossed one leg over the other, suggesting that only one person could be involved. Garin said that there is another holder of the goddess's blessing in the Dark Brotherhood named Leonhard, whom everyone knows as a handsome young man who will become the hero of the next generation. When Zenobia offered to lure the youth to her side, Garin replied that, despite the goddess's blessing, he abandoned his career for the sake of brotherhood and would commit murder if he found out that the heroes turned back time. Then the woman proposed to remove him earlier, believing that there was benefit from a capable inquisitor, but the man said that the youth's level was too high and they could not resist him, having only the Great Earth in reserve. Leonhardt was the most suitable figure to take aliens alive and extract information from them, because he is the only one who specializes in hand-to-hand combat and healing. The heroes came to the conclusion that the guys from the Great Land could attack at any moment, because they are so weak-minded that they will try to do everything to survive. The man and woman agreed that the members of this group did not even suspect that they could not harm them. Garin said that as soon as they try to uncover the secret of the four heroes, a forbidden magical effect will be activated, from which the whole body will be engulfed in terrible pain, followed by death. The heroes came to the conclusion that this would work, because healing magic does not work on corpses. Zenobia and Garin were sure that those who fell into this trap, like alien strangers, would turn into dust and disappear. The young man, dressed in black trousers and shoes of the same color, kicked the ground hard. Standing in front of the shining cube, Garin marveled at how Zenobia did not remember her own magical inventions, and the Archmage explained that she could not remember some of the magical techniques due to the fact that she was constantly creating them. The woman added that she was also busy unraveling the powers of the goddess, and Garin said that they would be able to absorb her blessing after the Ampla's blessing was fully formed. When the Archmage asked if the heroes had checked all the dragon nests, Garkin replied with a grin that the strangers and the people they were going to sacrifice were not only there. Looking ahead with his azure eyes, the man stated that he had already collected and transmitted information to the alien, who was in the crater prison created by the hero. The man added that they could only wait for Leslie to get there, but the girl was already sitting among the crowd of prisoners on her knees with handcuffs on her wrists. Leslie frowned when she thought about Zenobia and Garin covering their tracks after the deaths of members of the Great Earth at the hands of the Inquisitor, and that the girl needed to find another Earthling in prison so as not to die herself. The spy was thinking about finding the Earthling among the prisoners, taking the Ampla's blessing from him and running away, when suddenly the girl was distracted by loud cries about some maniac. Listening to the two prisoners exchange gossip about the Voltarian warrior, Leslie was surprised, because she remembered that Eric died in that mansion with a ghost. When the girl looked at Changrishan, she came to the erroneous conclusion that Garin had made a mistake when he identified this youth as a foreigner, based on the low level of the warrior and the fact that he was imprisoned later. Seeing Eric, Leslie was amazed that all the assistants of the Order of Light were destroyed, but he survived, and from the 5th level she immediately realized that the young man was not a Voltarian of any kind. The guards, holding spears in front of Eric and Chanrishan, ordered the young men to stand still. Chanrishan was fascinated by the idea of fighting with the guards to save the prisoners, but Eric did not appreciate this proposal, recalling that he already had 2 dragons on his neck for which he must be responsible. Eric became enraged when he looked over his shoulder at the judge, who was imposingly walking around the prison as if in a garden or his chambers. Staring at the man with furious eyes burning with a scarlet light, Eric rhetorically asked through his teeth what the man was doing there. Through the cracks in their helmets, the eyes of the guards could be seen, who widened in horror as they looked at the Voltarian with a very domineering aura. Changrishan, blushing, closed his eyes and pressed his index finger under his nose. Eric went into shock and stood with his mouth open as the young man next to him confidently raised his fist in the air, shouting that they could no longer do nothing, because nothing would change from waiting for rescue. The guards became angry at such statements and mistook the young man for a madman, and Eric squeezed Chanrishan's throat while he, with his hand raised, screamed that those punished would never rebel. Everyone except Eric, who was too busy strangling his new acquaintance, turned to hear someone's voice saying that the prison had gone crazy. It was a prisoner with a bandage who managed to escape and return with a stick in his hands, now screaming heart-rendingly that criminals are not sentenced to death and also have families who are waiting for them. The next moment, the prisoners, who shared this feeling of injustice, vying with each other, shouted that their term of imprisonment had long been exceeded and demanded release. Eric watched with detachment the crowd of angry men shouting in chorus for freedom. Leslie, being in the center of the crowd, watched those around her in complete bewilderment and came to the conclusion that they had all gone crazy. When the judge's alarmed subordinate advised the man to avoid the riot, he arrogantly said that such a respected man as he should not do such a thing. But his words were drowned out by the screams of the prisoners. Cursing the rioters, the judge raised his plump palm and squealed shrilly that he could only use desperate measures and bring one person here. Eric looked with horror at the prison uprising, and Chanrishin, fascinated by this, explained that a hero is not the one who saves people, but the one who forces them to stand on their own feet. Eric dropped his jaw as Chanrishin tearfully stated that the warrior had excellent martial arts knowledge and a wonderful character, and that he would follow him all his life. Eric, burning with shame, covered his face with his palm when the fair-haired alien, again raising his clenched fist into the air, began to agitate the crowd to follow the Voltarian hero. Through the coordinated screams of the prisoners, the sounds of metal moving on the ground could be heard as someone with a weight on his leg walked slowly. The criminal's palms were tied with belts, and his forearms were shackled with iron rings connected by rods. The crowd suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked with fear at the approaching stranger. The blindfolded prisoner raised his eyebrows, widened his eyes, and opened his mouth in shock. Moving towards Eric and Chanrishin between the guards was an alien wearing a straitjacket, straps and metal all over his body, as well as 2 weights on his ankles. Chanrishin expressed his surprise out loud, while Eric managed to keep it to himself. Leslie looked amazed as she looked at the level 61 mage, because he was the same foreigner Garhan was talking about. Judging, happily exposing his snow-white, even teeth, he was glad about the long-awaited end to the rebellion of the savages and declared that for such non-entities, this horror behind him in the form of a stranger would be just right. While the official was saying that after removing the shackles, the magician would wipe out everyone present in 5 minutes, Leslie began to feverishly think about running away due to the fact that she was wearing a 4th level seal, which would complicate the battle process. With a nasty grin, the judge began to boast about his supposedly compassionate heart and announced that he would add 50 years to each of the prisoners for participation in the riot. When the man announced that the instigator of the riot had been given 100 years, Chanrishin began to make excuses and shift the blame onto Eric, who was squeezing the young man's head with his huge fingers, looking at him with a menacing look and clenching his palm into a fist so hard that he was shaking. The judge laughed maliciously as he expressed his surprise that the two had not only attacked him, but started a riot in his prison. The man offered a merciful and equal bet, in his opinion, putting the sentence of all the prisoners present on the line. The judge ordered Eric and Chanrishin to have a real sword fight with this white-haired stranger whose face was hidden. The judge clenched his thick fingers with sharp black nails as he seemed to go mad and screamed for the opponents to tear each other apart, and that if they won, he would reduce the punishment of everyone in prison. The judge froze in shock when Eric, who had Chanrishin slung over his shoulder, refused the offer, privately worrying that during the battle everyone would see his level. Eric was ready to leave with the words that he and Chanrishin would cover up their crimes on their own, but the man behind was not so sure that the prison sentence for the warrior's crime could be annulled so easily. Eric stopped when he heard the name he came up with when he first arrived in this world. The young man turned around, looking with fear at the mysterious stranger. The stranger laughed through a kind of gas mask and told the young man to fight him before reminding him of the scars that still hurt. Ignoring the perplexed Chanrishin, Eric began to realize everything. The judge broke into a pleased, disgusting smile when he found out that there was something between Eric and the stranger, because it was even more interesting for him. Suddenly the man decided that the victory of 2 against 1 was not at all interesting, and, addressing the crowd, he asked if anyone wanted to fight a stranger. When the man announced his release regardless of the outcome of the battle, whispers ran through the crowd of prisoners, but their opinions were still divided. One of the prisoners, who did not trust the official's words, said that only a madman would want to fight a Voltarian, and that there was no point in releasing or imprisoning only while you were alive. Leslie, towering over the frightened men sitting on their knees, loudly announced her candidacy with a confident smile. The girl grinned and clearly enjoyed what was happening. Namely, she liked the fact that the stranger, who was in the very depths of the prison, crawled out on his own, and Leslie planned to give him the blessing of the Demon King. Looking at Eric, Leslie decided that she would sacrifice this charlatan and thus cope with 2 tasks at once. The judge chuckled contentedly, and his thick cheeks almost completely covered his little piggy eyes as he rejoiced at this new mortal battle. The 4 people looked at each other, preparing for battle. An arched hole could be seen among the Rocky Mountains. A magical ring formed in the air with a darkening closer to the center, and resembled blue flames. Addie's and Ether jumped out of this portal, and the latter's face looked as if she had a bad time teleporting. Ether fell face down into the ground, horrified by such regular raids, while Addis congratulated his partner with a smile on closing the first dungeon. Eric developed this method to increase low-level Addis, and in the first stage, the high-level alien drove monsters to exhaustion but left them alive. At the second stage, Addis, who had a low level, turned into a dragon and killed all the monsters at once. At the third stage, the magician increased the level, absorbing a large amount of energy with the help of the dragon core, and this time Addis with his high level acted as Eric. Ether muttered that it took her too much effort to raise her level, and at the moment when Addis burst out laughing at such a familiar picture and asked if the girl felt as if she was about to be turned inside out, Ether vomited. Addis began to shower the girl with admiration, noting how quickly she was able to stabilize the dragon's core and absorb the energy, but the pale Ether replied that even after such pleasant words, she could no longer fight. Addis explained with a smile that the level increases if you thoroughly digest all the absorbed energy, inviting Ether to relax now and learn to digest the energy, and the tired girl joyfully raised her shaking hands to the sky. Clutching the artifact found during the closure of the dungeon in his hands, the young man said that he needed to check it. Addis's face was tinged with sadness as he thought that if Eric had been here, he would have been told by his guide how to properly use the artifact and learn about its functions. Ether was calm about Eric being in prison, but Addis was worried whether everything was okay with his friend among the other prisoners. The young man turned sharply and, with eyes shining from tears, shouted in panic that Eric could become a real killer with one wrong move, and prayed that the warrior would simply be beaten. The crater gorge was far from the dragon and the wyvern, but in the end Ether reincarnated and they flew. 20 years ago, after the attack of the goddess Great Earth, strangers became enemies of the Ratnians, and Garkan agreed to create a camp in the dungeon of the crater, which had not yet been fully explored. Foreigners were kept there, as a result of which some of their characteristics were discovered. A huge amount of detailed information about the nuances of the battle between aliens and Ratnians was collected by killing many Earthlings. However, due to the obsession with murder that began to manifest itself in the aliens, and due to ongoing experiments with monsters, it became impossible to control them. Although the site was given over to local aristocrats and was used as a prison for the Ratnians, the facilities for experimenting on foreigners remained the same. And now they were secretly used as an arena for competitions. A man in a black suit with dark hair raised his hand up, and in the other he held a megaphone, through which he loudly informed the prisoners that today's competition would be held according to simple rules. As always, the presenter shouted that the one who gets the most crystals and destroys the most monsters that filled the perimeter of the stadium will win, while the man shouted that the players could take trophies from each other and that the supposedly fair judge, waving his thick palm, would not judge the prisoners for what they had done. The metal doors swung open when the speaker announced that in the blue corner there was a devil sent by the deity Omplis himself from another world, who had not received a single injury in numerous battles. Grabbing his head, Rod froze in one position. Clenching his fist, he commanded the force of darkness that lurked in his hand to calm down. Further, Rod stated that bloody revenge would now begin. Looking at him, the audience wondered if he was ashamed, calling him a crazy foreigner. Rod raised his hand and noted that no one could understand the dark abyss that lay within him. Beside herself with rage, Leslie could not understand why she needed to put the costume on herself, calling it shameful. Taking out the crystal, the prisoner asked what he thought of her proposal. Lost in her thoughts, Leslie felt that she needed to be patient for a while, adding that once she put Ompla's blessing into him, they would not see each other again. Turning, Rod asked if she meant the crystal that gives her strength. Smirking, he declared that her blinding smile was enough for him. Horrified, Leslie thought that in this case, she would need to lightly prick him from behind during the competition. Gritting his teeth, Rod reflected on the fact that he had given up his name after being mistaken for a foreigner and imprisoned. Continuing to think, he noted that he would never be able to forget those sufferings. Looking around the expanse of the battlefield, Rod noticed that he immediately recognized Ryu when he saw him. The judge reported that there was a fearless savage in the red corner, calling him Ratna's strongest fighter. Rod was sure that the main character recognized him too. Having prepared for the fight, Ryu froze in one position. Next, the judge finally announced the main character. Looking at his opponent, Ryu wondered who he was. Continuing to think, he noted that he did not know who he was, adding that he knew his real name. Pointing his finger to his throat, Rod declared that the main character was finished. At that moment, Ryu thought about the Great Land. The main character believed that in this case, his identity would be revealed, noting that if Rod was from a great land, then he could find out about him. Looking at his opponent, Ryu noted that if he knew who he was, he could corner him without a fight. While in his thoughts, the main character was confident that if Rod knew who he was, then he could start hunting for Addis and Ether. Wary, Ryu thought that he needed to kill him as quickly as possible and get out of there. After which, Sana called out to the main character. Looking at the annoyed Changrishan, Ryu asked if he was okay. Addressing the main character, Sana said that he respects his strength and personality. With a worried expression on his face, Changrishan asked if Ryu really intended to kill the stranger. He was sure that in this situation it was not necessary to fight, asking what the main character thought about the conversation. While in doubt, Ryu noted that Sana did not know about the Great Land. Raising his hand, the judge wondered who exactly would emerge victorious. Looking around the expanses of the battlefield, the main character said that they had nowhere to run, adding that there were monsters on all sides. A pair of magicians could be seen above the place of the duel, creating a special barrier. Ryu stated that there was a powerful barricade on top, which was created by about 20 people. Raising his sword, the main character said that they would talk about this later, after which, a crowd of angry monsters rushed towards the guys. The judge announced that they were starting the contest. Looking at Ryu's body, the girl talked about her sculpted, muscular abs and powerful back. Raising his hand, the main character prepared to attack. The girl noted that the pectoral muscles trembled every time he swung the sword, adding that his muscles were as if drawn. Removing the binoculars from her face, she declared that the gods were unfair to give him such a luxurious body. Smiling, the woman suggested that the Baroness liked the main character. On the wall where the duel took place, a red and blue emblem was visible. Baroness said that she was simply pleased to look at him. Laughing, the Viscountess noted that if the Baroness's husband heard this, he would begin to be jealous. Further, the Viscountess revealed that if Ryu won the competition, they would be released from prison, asking what the Baroness thought about hiring him as an employee. Delighted, she stated that she just needed a mansion manager. Smiling, the man said that it would be difficult for the Voltarian warrior to work in the mansion, adding that he did not use any magical items. Surprised, the Baroness asked if it was him. Looking at the man who had a glass of alcohol in his hand, she guessed that he was Lord Felix Prilcis of the Prilcis Trade Order. Taken aback, Felix said that she recognized him, noting that he was honored. The Lord said that he was not such a famous merchant. Picking up the camera, Felix asked if he could take a photo with them. Seeing the object in the Lord's hands, the Viscountess was taken aback. Felix said that this magical item was new to their order, adding that it was called an image recorder. The surprised Viscountess noted that the Lord always carries something with him. Smirking, the Baroness asked if Felix himself used a magic item, suggesting that he had a high level. The Lord told her that his status was low, adding that in his youth he worked as a hunter with his brother. Felix believed that in this situation he had nothing to be proud of. Looking at the magical device, the Lord said that first he needed to check whether it worked well. Looking at Rod, who was preparing for battle, Felix wondered if he was really that same stranger, noting that because of his mask his face was not visible. After which, Elhauer appeared behind the Lord. With a malicious expression on his face, he stated that it would be great if Felix refrained from trading in this place. The Count was sure that a ticket there for such a commoner as Felix was very expensive. Placing his hand on his chest, the Lord said that he had no intention of doing this, thanking Elhauer for worrying about his finances. With a serious expression on his face, Felix said that the Marquis had sold the ticket at a very favorable price. Grinning, the Count asked if he was talking about a bargain price at his competition. Throwing the money aside, Elhauer noted that in this case the Lord's pocket would not remain empty, offering him a bet for fun. The Count asked who Felix thought would win, the main character or Rod. With a distraught smile, Elhauer announced that he was betting on Rod, assuming that the Lord was on Ryu. Lost in his thoughts, Felix was amazed that the Count was making such a bet on a stranger. Approaching the stone fence, the Baroness reported that monsters were climbing from all sides, calling the situation strange. Hearing this, Felix fell into a stupor. The Count's face was filled with joy. With lightning speed, the main character destroyed one monster after another. The judge stated that the Waltarian warrior cuts down monsters with only a knife, noting his amazing strength. The remains of the monsters' bodies scattered in different directions. The judge noted that Ryu trampled them like bugs, suggesting that he had 4th-degree magical devices with him. With an angry look, the main character raised the monster's head above himself. While in his thoughts, Ryu was sure that these monsters were nothing special. Suddenly, an army of maddened monsters appeared in front of his face. Continue thinking, the main character noted that they are not getting smaller. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in an immense number of monsters, the judge wondered how this was possible, guessing that it was all the monsters of the dungeon trying to devour the Voltarian warrior. Ryu's gaze was shrouded in genuine hatred. In his thoughts, the task was set to slaughter the Peric monsters. Suddenly, with colossal power, the main character made his blow. Heavy dust rose at the sight of the fight. Raising his blade, Ryu froze in one position. Looking at the alarmed protagonist, the judge noted that the monsters simply flew away from him. At that moment, Ryu noted that he was trying to control his powers. In the crowd of attacking monsters, Chanrishin's voice was heard, trying to call Ryu. Powerful claws were visible next to the monster's mouth. The protagonist's face was filled with anxiety. Leslie was shocked by what she saw. Looking at the monster leaving, she was surprised that it simply walked past her. While in her thoughts, Leslie theorized that these monsters only preyed on special ones, adding that it was just an insect with low intelligence. Looking at Rod's hand, the prisoner noted that she had never heard of such abilities in this area, wondering who he really was. Towering over the main character, the dungeon boss prepared to attack. In the past, Rod was turned into a monster by the dungeon boss Tentacle Beholder. The hunter's body was shackled by the monster's tentacles. Usually there is no way to stop such a transformation. Beside himself with rage and controlling Rod's body, the dungeon boss rushed to attack. But in the case of Rod, due to starvation and dehydration, the monster's cells stopped multiplying, and only his left arm merged with him and acquired the skills of a tentacle contemplator. Raising his hand, Rod prepared to attack. The plot introduced us to the fact that the hunter used the mind control skill, which interacts with monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers, allowing him to control monsters of a lower level. Frozen in one position, Rod thought that he did not remember what happened in the dungeon, noting that because of his skill, everyone took him for a stranger. Continuing to think, the hunter said that he was imprisoned in this dungeon and was forced to fight with other prisoners. Looking at the dark cloud that appeared, Rod noted that, ironically, fighting the one who took everything from him would be the last fight that would free him. Wary, the hunter thought that at that moment the main character was only level 5, suggesting that if he trained hard, then his level should be no less than 20. Turning to Ryu, Rod stated that if he admits his guilt and asks for forgiveness, he will spare him. A huge cloud of dust appeared on the battlefield. After the main character finished his attack, his body froze in one position. His gaze was shrouded in confidence and coldness. Seeing Ryu turn his back to him, Rod tried to call out to him. Taken aback, the hunter assumed that he had made a mistake. With lightning speed, the main character continued to eradicate monsters. Covering his head, Chanrishin cried out in fear. Turning to him, Ryu asked if he was okay. Holding his head, Sana said that he was sent flying due to the protagonist's attack, adding that he was fine. Next, Chanrishin asked if everything was okay with Ryu. Taking a knee, Sana suggested that the monsters were only hunting the main character. Ryu reported that it was. Looking at the alarmed Chanrishin, the main character noted that this was happening because Rod was only hunting for him. After which, Sana wondered why Ryu needed Rod. The main character stated that he does not know this, adding that he has many assumptions. An angry Ryu, calling the enemy a dog who was chasing him, said that if only he could kill him, everything would end. Hearing this, Sana fell into a stupor. Many magical weapons hung in the air. An artifact is a source of energy for the dungeon and a powerful tool that can be obtained during clearing. The little pig was wearing formidable armor. In other words, artifacts are a symbol of honor for hunters whose goal is to clear the dungeon. However, without knowing the level limits, available abilities, and how to activate the artifacts, it is nothing more than an ordinary decoration, so hunters come for examination to find out the power and price of their artifacts. The rays of the sun enveloped the building located in the city center. The story takes us to the examination building next to the Hunters Guild. In one of the rooms, a mysterious magical object was visible on the table. Looking at the artifact, Maiden talked about the limitation to level 30, saying that it could be used 10 times a day and the total number of uses was unlimited. She noted that the functions used were undress and dress. Holding her notes in her hands, Maiden revealed that the artifact's ability was to storage clothing and allow the user to change clothes in time. Noting that the number of uses was unlimited, which is why it could be sold for 3 times the price of other artifacts. She said that the approximate price is 5,000x. Overjoyed, Etha thanked Maiden. Taken aback, Addis noted that it was somehow inconvenient for him that they received an assessment for free every time. The plot told us that Maiden works as an appraiser using the experience that she gained in the Great Land, where she saw many different magical objects. Trying to move the wyvern that was stuck to her, Maiden asked Addis not to apologize, suggesting that they needed money for the fellat, who was in prison. Ether stated that for this, Addis even sold his books of spells, which he treasured so much. Inspired, group member Rada said that they could do without them, calling the situation a mere trifle. Picking up the magical artifact, Addis stated that he had stored useful spells there. With a distraught look, Maiden turned her attention to the item that Addis had made, noting that it would cost tens of times more than any artifact. Grasping him tighter, group member Rada tried to object. Interrupting him, Maiden said that she was joking, adding that the blessing of the Demon King was a secret. She stated that she had not said anything about him to the Order. Handing something to Addis, Maiden suggested that it would be better not to sell this artifact, but to use it themselves, saying that you can put clothes there at any time and change clothes if necessary in a matter of seconds. Maiden noted that when you urgently need to return to your previous appearance, you have to throw away your clothes every time. Recalling how he turns into a dragon, Addie said that her judgment was correct, adding that with each transformation, the clothes go into the trash. Smiling, Ether noted that although she was a member of the Rada group and a dragon, like her, she was embarrassed to see him naked in human form. Taken aback, Maiden said that she knew this. Hearing this, Addie's fell into a stupor. The stunned guys asked if she knew who they were. Placing her hand on the table, Maiden said that this was so, adding that when she possessed the main character, she saw his memories. Frozen in one position, Addie's was shocked that she had seen Ryu's memories, asking if she knew who he was. Tilting her head, Maiden stated that she knew this, noting that she didn't want to deliberately pretend that she didn't know anything. She said that she thought a lot about how exactly to say this. Smiling, Etha stated that there was nothing wrong with this, adding that the main character saw her in the form of a wyvern, noting that he did not try to harm her. Inspired, Addie said that he, as a descendant of dragons, could vouch for him. Staring down, Maiden stated that that wasn't the case. An excited Maiden said that she also thought that Ryu was a good person, noting that they did not know what was inside him. An image of many angry monsters roaring appeared in her head. Maiden told them that Ryu had been in that hell for 22 years. Alarmed, Addie suggested that the protagonist was there before arriving in Ratney. Maiden noted that Ryu seemed normal on the outside. An image of the terrifying face of the main character appeared in her head. Maiden stated that Ryu is dangerous. With lightning speed, the main character destroyed the monsters that appeared in his way. The remains of stunned monsters flew in different directions. Ryu continued to eradicate the hordes of advancing monsters. With just one swing of his sword, the main character pierced the maddened monsters. The boss of the monsters appeared behind the main character, after which, with unimaginable speed, the monster rushed towards Ryu. Suddenly, the main character pierced the boss's body with his blade. Then, with his back to him, Ryu cut him into 2 pieces. Falling into a stupor, Rod wondered if his monsters were really that weak. With genuine fear on her face, Leslie thought that it was not the weakness of the monsters, adding that their average level was above 30. Further, she noted that among them were boss-class monsters. Looking at Ryu, whose body was covered in monster blood, Leslie wondered if he was definitely level 5. With a distraught look, the main character asked if there were any more monsters left. Beside himself with rage, the judge could not believe what he saw, not understanding what Ryu was doing, calling him a pathetic worm. The judge wondered why Rao didn't summon stronger monsters. Holding the magic device in his hands, Felix thought that these were monsters that could destroy an entire city, adding that even they could not withstand the power of the protagonist. From what they saw, the prisoners fell into a stupor. Continuing to think, the Lord noted that their screams had long since died down, adding that those who tasted reality felt it on their skin. Felix reflected on the greatness of Ryu that they had only heard about. Looking at the back of the main character, who was preparing for battle, the Lord was sure that the prisoner's fear of him was crushing the entire arena. Holding his blade in his hands, Ryu asked if Raud wanted to say that this was the end, suggesting that he must have hidden something. The main character wondered if there were still monsters left. Looking at the stunned Rod, Ryu declared that this time he would defeat everyone. Stretching out his hand to make an attack, the hunter declared that the main character has no forgiveness. After casting mind control, Raud unleashed a full blast, after which, a mysterious aura appeared over the place of the fight. Chips gradually began to appear on the ground. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the battlefield. A monster tentacle emerged from the depths of the earth. Horrified, the prisoners froze in one position. Overjoyed, Rod assumed that he had succeeded. An unimaginably huge monster appeared in the vastness of the battlefield, emitting a strong roar. The monster's face showed many fangs. The plot introduced us to the boss of the 31st level dungeon, from the deepest part of the gorge of the city of Crater, Queen Antonina, whose level was equal to 80. While looking around the area, the queen reported the noise in her head, asking Rod how he dared use this pathetic skill against her. Seeing her children, Antonina was shocked. Looking at the main character, she noted his smell, asking if he did this, calling him a pathetic little man. Picking up the stone that was blocking the passage, Ryu declared that it was so. Taking a look at his weapon, the protagonist noted that the queen caused his sword to splinter, suggesting that it was too much for him. Angry, Antonina pointed her paws towards Ryu. After her blow, a powerful explosion was heard at the scene of the fight. The stunned Felix, turning to the judge, asked why he was standing and not evacuating the prisoners. Smirking, the judge asked why the Lord was so cowardly, noting that you couldn't tell. Leaning on the stone fence, the judge said that the prisoners could look at a spectacle that would discourage them from protesting. Further, he noted that in addition to all this, 20 level 60 warriors are guarding the perimeter of this place. The judge said that they would be able to block at least 5 boss monsters, adding that the Lord should just watch and enjoy how they would tear the main character to pieces. After this, an enraged Felix grabbed the judge by his shirt. Beside himself with rage, the Lord called him a pathetic worm, saying that now they need to run away not from the boss of the dungeon, but from Ryu. At that moment, with lightning speed, the main character rushed at the monster. Holding onto the queen's tentacle, Ryu spoke of his broken sword. With a malicious grin on his face, the main character asked Antonina to lend him her hand, after which Ryu used a vertical cut. With colossal power, the main character attacked the queen. Due to unimaginable force, Antonina's body was cut into two, after which blood sprayed from the queen's body. The barrier enveloping the battlefield has collapsed. The system notified Ryu of the destruction of Queen Antonina, adding that he receives 101,987,547 experience points. With a smirk on his face, the man stabbed his comrade through the chest. The main reason why strangers began to be feared lies in their impulsive desire to kill. The system notified Ryu about a secret quest called Sacrifice for the Common Cause, informing him of the initial conditions and details. The reason for their bloody impulses is nothing other than the leadership that all foreigners have. This quest and reward system were hidden in the manual. The man's brain emitted powerful impulses. The reward for killing a Ratnian is a substance that goes directly to the brain. It gives the user a measurable pleasure and arouses suspicion in him. With a distraught look, the man froze in one position. Therefore, for the aliens, killing Ratnians has an immediate effect and is highly addictive. This is the greatest drug. With her hands folded, Maiden said that it was for this reason that if a stranger kills a Ratnian at least once, he will no longer be able to avoid this impulsive feeling. She reported that she was subordinate to the Great Land, noting that few people knew about this, stating that it was a fact. Taken aback, Ether stated that the main character had never done anything like this. Hades reported that Ryu never showed signs of this syndrome. Squeezing her hands, Maiden noted that they were right, adding that this had not happened yet. She believed that this was happening because the main character had never killed a Ratnian. Defeated, Sana tried to get up. Since everyone Ryu killed were foreigners, he never suffered from this addiction. There is no pleasure in killing strangers. Chanrishin fell into a stupor from what he saw. How long will luck be on the side of the main character? Having destroyed Queen Antonina, Ryu froze in one position. A memory of the monsters of this world and the dogs of hell surfaced in my head. Monsters that had continually haunted him for 22 years. He couldn't hide or run away from them. All alone, kill or be killed. What is normal for him is not normal at all. With a serious expression on his face, the main character walked forward. He has come to Ratna physically, but he is still on that mountain. An image of a hellhound appeared in his head, which merged with the face of the stunned Rod. If he is being pursued by an enemy, suppressed instincts can manifest themselves at any moment. It would not be difficult for a person like him to become addicted to killing, even compared to other foreigners. Etha's face was filled with doubt. Turning to Addie's, Maiden stated that they had felt this at least once, talking about the desire to kill. A worried member of Radha's group said that this was their first meeting, which made him misunderstand. Addie's noted that this misunderstanding was immediately cleared up, adding that they later fought together against the Lick. Group member Radha stated that the main character does not kill thoughtlessly. The judge's face was filled with fear. The confines of the stands on which he was located began to collapse. The frightened woman ordered the knights to open the door. Surprised, Felix wondered if there really were no human casualties, suggesting that Ryu was in control of his power. Further, the Lord believed that they might just have been lucky. A tentacle could be seen in the stone wall, which the main character tore from Queen Antonina. Smiling, Etha asked the guys to stop talking about such things, asking what was so good about Ryu killing senselessly. In the main character's hand was his broken sword. Raising his hand, Raud ordered Ryu not to approach, noting that he had no more monsters. Tilting her head, Maiden assumed that there was some reason behind all the murders. Grabbing the mask, Rod called it uncomfortable. Raising the broken sword above his head, the main character prepared to strike. Maiden theorized that Ryu's identity had been revealed and the lives of his friends, who had appeared for the first time in 22 years, were in danger. The protagonist's face was filled with hatred. Maiden felt that at that moment, Ryu did not hesitate. Heavy splashes of blood appeared on the battlefield. She was sure that as soon as the main character killed the Ratnian, he would become addicted to killing. Leslie's face was filled with genuine horror. The hand of the fallen warrior froze in one position. Appearing in front of the hunter, Sana blocked Ryu's strike. Seeing him, the main character fell into a stupor. Turning his head, Changrishan said that he really thought that he could block it. Addressing Ryu, Sana stated that people should resolve issues with words. Rod's face was shocked. Chanrishan noted that if the main character messes up, then things will be bad for them. After which, Sana collapsed into Ryu's arms. Holding his body in his hands, the main character froze in one position. Brad's silhouette was visible on the back of the huge monster. The story takes us 2 weeks after the latest events. Taking the crystal out of the monster, Brad noted that the size of the treasure fully corresponded to the monster's body. Overjoyed, he called it a jackpot. Looking at the crystal, Addie stated that due to its size, it must be worth at least 500 ESK. Surprised, Ether asked if they could really take it. Smiling, Martin said that they had a life debt to the main character, noting that they would help. "We also received such an artifact, help alone will not be enough," Brad added. With a confused look, he thought that he was doing this for Ether, adding that he would rather die than say that again. Smiling, the wyvern thanked him for his help. Confused, Brad tried to say something to Ether. Suddenly, Elia began to greet Addis, waving her hand. Seeing them, group member Rada noted that they were healer sisters. Raising her hands to her face, Full informed him that trouble had happened, asking him to quickly come up. Having risen into the sky, Ether stated that she had difficulty hearing, adding that she would rise there. Watching the wyvern meet her sisters, Martin asked if it had just flown over the cliff, wondering if it was scared. An annoyed Brad reported that those girls said that they would wait at the Hunters Guild, not understanding why they were there. Looking at the crystal, Addis stated that thanks to their party's help, they were raising money much faster, suggesting that Maiden's words also had meaning. Wary, group member Rada thought that if they were close, it would be much easier for Ryu to avoid unnecessary friction and disputes. Continuing to think, he noted that in order to accomplish this, they too must become stronger. Hearing something, Ether was shocked. The wyvern's face was filled with fear. Looking at them, Martin wondered what happened there. Brad said he couldn't hear them because they were so far away. Horrified, Addis suggested that this was connected with the main character. Putting the documents on the table, Feli said that it was information about strangers from the crater prison, as Hendim had asked. Smirking, the Lord noted that he almost died because of him, asking him to show a little attention and at least offer tea. Hen stated that there was water right next to Felix, asking him to be quiet and let him read for a while. Raising the glass to his mouth, the Lord thought that he could face him, adding that this kind of research would be faster with the Dark Brotherhood, asking why he would do the dirty work. Nim said that he would like to know something about personal goals. Taking out the document, Hen suggested that the main character was a stranger from the prison of Crete. The Lord said that based on the Baron's words, this is so. Taking out a photo of Rod, Nim noted that the guy was not an alien, adding that he personally checked him, which is why he knew for sure. Feliz said that when he checked it, he did not find any information about its origin. Holding his head, Hen stated that the loud noble wanted him to be the highlight of the arena, noting that he got rid of the records and presented him as an outsider. Looking through his fingers, Nim was amazed that there was nothing in the crater either. At that moment, he was thinking about the last message from the goddess about the strangers, guessing that there must be a reason since the goddess was doing this. Hen felt that he had rushed in an attempt to control the situation before it got out of hand. Looking at Ryu's photos, Nim was lost in thought. Looking at the photo, Hen suggested that the opponent in the competition was the main character. Felix told him about rumors that said that the main character killed the enemy leader when the Order of Light attacked the dragon's nest. Looking at Hen's back, the Lord said that Ryu killed boss monsters with one swing of his sword. Felix noted that since Ryu doesn't measure levels, it was impossible to know his level accurately by guessing. Interrupting him with his hand on the table, Hen stated that about a year ago, he borrowed some money from him for an urgent matter. Raising his finger, the Lord said that he remembered this, adding that Hen had arrested that guy and should pay him compensation. Felix assumed that Hen was going to pay him back right now. Putting on a mask, he said that this was not so. Turning his head, Hen said that he needed to catch the main character. Leaning against the barrier, the prisoners began to express their dissatisfaction in every possible way. Looking at them, Hollian assumed that based on their behavior, the prisoners were out of their minds. The Archmage found this uninteresting, noting that their reaction was not as strong as she thought. Holding a smoking pipe in her hand, she turned to Hollian. The ultimate spiritualist asked Zenobia not to laugh at her, adding that after she became queen, on the contrary, she only saw more dirt. Observing the prisoners, Hollian assumed that they behaved rather modestly, after which, Zenobia wondered what the name of one of the prisoners was. At that moment, Leslie sat in the corner of the cell with her knees drawn up. Beside herself with rage, she bit her nails. Zenobia spoke about cases of foreigners harming themselves due to this syndrome. She noted that in the end they choose suicide, although this is of no use. Smiling, Hollian froze in one position. While in her thoughts, Leslie thought that she wanted to die. Her thoughts were related to the fact that she did not want to kill anyone. Due to her strong feelings, Leslie stated that she still did not want to die. Handing her the blade, Hollian asked if she knew that her subordinate had recently died. Leaning towards Leslie, she asked if she wanted to go with her. Taking the blade in her hands, the prisoner was lost in her thoughts. While in her thoughts, Leslie reported that she hated the 4 heroes who locked her in such a place. The prisoner stated that she wanted to tear apart the Ratnian who was standing right in front of her. With a shocked look, Leslie said that for some reason she could not resist Hollian's proposal. The prisoner noted that she understood her by her elegant address and kind voice. Behind Leslie, flower beds were visible, under which lay many corpses. The prisoner believed that for them, someone like her was just a toy that they could kill at any moment. Magical writings were visible on Leslie's back. The prisoner said that containment was a condition of her release from that cell, noting that they were able to suppress their urge to kill with the help of technology. An engraved inscription was visible on the gold-plated coin. Leslie revealed that they took over the four heroes' work, adding that they became a fake Great Land. Seeing something, the prisoner fell into a stupor. Leslie stated that the containment was created by her fear of them. She stated that fear was enough to make her swear allegiance to those she hated. Holding Sin's body, the main character sat down on the floor. Leslie noted that she never thought she would feel that fear again, adding that rebellion would be pointless. Horrified, the prisoner said that now, when she saw this power, sitting in front of Ryu, she asked him to stop. Leslie reported that the levels were meaningless. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand moved towards her body. Suddenly, Ryu tore the shackles off Leslie's hands. Caking Leslie by the shoulders, the protagonist asked if she was a spiritualist. In complete despair, Ryu begged her to save Changrishan. Bowing his head, the main character again asked to do this. Leslie's face was clouded with confusion. Approaching the wounded San, she asked Rod to stop the bleeding on his arm and give him the bandages that he had. The angry judge wondered how Ryu dared ruin his competition by ordering his subordinates to execute them. Looking at the stunned Rod, he again repeated his order for execution. While bandaging Chanrishan's hand, the main character called the judge a pathetic worm. Being in shock that a person was dying there, they behave like that. Looking at San, Ryu begged him to come to his senses. While healing his body, Leslie stated that they had not yet finished first aid, which is why if they stopped, he would bleed to death. Raising his hand, the knight called the main character a monster, asking the party to prepare a ballista, after which the knights fired. Their projectile quickly headed towards the guys. Suddenly, Rod intercepted a projectile flying towards them. Holding a huge arrow in his hands, he brought it behind his back. Next, with unimaginable power, Rod launched an arrow at the squad of knights. Looking at the hunter's back, Ryu wondered why he did this. Outraged, Rod questioned why the protagonist froze, asking if he was going to let Changrishan, who saved his life, die. Looking at the stunned protagonist, he ordered them to jump into the pit. As he prepared to fight, Rod stated that Ryu did not dare die until he himself killed him. Heading towards the pit, the main character asked him for forgiveness. Rejoiced, Rod thought it was cool in his opinion. Suddenly, many knights' projectiles headed towards him. While in his thoughts, Rod noted that he was the noble's secret weapon, suggesting that they would not be able to kill him. Seeing something, the hunter was shocked. A huge hole was visible in the ground. The depths of the cave were shrouded in mysterious darkness. Raising her hands to Chanrishan's body, Leslie reported that the bleeding had stopped for now. The prisoner reported that the most she could do now was to slightly increase his natural healing rate. Worried, Ryu tried to ask her about Sin's hand. Looking at the main character, Leslie noted that she was amazed that Changrishan's body did not split in half from his blow. She reported that attaching a severed hand would be too difficult for her. The protagonist's face was filled with despair. Frightened, Leslie said that she was not lying, adding that with her level. Having set off, Ryu thanked her and asked her to rest. Taken aback, Leslie asked where he was going. Heading to the entrance of the cave, the main character said that as soon as Changrishan gets better, they should escape by closing the dungeon. Ryu noted that since Raud had lured the boss away by force, they just needed to find his room. Looking at the alarmed Leslie, Ryu stated that he would look around the area and return, asking her to wait. A mysterious light was visible in the depths of the cave. Beside himself with rage, the main character hit the ground, after which he froze in one position. An angry Ryu wondered how he could do this. Next, Leslie immediately tried to escape. The frightened prisoner thought about her failure to convey Ampla's blessing, noting that it wasn't important right now. Looking around, Leslie said that if the main character changes his mind, then it will be the end for her. She was sure that she had to run away. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared on her way. The plot introduced us to a monster whose name was the Egg Sower. The monster's tongue quickly moved towards Leslie. There was a brochure hanging on the wall of the room which stated that Ryu was wanted in the city. Looking at the advertisement, Addis was amazed that the main character had escaped from prison. After which, group member Rada put one of the many crystals into his bag. Counting the money, Addis noted that with so much money and crystals they could last for some time. Surprised, Ether tried to find out what he wanted to do. Group member Rada revealed that he plans to take Ryu and leave the village. An alarmed Addis stated that based on the information that he managed to obtain, the main character fled not to the dungeon, but to a dungeon that is connected to the outside world, noting that if they hurry, they will be able to find him first. Group member Rada was confident that the more monsters, the better for them. Worried, Ether suggested that if Ryu had not yet been caught, then he was hiding. The Wyvern stated that the dungeon was a very confusing place, adding that there were only 2 of them, not realizing how long they would search for it. Encouraged, Brad asked if they were planning to go alone. Smiling, Martin said that they could help in the search. Brad asked if they could pay them back this way. Rejoicing, Addis thanked them for this. Standing opposite the guys, Martin said that in this case, they would prepare and wait on the 24th lift. Brad suggested they meet there. Hearing this, Ether said that she would then exchange crystals. Addis stated that he would buy 2 dungeon maps, noting that they would see each other later. Wary, Rod thought that if they continued to hesitate, then external organizations might take care of it. Addis suggested that if this happened, then even Raya would not be able to avoid being killed. Holding the handle, a member of Radha's group thought that they needed to quickly find the main character before a battle broke out. Leaving the room, Addis found a man in front of him. Smiling, he froze in one position. Looking at the stunned Addis, he noted that he did not expect to see him again. Leslie's face was filled with horror. Foreigners have no real comrades, because for them, partners can be more dangerous than enemies because they need to hide their identity. Trying to escape, she discovered a huge monster on her way. Therefore, they are alone all their lives, on the run until they meet a monster stronger than themselves and die. After which, the enraged monster extended a tentacle for its attack. This is the end for the ordinary stranger. With lightning speed, Changrishan pushed Leslie's body away to avoid the monster's attack. San's face showed great pain. Frightened, Changrishan asked her to quickly run away from there, adding that the level of this monster. The monster's tongue moved towards the wounded San. Bending down, Chanrishan froze in one position. Suddenly, a magical barrier appeared at the site of the impact, which Leslie activated. Wary, the prisoner prepared for battle. Next, having created a huge magical projectile, Leslie directed it towards the monster. The prisoner's projectile struck the monster's mouth. The claws of the angry monster grabbed the magic projectile, after which, the monster tried to completely devour him. Seeing this, the guys fell into a stupor. Suddenly, the main character appeared before them, preparing for battle. With lightning speed, Ryu pierced Leslie's magic missile with his hand using his spear skill. Due to the unimaginably powerful impact, the projectile broke into fragments. The remains of the monster scattered across the expanses of the dungeon. Having removed his shackles, the main character called them weaklings. The monster's blood slowly flowed down Ryu's hand. Ryu stated that he couldn't even use them as bait to escape. He further ordered them to return to prison and asked the judge for forgiveness, saying that he had threatened them. The main character believed that in this case they would not be killed. Turning his head, Ryu said that if they did not understand him, then they need to quickly get out of his sight before he kills them himself. Leslie's face was filled with genuine fear. Smiling, Chanrishan said that this would not help him, noting that they would not just leave. Looking at Ryu's back, Sana wondered if someone who wants to become a warrior could turn away from someone who is suffering. After that, the main character took him by the clothes. Infuriated, Ryu asked if he wanted to die, noting that it was enough that he was responsible for Changrishan losing his arm. With a smile on his face, Sana said that one arm was a meager price. Changrishan stated that compared to Ryu's help, every time there was a danger that someone might find out that he was a foreigner. With complete bewilderment on her face, Leslie thought about what Sana said about being a foreigner. Chanrishan noted that thanks to the main character, he heard a lot about what the strangers did in Ratna. Wary, Ryu asked if Sana knew what would happen to him if others found out about his origins. The main character was shocked that Changrishan still wanted to reveal himself and die. Getting to his feet, Sana stated that it was the other way around. Chanrishan stated that he could help the Ratnians since the Earthlings had brought them a lot of harm. Leslie was shocked by what she heard. Sana wanted to prove that not all people are villains, suggesting that someday the Ratnians and Earthlings will be able to live in peace. Looking at his hand, Chanrishan noted that for this he might have to fight the Earthlings who do evil, adding that he needs a partner to fight. Bowing his head as a sign of respect, Sana began to beg the protagonist to help him. From what she saw, Leslie fell into a stupor. Looking at Chanrishan, the prisoner believed that he was crazy. She couldn't believe in a world where strangers could live peacefully. Taking out the blade, Leslie thought that this couldn't happen. From what he heard, the main character was mired in his thoughts. Leaning over, Ryu smiled sadly. With a serious expression on his face, the main character said that in words it was all easy, asking if Sana could kill an Earthling. Bowing his head, Chanrishan said that murder was unacceptable, noting that he was ready to kill someone who had already ceased to resemble a person. Stretching out his hand, Sana tried to say something. Smiling, Changrishan said that he believed that problems should first be solved with words. After the guys shook hands, a barely noticeable smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Looking down, Leslie was lost in her thoughts. In her thoughts, she considered it impossible. Leslie was sure that their actions were tantamount to suicide. Looking at them, the prisoner believed that this was just a strange illusion of an Earthling who had recently come to Ratna. Noting that Sana said everything nicely, Ryu asked if he had a plan. Taken aback, Chanrishan said that he needed to think over the details. The main character said that first of all, They need to get out of there. Sana said that if we are talking about a secret escape, then it is better for them to do it at night. For 10 years Leslie has worked in the Great Land, and now she is faced with reality. The main character's face was enveloped in a smile. However, because of the one person standing in front of her, this problem no longer seemed so impossible. After the fight ended, Sana fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the sleeping Changrishan, Leslie noted that Ryu's wound was deeper than it appeared, reporting that it had formed on the inside of his hand. Continuing the treatment, the prisoner said that he should not have repeated fencing techniques with his bare hands. Leslie was glad that the aura that protected the body remained. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. With a surprised look, Leslie asked if the protagonist thought that she knew nothing, saying that unused aura strengthens the body. The prisoner told him that healers mainly specialized in defense, noting that it was not surprising to use residual power on the same principle. Raising his hand, Ryu was lost in thought. While in his thoughts, the main character suggested that everything in this world is not like in the game. As the level increases, abilities increase, noting that the whole point is that there is a lot of unused aura left in his body, which is why the abilities have increased. Continuing his thoughts, Ryu wondered why he could only do physical attacks. Turning to the pensive protagonist, Leslie asked him to listen. Reminding the main character of his words, with an inspired look, Leslie asked if she could do the same. Leaning on his hand, Ryu noted that if they found out that she healed him, then nothing good would happen. Afterwards, the main character asked her to forget about everything that happened. Smiling, Ryu said that if they caught her, then she needed to say that he threatened her and she had no choice. Further, the main character asked for forgiveness for getting her involved in this matter. Hearing this, Leslie was taken aback. Turning away, the prisoner said that she would say that he had caught her and forced her to heal. The main character said that they needed to sleep and then clear the dungeon, noting that they should rest properly, after which the guys fell into sleep. Leaning on her arm, Leslie was lost in her thoughts. In her hand she held a magic crystal. A bright shining sun was visible above the city sky. Beside himself with rage, the judge spoke about the prisoners, whom he called pathetic worms. The judge noted that he had promised the hunters a good bonus, wondering why there was no news from them. A subordinate stood at the entrance to his office. He told the judge that the Hunters Guild had said that they would not do anything unless the reward was at least the level of a C rank raid. He assumed that if it was a C rank, then the hunters were interested in the national budget. After this, the judge asked what the guards and prisoners were doing. The subordinate told him that the dungeon was too confusing, noting that they had not yet. Beside himself with rage, the judge thought that if the main character came out and began to gossip everywhere that the stranger in prison was not real, then this might not just reach the court, but the order itself. Suddenly, one of the knights entered his office. The judge noted that it wasn't even about money. After asking for forgiveness, the knight informed him that someone was asking for an audience with him. Indignant, the judge asked if he could see that he was busy. Looking at the knight, he ordered those people to leave. The count's subordinate stated that he told people that he did not accept anyone, but the hand of the unknown person reached out to the office door. The angry judge shouted that if he did not understand the words, then the knight should put him in a cell. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the palace. Entering the office, Addis asked for forgiveness for disturbing the judge since he was very busy. Looking at the judge, scared to death, he asked him to assist in the investigation. Seeing an inquisitor from the Dark Brotherhood in front of him, he fell into a stupor. The man said that they came in a hurry without an order. Raising his head, he thought that it did not matter. Standing in front of the guys, Leonhardt, before personally confronting Addis, hoped that this was just his delusion. The Inquisitor recalled how the magician looked at him with large red eyes in amazement, suspecting that he was looking for Felad. During Addis and Leonhardt's conversation about Eric, a perplexed Ether appeared from behind the door. She stopped, listening in fascination to the conversation about a stranger who had appeared in the city and looking warily at the masked man. After listening carefully, Addis clarified whether he had any evidence. Leonhardt replied that he was led by intuition, and he wanted to get evidence from Eric personally. When the Inquisitor turned around, intending to leave, he invited the guys to join, and they looked after him with suspicion. The judge's office was lit up by a bright flash that overturned all the furniture, and the Baron hid in fear behind his fallen table, screaming. The Inquisitor, accompanied by Addis and Ether, appeared at the entrance and bowed in greeting, apologizing for barging in without a warrant. Seeing Leonhardt in the office, the nobleman was seriously frightened and even turned blue, suspecting that he had found out about the fake stranger in prison. Clenching his fist, the Inquisitor in a serious tone asked for assistance in the investigation and asked the judge where the escaped prisoners had gone. The window behind the overturned table shattered, and the sky was clearly visible. The judge jumped into it in a panic in an attempt to escape by climbing down the rope. Holding his head like a mustachioed man lamented that he was missing, deciding to find the fake stranger as soon as possible. A satisfied Ether appeared behind him, flying upside down. The girl nonchalantly asked the fleeing judge who the fake stranger was, which only frightened him even more and made him scream. From such an unexpected meeting, the Baron fell from the rope to the ground, got up and began to run away in panic, while Ether landed safely. Seeing the boss heading towards the door in panic, the two guards were taken aback, and he shouted that they had been captured, hastily ordering all entrances and exits to be closed. Quickly entering the building, the judge ran along the wooden flight, located at a height. The man's face was covered with beads of sweat from the intense running, and he, taking a breather, looked back nervously, not understanding why the hunters had appeared with the Inquisitor while a hole was being burned in the ceiling behind him. An angry Addis descended from the ceiling through the famous hole. Pointing a homemade magical weapon at the judge, he angrily ordered to tell what he had done to Felad. When the magician decided to find out where his friend was now, the frightened judge jumped down to where the rails with trolleys were located. The man dove headfirst into one of the trolleys, and Addis was looking down on him when he was suddenly loudly ordered to stay put. Two knights carefully approached the magician along the rails, pointing their crossbows at him, and he concluded that things were bad. Sitting in the trolleys, the Baron furiously ordered the soldiers to stop them, pointing his finger to the side. Opposite stood these armed and ready to attack Addis and Ether, with displeasure asking the knights not to interfere. Two swords were stuck into the ground near the soldiers' feet, sparkling with blue lightning of power. The knights found themselves in traps, and many discharges emanating from Ether's blades passed through their bodies. The girl apologized, observing the suffering of the warriors, making the reservation that they should be grateful that they remained alive after Addis' techniques. As Ether got down on one knee, the mage turned to her and asked where the Inquisitor was, to which he received the answer that he was following them. The guys decided to catch up with the Baron and at the same time jumped from a high flight into the trolley, and Addis in flight decided that they had missed the Inquisitor. When the judge, leaving on a trolley at full speed, heard the guy's intentions, he turned back in panic. Ether and Addis fought furiously with the judge's knights back to back, while discussing what would happen if the Inquisitor found Eric first. Looking intently at the soldiers, Addis unshakably decided to stop Eric from committing the murder in any way. Meanwhile, Leonhardt stood among the mountains in an open area, and prana glowed under his feet. Standing in a turquoise translucent circle, the Inquisitor noted that it takes time to go down into the dungeon. Illuminated by prana, Leonhardt put his hands in his pockets and concluded that he had not thought about the Baron's escape so soon. The small town of Onfros, where the Inquisitor arrived in the wake of the Lick from the Great Land. However, soon traces of the Lick disappeared, which most likely meant that the skeleton simply died. After this, Alejandro's dragon nest was destroyed, but all the Demon King's blessings obtained through the goddess's oracles were still in the dragon nests. This means that there is a high probability that Alejandro invented the Ampala's blessing, and Eric, who was involved in all this, had a level much higher than the fifth. His companions Addis and Ether, now chasing the judge in the trolley, were also unusual people. Rising in the air in the middle of the mountains, the Inquisitor came to the conclusion that there was something from strangers in the guys, and at that moment the knights were preparing ballistas. The fire signal was heard and many spears flew towards Leonhardt, and he continued to calmly think, concluding that there was still no oracle of the goddess. The Inquisitor defended himself from the attack with an energy ball, and the spears flew down one after another. Protected by the yellow barrier, he stuck two fingers forward as the weapon continued to fly towards him. The man, being in the depths of the gorge, waved his hand, and all the ballistas, being blown up, immediately failed. A bright orange glow appeared on one of the many doors in the dark corridor. A huge hole melted in the iron door, through which a strong stream of fire came out. Looking through the huge hole made, Addis with a magical tool in her hands looked gloomy, and Ether looked perplexed. Looking at the room where the door led, the unpleasantly shocked magician concluded that an arena had opened up in front of them. Walking along deep cracks in the ground, Ether assumed that huge monsters fought here, and Addis was afraid to think that Hanbin also took part. The hunters froze when loud insults and accusations were heard from above. Standing in the room with a stun gun in his hands, the judge looked at his arriving partners with a malicious smile, and next to him was a bound, screaming man. Addis looked at the captive in amazement and recognized him as the founder of the Rod Guild, and Ether opened her mouth, not even knowing who he was. The judge furiously ordered the hunters to shut up, shouting loudly that he was in charge. In a fit of anger, the Baron shocked Rod with all his might, and he, rolling his eyes, screamed in pain. An eye appeared on the prisoner's dark hand, covered with electric discharges, and the judge announced that this time the strongest monster in the dungeon would deal with them. The Baron screamed heart-rendingly that the previous monster that the Walterian dealt with was just a queen. When the obese man revealed that he was the king of underground Crete, the space shook, and a huge crack formed in the stone wall, at which the hunters began to look back in panic. Finally breaking the thick walls, the monster furiously climbed out of them. Addis and Ether did not take their worried glances away from him, and the magician remembered that he had heard about Queen Antonina in the Eastern Gorge, adding that in the Western Gorge there was King Antonino, superior to her in strength. Now, in front of the shocked guys, a colossal insect-like monster towered, emitting an evil roar. The creature with tears in its red eyes and a stench from its open mouth was the king of Crete. Hades and Ether stood with their heads raised up, eyes wide with fear, looking at the monster. At this time, the Inquisitor hurried to the guy's aid, realizing that the judge had called the boss of the monsters. Concentrating green prana into his fist, Leonhardt raised his hand, preparing to attack. He struck the insect-like colossal creature with all his might, kicking up dust around him and leaving a bright turquoise trail amid the destruction. The Baron watched in amazement at the powerful attack of the Inquisitor, and behind him, Rod was unconscious after a strong electric shock, remaining chained. The Inquisitor, once again concentrating the energy to attack, was the hero of the next generation, chosen and blessed by the goddess. At that moment, Hades, covering his face with his hand, realized one thing. He looked at the Inquisitor shrouded in prana and realized that there was no point in risking his life. Ether with Hades and the Inquisitor stood nearby, watching the figure in the distant opening of the arena. The wounded, bleeding knight, with his last breath, informed them that there was a fugitive in the boss's room in the eastern gorge. Having uttered the last word, the soldier slid dead down the stone wall, leaving a bloody trail on it. Hades and Ether's eyes widened in shock after hearing what they heard. Insects with glowing red eyes crawled as the voice scolded the Baron. Two men with Iroquois defended themselves from huge ants in a dungeon, having originally come here in search of fugitives and not suspecting that there were still monsters. A man with an orange mohawk with a mischievous expression on his face said that they had spent so much effort that they should have received enough reward. In his hands he had a huge Walterian sword, with which he chopped down huge ants, standing with his back to his friend with a blue mohawk. The man with the ball backed away while the ant with red eyes crawled towards him. When the insect made a sound, the guy, swinging, concluded with displeasure that the blade was not even sharp, but only heavy. A friend behind him was furiously yelling at the ant, holding an axe and a shield in his hands. He waved his weapon, screaming with huge eyes for the insect to get away from him. Now the guy with the orange mohawk was lying disarmed on the ground, and his friend was sitting next to him while the ants crawled towards them. One of the giant insects towered ferociously over the guy with the orange mohawk, jaws open. The man looked in panic at the artifact in the form of a ring on his finger, hoping for the magic of the attack. While he was absurdly shouting spells and asking the blue-haired guy how to use the ring, he shouted indignantly that he was not a stranger. Above the red-haired man, who covered his head with his hands, the jaws of huge ants could be seen. While he continued to sit with his eyes closed, all the insects were blown away. The main character stood next to the guys who had fallen into a trap, cutting monsters with a sword. He looked good-naturedly at the guys, declaring that the sword obeyed him and clarifying that the Baron had sent them for him. Behind the jock, a crowd of armed people appeared, some of whom were cripples. At the head of the procession was the one-armed Chanrishin, who fiercely ordered to attack the monsters, pointing his sword forward. The prisoners were promised that if Eric, Chanrishin, and Leslie were not found, they would be released, but Chanrishin quickly won them over to his side. He stood behind the stone, as if behind a podium, telling them the plan for clearing the dungeon and escaping outside, and the prisoners sitting on the ground agreed with him. While the crowd looked at the speaker with hope, the guy said that they should tell all the townspeople what was really happening in this prison. Standing away from the crowd with a satisfied expression on his face, Eric said that the best way out would be to resolve everything peacefully. At this moment, one of the prisoners, bursting into laughter, stood up and clarified whether they really wanted to condemn the Baron, calling those gathered crazy. The person who doubted the success of the plan and suggested that they just run away was a guy with an orange mohawk. Chanrishin rudely asked what the guy planned to do next, declaring that the Baron was just waiting for a battle. He angrily told the crowd that if their hands were stained with blood, then none of those gathered would be able to live an ordinary life. After these words, the entire crowd began to be indignant at the guy with the mohawk, and he angrily took out a knife, not wanting to put up with criticism. He noted that the people did not dare say a word to the prison, but now they started a racket, and meanwhile his knife broke. The guy looked in bewilderment at all the weapons he had left, while Eric stood far away with his hand raised. People were born free, especially since they had the advantage of being a Walterian warrior. When the crowd began chanting the name of leader Chanrishin, the guy with the orange mohawk froze in bewilderment and indignation. Chanrishin, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, thanked the crowd for their support. The jock, watching the young guy with a soft gaze, noticed that he had overcome his excitement and was now making a speech in front of the crowd, and Leslie displeasedly remarked that now they just had to get out of here. The girl was biting her nails from tension. The main character looked at Leslie and, noticing that she had not been looking very good lately, asked if anything was hurting her. The red-haired girl stopped biting her nails and froze. The next moment she turned to Eric, saying with a frown that this sometimes happens to girls, and the guy began to apologize for his question. Leslie felt bad and went to the cave to rest, asking the jock not to bother her. The guy with the mohawk looked like he was contemplating something devious. The dungeon offered a view of many caves from which a blue glow emanated. In the blue light, Changrishan's face looked sad. The guy was sitting on the edge of one of the glowing caves when Eric came down to him, asking why he was not sleeping and receiving a counter question. The main character, sitting down next to Changrishan, said that tomorrow he was waiting for a meeting with his friends, and this was making him unable to sleep, and the guy asked if we were talking about people from the guild. The one-armed guy noted that the jocks team consisted of only beauties, to which he replied that one of them was male, which shocked his interlocutor. While Changrishan thought dreamily about his colleagues being a loner on Earth, Eric looked at him with pity. The stranger was deaf and looked at books more often than at people, and it was because of books that he once even died. The main character, with a perplexed look, clarified whether the guy came to this world after death. Changrishan blithely said that at first he wanted to commit suicide, but then he slowly reached the 5th level and met people who also died and were reborn. All these people were from different countries, and the guy saw them for the first time, but these harsh conditions made them friends. Changrishan happily said that perhaps these were his first friends, which is why he is still happy remembering that time. He said that then they reached the 20th level, and when he got to Ratna, he was left alone again. The guy did not wear a mask and used his real name, hoping to become a famous warrior and find his comrades. Under cover of night, he admitted to the jock that he wanted peace between the Ratnians and Earthlings, doing everything in the name of justice, and Eric added that in the end it turned out to be only the fruits of selfishness. Afterwards, the main character asked a rhetorical question, "What's wrong with this?" crossing his legs. In each luminous recess, a person was dozing, and Eric, meanwhile, reported that everyone has the right to a dream. The jock said with a smile, and that in fact there are no people who are planning something without looking for personal gain. The only difference is whether you are looking for gain only for yourself or for someone else. Everyone who is in 5th place here at least owes their lives to Changrishan's egoism, so everyone understands his dream of creating a world without hostility. The guys continued to sit on the edge of the glowing cave, surrounded by other similar recesses in the rock. Eric felt a little awkward after this conversation, but a moment later he thought that he was old enough to talk about such things. Kneeling down, Changrishan bowed his head in front of the main character as a sign of respect. Now the young guy considered Eric his idol, promising that everyone would know the name of this hero, which greatly irritated the Musliman and made him regret what he had said. There was no more blue light in the caves. Leaning against the stone wall, painful Leslie tried to crawl forward. She could no longer walk, having fallen to the ground, but continued to encourage herself that there was only a little time left. There were bloodstains hidden under the hair on the girl's back, and someone called out to her, Zenobia. With anger that they wanted to abandon her, Queen Caldria, disguised as a member of the great land of Leslie, took out a knife. Having almost pulled the weapon out of its case, the girl concluded that she would die in any case, deciding to take a desperate step. A guy with an orange mohawk walked steadily towards her from behind, looking everywhere for Zenobia, who only asked him not to come near. The man put his hand on her shoulder, clarifying that she also did not want to remain these crazy people. The guy happily said that he had agreed to meet with the military nearby, and it turned out that they were offering a good reward. At this moment, the red-haired girl in Barnaul hit the man in the stomach, but he did not understand the reason for her actions. A person with Leslie's appearance looked with delight with her crazy yellow eyes as the guy writhing in pain. She concluded that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of here because she was just a toy and bloody traces appeared in space. The yellow screen showed that the girl made a sacrifice for the sake of a great cause, destroying the Ratnian and receiving not only experience points, but also the delight of the Ampalas. 2 knights with spears appeared in the cave, observing a frightening picture. The red-haired girl sat on the corpse of a guy bleeding, bursting into laughter, and one of the knights concluded that she was a prison escapee. She raised her head up, wanting them all to die. Eric, with the sword behind his back, looked forward intently. When the Walterian and Changrishan went to look for Leslie, it was already too late. The fugitive and the guard were dead, and the problem was that the guard was killed by a prisoner. Changrishan picked up a bloody knife found next to the girl from the ground. While attempting to revive Leslie, he concluded that she had probably attempted suicide but was still alive. Carefully examining the dead guard, Eric came to the conclusion that he was killed with a knife, and it was presumably Leslie who struck the blow, but the question was why he was alone. Turning the last question over in his head, the guy turned his head to the side in surprise. A little further into the cave one could see a bloody spear stuck into the ground. Changrishan was still shaking the girl by the shoulders, complaining that she had not told about everything in advance, and Eric called out to him. I was heading to the cave club, and without turning around to look at the young guy, the jock asked to wake up all the prisoners and go to the boss's room, and he with the girl in his arms looked at him in bewilderment. Looking at the blood stain left on his palm, the main character concluded that one of the guards was still alive. When he warned Changrishan that help would soon appear, it dawned on him. Taking out a magical artifact that was now emitting a green glow, Eric decided to track the second guard and block his path. Glancing back with a smile, the Musliman offered to meet in the eastern part of the gorge after clearing the dungeon, finally asking if the young man could handle it. The one-armed guy began to be carried away by a whirlwind, through which he could not see anything. He only tried to call out to Hyunam, who, armed with a sword, was rushing into the depths of the cave at full speed. Cutting through all the obstacles in his path, the man was at the same time very worried due to a bad feeling. Swinging his sword in concentration, Eric believed that he needed to return. When a dark silhouette thrust a sword into him from behind, the main character thought that if he had returned, he could have avoided the worst. Eric looked up with astonished eyes at the stranger who had struck him. He quickly flew back, causing a dust storm to form. Examining the wound site, where there was now not a scratch, the guy was perplexed. Suddenly, a figure in a dark robe with a masked face appeared in front of him and called his real name, and then corrected himself while Eric, standing on one knee, prepared the sword. With a look full of awareness, the main character came to the conclusion that this was not an accident. Towering in front, the Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood confirmed the man's guesses, declaring that he had come on business. Meanwhile, the crowd was leaving the previous place in a hurry. Chanrishin ran ahead of everyone, carrying Leslie on his back, and one of the prisoners asked in bewilderment where the Walterian warrior was. He turned around and with a smile asked not to worry about him, explaining that he was distracting the guards so that the crowd could get out of here unnoticed, and they would meet outside on the train. People in the crowd really liked this plan, and there were loud exclamations of satisfaction. Against the backdrop of a cheering crowd, Changrishin, with Leslie on his back, looked more serious than ever. As he approached the exit, he noted that he must not hesitate, if only for the sake of all those who believed him, deciding to bear responsibility when it was all over. No matter how times changed, heroic behavior always had an effect on people, and the hero's eyes were widened by what he saw. The crowd led by Changrishin was met by an ambush of knights with catapults. The world would not be welcoming to heroes. After meeting with his comrades and the Walterian warrior, the young man believed that now everything would work out, watching in shock the picture that opened up. Changrishin turned to the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to take cover. At that moment, blood sprayed from his mouth, merging with the scarlet space. One after another, the prisoners died from the blows, sprinkling their blood all around. Seeing how people's legs gave way before falling dead, Changrishin blamed himself for everything. The helpless extras, who were trying to do justice, were now screaming in their death throes. The frightened prisoners tried to escape. That's how the story ended. Closing the book, the reader concluded that the script was cheap and moderately intriguing. Changrishin sat at his desk with a dissatisfied face, concluding that in the end everything ended without any meaning or reason. The book was snatched from the perplexed guy's hands. Leslie, sitting opposite, looking at the guy strangely, said that there was still an afterword. A bright projection of Chanrishin and Leslie from another world illuminated their bodies lying in blood in the dungeon of the Ratney world. The red-haired girl who woke up looked with pity at the young man, realizing that he would blame her for everything and die cursing her. She touched his lips with her fingers. First, Leslie took out from a hiding place in the book a fragment of the Ampala's blessing, sparkling purple. Opening the mouth of the dying Chanrishin, the girl placed a magic stone there. The knights, meanwhile, scoured among the corpses of the finished ones, trying to find evidence of the death of the Walterian. One of the soldiers discovered a surviving criminal with an artifact in the form of a ring hanging around his neck. In a sitting position, leaning on the wall with his broken head, a guy with a blue mohawk begged to spare him, but the knight said that it would not be possible to do this because of the master's order. However, the soldier noted that if the fugitive helps them find the Walterian, they will save him. The blue-haired guy only hesitantly repeated pleas for salvation, which the soldier in front of him could not understand at all. Right behind the knights at the entrance, the dark silhouette of a monster could be seen, contrasting with the bright light breaking through the arch. This was a man with the features of a monster. The man was wrapped around and consumed by dark muscle tissue. At this time, Eric looked contentedly at the Inquisitor, rejoicing at his intervention. The blonde man in the mask opposite the guy said that there would be an appropriate punishment for the defense, adding that this concerns the fact that he was passing off a Ratnian as a foreigner. Having given a philosophical speech, the Inquisitor concluded that the Dark Brotherhood is not concerned with vile deeds. Eric at that time stood motionless with a sword at the ready. The masked man said another metaphorical thought, and at that time the jock put his sword in front of him, covering his eyes. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, wondering if the fact that he was pretending to be a Walterian was important. The smile turned into a serious expression, and Eric decided to leave, leaving the Inquisitor alone. A blond man in a mask thoughtfully said that he would have to ask Sir Addies and Ether about the blessing of the Umpalas. The main character, standing a little further away, at that moment put the blade of his massive sword to the Inquisitor's neck without turning to look at him. Eric looked at his interlocutor with caution, not understanding how he knew about his comrades. When asked what happened to Addies and Ether, the Inquisitor replied that he had not done anything with them yet. When the masked man clarified that he had better get to know Eric first, he gave him a contemptuous look full of distrust. The man put away the sword. The Inquisitor began to grow a shoulder, adding that the interlocutor may not answer right now. Turning straight to Eric, the blonde guy concluded that there was no point in continuing this conversation because there would be no truth and trust anyway. Leonhardt sharply rushed to attack the jock, and he reflected the quick blows with his blade. When the Inquisitor was in close proximity to Eric, he fiercely raised a huge sword above his head. The masked man quickly dodged the attack, moving his blade to the side. He knocked the main character's sword away with his hand, forcing him to lower his weapon to the ground. Crashing into the ground, the blade cut it in the huge stones further away, raising dust. The Inquisitor noted the enormous destructive power of the sword, adding that this is where its properties end. Again raising my weapon to strike, Eric stated that the masked man was the first to start this fight, indignantly noting his carelessness. When the blade was already flying towards the Inquisitor, he again stopped the powerful blow with his hand. Leonhardt dodged, moving forward, and the rising whirlwind lifted his cloak, hiding his head. Eric's sword was firmly stuck in the wall, and the guy looked up, frowning at his weapon. At that moment, the Inquisitor flew towards him, intending to punch his sculpted, dark abs. Leonhardt threw a powerful punch that sent the big Musliman flying back into the wall. Eric glared angrily at his opponent as he held out his fist, noting that the aliens only relied on landmark skills, but this did not look like a technique acquired after long training. Stretching my gloved hand forward, Leonhardt threatened Eric not to even think about fighting half-heartedly, confidently adding that habits do not lie. At this moment, the main character, holding the hilt of the stuck sword, kicked the enemy in the stomach with all his might. Grasping the guy's leg with his hand, Leonhardt concluded that it didn't look like a skill. Continuing to hang on the handles of the ball, the jock leaned his feet against the wall, furiously declaring that he was glad to hear this. The next moment, Eric shouted with all his might that he had never studied anything like this. The main character pulled the sword with all his strength, tearing it out of the wall along with a huge stone piece, which fell with a roar directly on the Inquisitor, raising dust. A piece of the wall was covered with deep cracks, from which turquoise light oozed. Under the force of the prana drill, the stone shattered into small pieces, and thus Leonhardt was freed from its oppression. Assuming that Eric was not a foreigner, the Inquisitor asked where he got such strength at the 5th level. Admiring how his opponent broke the stone, the jock sarcastically replied that he just beat the dog a little, and this is the result. Saying that the guy was out of his mind, the Inquisitor furiously raised his fist to strike, raising a whirlwind around him. Eric was preparing for an attack and parried, clarifying what to say about a person who mistook the 5th level for a sign of an alien. The men fought again using the power of prana and a massive sword. The whirlwind from the blows swirled around their figures, rising high into the air. The Inquisitor, striking, said that there was nothing strange in the fact that the stranger had the 5th level, and Eric put his sword in front of him, repelling the attack with it like a shield. Leonhardt continued his explanation, saying that in this world created by the 6 goddesses, a foreigner is not an ordinary creature. Noticing with shock how the Inquisitor forcibly healed his broken arm with turquoise energy, Eric said that he was also unusual. The masked man swung, but missed the jock, who managed to jump back, sliding along the ground. Holding his sword forward, Eric furiously asked if there weren't any good strangers. Having revealed that he no longer knows who is a villain and who is not, the main character cut his opponent's cloak. Now Leonhardt, wearing only his jacket, was approaching the jock, raising his fist for another blow. The Inquisitor menacingly said that only those who have real power can talk about evil, after which he issued a philosophical saying. After these words, the blonde guy hit Eric on the jaw with all his might, and he flew up. Staring down at his enemy with hostility, the protagonist, with blood flowing from his mouth, came to the conclusion that the Inquisitor specializes in single-handed combat. He grabbed the enemy with his pumped arm, realizing that he did not benefit from a long one-on-one battle. The man then violently headbutted Leonhardt in the head. Both opponents, standing on the destroyed ground, grabbed their heads after the blow. The blonde Inquisitor lowered his head, noticing that a piece of the broken mask that had been hiding his face all this time had fallen into his hand. Eric, looking at Leonhardt with hostility, began to swing a huge sword. The blonde, who turned out to be a level 120th plus alpha spiritualist, looked at the jock with bright green eyes, holding an object made of prana in his hands and informing him that he was late. Eric's astonished face was illuminated by a turquoise glow that filled the space. Leonhardt squeezed the magic object tightly, and cracks appeared on it. The body of the jock from such an attack flew through several thick walls, breaking through them. A strong whirlwind carried the main character further into the darkness. Then Eric stuck the sword into the ground and stopped, holding tightly to the hilt while simultaneously talking about the strength of the enemy. The jock remembered that he swung his sword, looking in bewilderment at his hand, which was damaged in several places. Leonhardt flew towards him sharply, appearing with a powerful explosion, accompanied by rising debris and dust. Concentratedly watching the enemy, the Inquisitor, surrounded by a turquoise barrier, explained that Eric could not break through his blocking with his sword. Rushing into the fray again, Leonhardt explained that the jock had superior physical strength, while he himself had superior prana power. While striking, the blonde guy concluded that the entire force of the sword's blow remained in Eric's hand, to which he was indignant at the enemy's meanness. To the main character's comments, the Inquisitor replied that for him it was trying his best. As I kicked the sword out of Eric's hand, Leonhardt again used a suitable metaphor, comparing himself to a predator on the hunt. Turquoise prana emanated from the leg, and the blonde warrior finished his speech by saying that he accurately assessed the weak points of the victim and confidently attacked him. While Eric tried to reach the hilt of his sword in a panic, Leonhardt stated that it was surprising to him that the Musliman could not use the power of his aura to attack. When the Inquisitor swung his leg for a new blow, a translucent turquoise cube appeared on it. Prana emanated from the green eyes of the blonde man in threads, and he noted that Eric also smelled like a predator. He struck the pitcher with all his might, and he flew through the rocks. Eric's body rushed across the entire huge arena, breaking through the walls in its path. The main character rolled her eyes, letting out a scream as his back collided with the rocks, breaking them. Having destroyed the arena wall, the main character froze in the air, arching his back from the shockwave. He gritted his teeth with tension, looking very aggressive as stone debris rose into the air. Suddenly his body was pressed against the rubble by a huge strip of prana. Multiple turquoise magic cylinders were aimed straight at Eric, pressing him further against the wall. The prana weapon was controlled by an Inquisitor who rose into the air. He secured all the turquoise cylinders in one place, not giving Eric a chance to escape, and his sword fell down, piercing the ground. Narrowing his eyes at the enemy's location, Leonhardt concluded that it did not look like he was using Ampala's skills or blessing. Turning his back on his prana weapon with the intention of leaving, the Inquisitor concluded that no signs of an alien were detected in Eric, casting Chanrishan under suspicion. The disappointed blonde young man took a step. At that moment one of the cylinders fell to the ground. A gnarled, muscular arm emerged from the rubble. From the powerful impact, the remaining cylinders, along with debris and rising dust, were scattered to the sides, and glowing red eyes could be seen. Leonhardt turned around with a malicious smile, watching Eric get out. He happily concluded that this was the real face of the jock standing behind him. Leaning forward, Eric stood with a sword in his hands without a single scratch. He raised his head, revealing his blazing red eyes. Eric prepared to attack, breaking the ground under his feet. Holding the sword, he rushed at his opponent with all speed, leaving indentations from his feet in the ground as he ran, and a destroyed wall was visible behind him. At this time, Leonhardt was concentrating on building a barrier of honeycombs of turquoise energy. When the sword hit the prana shield, a bright flash appeared underneath it. The Inquisitor parried the jock's blow by blocking with his shield, and a whirlwind arose around his opponents. Bleeding wounds appeared on the hand holding the hilt. The blonde guy stated that the protagonist's aura had no meaning in front of the power of his prana. Bathed in turquoise, Leonhardt concentrated his energy into his outstretched palm, seriously asking Eric if he was that desperate, calling him pathetic. The main character, Savage, with a furious cry, ran towards the enemy with a predatory gaze, shrouded in a bloody aura. He slammed his huge fist into the prana barrier with all his might, punching through the turquoise honeycomb with crimson energy. Confusion was easily visible in the Inquisitor's green eyes as he looked at the powerful blow. The energy of the turquoise barrier mixed with the scarlet aura as Eric angrily extended his hand towards his opponent. Watching the jock's hand, Leonhardt was perplexed how he managed to break through his barrier with just the residual aura in his body, concluding that in any case this would only harm Eric himself. The main character with glowing red eyes confidently continued to reach out to the enemy through the fragments of the barrier, while the Inquisitor made the assumption that the warrior no longer felt pain. The prana shield shattered into turquoise pieces, and Eric raised his sword to strike, being very close to his hated enemy. The guy with glowing red eyes and a grin put all his power into the blow, raising a powerful energy wave in the air. Leonhardt managed to dodge, moving Eric's sword to the side with his hand and noting that this could no longer even be called a sword technique. The Inquisitor with glowing green eyes noted that his opponent now resembled an animal, and raised his fist behind his back, on which an energy cube appeared, preparing for a powerful attack. The blonde young man hit the jock right in the face, raising fragments of the barrier in a whirlwind. He cast a smug look at the main character, declaring that if you fight monsters for a long time, you yourself become like them. When Eric fiercely grabbed his opponent's hand with his teeth, Leonhardt wondered who the Muslimman was fighting with in this case. Without releasing the Inquisitor's fist from his mouth, Eric grabbed his face. A powerful explosion sounded from the underground, throwing up stone fragments mixed with sand and dust. The rocks of the gorge shook violently. Addis and Ether walking along it were amazed by the sounds from which sand fell from the stones, suggesting that their friend had met with the Inquisitor. The guy and girl found the shortest path into the gorge leading to the boss's room, where Eric and Leonhardt were supposed to be, and quickly hurried there. Listening to the sounds, Ether was afraid that their friend was losing this battle. In response to the girl's concerns, Addis gloomily stated that the main problem is not even this, but that if Eric is fighting against the Inquisitor, it means against the entire order as a whole. While the magician was guessing the possible outcome of the battle, Eric, gritting his teeth from tension, with burning eyes, tried to strike with his sword. Leonhardt, with a smug look, did not allow this to be done, putting his hand forward with a clenched fist, and Addis said in the gorge that as a result of the battle, Eric would either kill the enemy or die himself. Then Ether fearfully asked the question, if their friend wins this fight, will he become addicted to killing? Addis confidently replied that he would never allow such a thing to happen. The magician ordered to speed up, and the hunters quickly ran towards the boss's room. The warrior in red armor rose to his feet again. The skeleton stared at him with black empty eye sockets, from which a blue glow emanated. These were monsters who did not hesitate to kill people. The warrior destroyed the monster with one blow of his sword, cutting off its bony head. The warrior with the bloody helmet had no reason to sympathize with the monsters. The skeletons called the enemy a monster in a human voice and wished for his death, attacking the man. The warrior cut off the head of every monster without hesitation. He had no doubt that he always stood on the side of justice, without hearing the screams and groans that would make even his heart tremble. If he had heard them, he himself would have been disgusted with hunting monsters. The man froze, watching the spear fly at him. The weapon pierced the hero's chest, pinning him to the ground. Due to the low level to use the Ampala's blessing, the user switched to automatic hunting mode. The spear passed through the hole in his chest and remained in the ground as the warrior stood up. The chosen hero, who was not stopped by anything, existed only in the book that Changrishan was now reading. Reading page by page, the guy agreed that it was just a story. Now the chosen hero himself turned into one of the monsters he had fought so hard against, and his cloak fluttered in the wind. The creature roared ferociously, its demonic mouth opening wide and its violet eyes flashing. While the monster standing among the corpses was bathed in a purple glow, he was continuously gaining a huge number of points, increasing his level at a breakneck speed. The words Ampala's Delight 805 mg appeared on the yellow screen. The guy with the blue mohawk looked at the creature in fear, not understanding what it was. He looked around and saw the corpses of prisoners lying densely on the ground. In addition to them, there were also corpses of warriors. The monster with a terrifying grin was getting closer and closer to the confused guy. In one movement, the creature tore the ring-shaped artifact from his neck, and the completed survivor closed his eyes in fear. While the monster was putting on the ring, the guy with the mohawk screamed in fear that he would give away a magical object that he didn't even know how to use, begging him not to kill him. The frightened survivor covered himself with his hand, and at this time a yellow light of healing began to emanate from the artifact. The deep cut on the arm of the guy with the mohawk healed in an instant, leaving not a trace. The prisoner looked at his shoulder in surprise, realizing that all this time he had had a healing artifact, and the monster began to move away. While the creature carried the unconscious Leslie in its arms, speculation arose that those who knew the spells were strangers. The monster said intermittently that everything was safe and there was no need to fight anymore. Looking at the saber in the center of the circle, surrounded by a turquoise glow, the monster added that the clearing of the dungeon went according to plan. Suddenly, a stream of fire appeared in front of the creature's feet. From the ledge above, a voice ordered the monster to move to the side, threatening to shoot if it approached the center. Addis contemptuously called the creature a foreigner. Holding a magical device, and a concentrated ether was squatting next to him with two swords in her hands. Looking at the frightened guy, Sana thought that from the very beginning he suspected that he was somehow strange. After which, the prisoner immediately tried to escape. Continuing to think, Chanrishan noted that he could not even think that the guy was a foreigner. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Ether caught up with the guy and prevented his escape. The excited wyvern turned to Addis and asked if this was really so. Taking the magical artifact into his hands, group member Radha stated that this is so, adding that this can be found out using the blessing of Omplas, which is contained in his staff. Looking at Changrishan's body, whose body was filled with a powerful aura, Addis reported that he had used it, noting that he had lost his leading position. A member of the Radha group stated that the stranger managed to kill too many soldiers and thereby raise his level. Alarmed, Ether wondered if the Great Land was hunting the city's inhabitants. With a serious expression on his face, Addis noted that in the past they experimented on the Ratnians to make monsters out of them. Turning to the guy, group member Radha asked if the Voltarian warrior was with him. Further, the guy said that the warrior was with them, noting that at some point he disappeared from sight. Wary, Addies assumed that they had missed him. Smirking, Ether stated that it was for the best. Looking around the expanses of the dungeon, which contained many corpses of knights, a member of the Rada group said that they could be sure of the soldiers' intention to kill all the escaped prisoners. He was glad that this horror was not created by Ryu. Pointing to the blade, shrouded in mana, the guy asked the guys to stop talking about what is good and what is not, adding that they need to get out of there as soon as possible. Looking at Chanrishin, in whose hands Leslie's body was, the guy said that he was very tenacious. He told the guys that Sana had dismembered the warriors, who were in armor from head to toe, in one movement. From Changrishin's helmet, his eyes could be seen, completely shrouded in aura. The guy assumed that the guys didn't believe him because they themselves didn't see what Chanrishin had done. As they prepared to fight, the members of Ryu's group stated that they knew this. Raising the blade above herself, Ether noted that if Sana was allowed to go outside, then other hunters could suffer because of this and then he would become even stronger. Having activated the magic seal, Addies said that of all the hunters, only they have experience in fighting such monsters. Group member Rada noted that if Sin has Ampla's blessing, then they will be able to remove all suspicion from the main character. Having taken one step, Chanrishin froze in one position. After which, with lightning speed, Sana rushed towards the stunned guys, asking if they were talking about Ryu. Raising his hand, Chanoshin asked the guys not to attack him. Looking at Chanrishin, Addies thought that he still had some remnants of his mind. Group member Rada stated that they are also looking for the main character, which is why they are in a hurry, noting that if Sana helps, then they would not want to fight him just like that. Listening to him, Chanrishin was lost in his own thoughts. Addies noted that it would be easier for Sana to escape from there, taking on her original appearance. After which, a mysterious glow appeared from the magical artifact of the Rod group member. Looking at him, the excited Ether asked what he was going to do. Group member Rada stated that he had assumed these events, which is why he simplified the magic of sharing Ampla's blessing in advance. Having activated the magic seal, Addies noted that he had not checked whether it worked in reality. Observing her comrade's technique, Ether was amazed that Ampla's blessing was being separated from him. A mysterious aura gradually emerged from Changrishin's body. Leslie was unconscious in San's arms. A memory arose in Ether's head of how Alai, holding blades in her hands, was preparing for battle. The shocked wyvern thought about the great land. Suddenly, the guys saw how the guy pointed the blade towards the magical portal. The guy, scared to death, said that he did not want to die here. Seeing this, the alarmed Addies asked him to stop. Next, Ether rushed towards the guy in order to stop him. Watching all this, group member Rada was shocked. Addies' magical artifact was filled with an ominous aura. Turning around, the frightened Ether called out to him. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above the wyvern's head. Turning around, Ether discovered that she was in some part of the city. Being in genuine shock, the wyvern thought that she had missed Addies, noting that they had moved to different places. Suddenly, someone called out to her. An excited Martin asked if they had just cleared the dungeon, adding that they never showed up at the appointed place, saying that he was looking for them. Seeing her comrade, the wyvern was confused. Trying to get up, the guy reported about a stranger who had appeared in the dungeon, adding that he had destroyed everyone. Looking at the strong explosion, he stated that they needed to quickly call the hunters there and destroy the stranger. Looking at the resulting explosion, Ether fell into a stupor. Frightened Martin said that there was a hunters guild in that direction. Hearing this, the wyvern's face was filled with genuine fear. Looking at the magician, an angry Brad asked where he shot. The alarmed magician noted that there was a monster in that place, after which, Brad said that in this case, you need to aim at the monster. At that moment, unconscious, Addies hung on Chanrishin's shoulder. An agitated Brad tried to bring band member Rod to his senses. Looking at Sam, he informed the hunters that he had a hostage, asking everyone to step back. Wary, Brad thought that he had been worried about this ever since the Inquisitor appeared, adding that such monsters had never appeared there before. Slowly, Chanrishin tried to bend down in order to place Addies' body on the ground. Brad couldn't believe that the monster came out after clearing the dungeon. Suddenly, the hunters surrounded the mutated Chanrishin from all sides, pointing their weapons at him. Furious, Brad asked what they were doing. Baring his teeth, the knight declared that the stranger was holding people with his tail and hands, ordering the hunters not to miss such a chance. Smiling, the hunter noted that he looked big, but peaceful. Rushing into the attack, the stranger said that he would hit him in the head. Suddenly, blood spattered on his face. Bending down, Sana stabbed him with his stinger. Next, wings emerged from his back. Watching this, Brad was shocked. The angry Chanrishin called the hunters vile monsters, ordering them not to interfere. The defeated bodies of the hunters were located throughout the area. Looking at this, Ether fell into a stupor. Her gaze fell on the frightened Martin, who rushed to Brad. Greatly frightened, the wyvern tried to call out to him. Turning his attention to her, Brad said he was glad she was okay. Many wounds were visible on his face. After asking for forgiveness, Brad said that Addis had been captured, adding that San was stronger than they thought. He stated that their enemy had wings. From what she heard, with a frightened face, Ether froze in one position. The amulet on her chest began to emit a glow. Rushing off, the wyvern declared that she would bring healers as quickly as possible. Taking her hand, Brad said that there was no need to do this, adding that Martin had bought artifacts in advance for restoration. Looking at Martin, who was barely holding back tears, Brad asked if it was true. Taken aback, Martin noted that he always puts himself in danger. Smiling, Brad said that it was for this reason that Ether should find Addis faster, noting that if the hunters try to destroy the monster in any way, then Addis would be in danger. Looking at the alarmed wyvern, he asked if she had chickened out, adding that she herself called herself a brilliant beauty. After which, Ether pulled her hand out of Brad's bonds, thanking him. Watching the wyvern immediately set off, Brad asked how he looked. Martin reported that it was normal, noting the rustic nature. With a thoughtful look, Brad said he couldn't keep her here, adding that she had to do better. Using his technique, the wyvern rose into the sky. A pin was visible on her cloak. The night sky of the city was shrouded in clouds. In the vastness of the sky, Chanrishin was visible, in whose arms Leslie was. Hanging in the air, Sana spoke of the edge of the eastern gorge and the promise. Remembering the promise, Chanrishin froze in one position at the moment when a mysterious blue light appeared on his way. Flying to the side, Sana saw the trail left by a wyvern flying at colossal speed. Watching this, Chanrishin was lost in thought. His gaze fell on Ether, from whose wings streams of mana emanated. With a serious expression on her face, Ether stated that she was not surprised by this, adding that they were strangers and she was a wyvern. Heavy snowfall began in the mountainous areas. The angry wyvern ordered Chanrishin to release Addis, calling him a monster. Looking at her, Sana called her a monster. Holding Leslie's body in his hands, Chanrishin tried to clear his throat. Unconscious, Leslie tried to mutter something. Wary, Sana spoke about the promise again, declaring that he was coming. Suddenly, Chanrishin quickly began to fall down. Seeing this, Ether immediately set off in pursuit. The enraged wyvern asked if Sana thought she could outrun her in the sky. After which, with unimaginable speed, Ether rushed towards him. Blue flames were visible from her mouth. After freeing him, the wyvern declared that he better try it. Blue flames were directed towards Leslie. At that moment, alarmed Ether was thinking about Addis. Stopping the eruption of flame, the wyvern tried to clear her throat. Looking at Chanrishin flying into the distance, Ether noted that if she shot from behind, it could hit her comrade. The wyvern's gaze was fixed on the body of Addis, who was restrained by San's paws. A notification appeared in Chanrishin's head, informing him that the regeneration limit of Amplace's blessing had been reached. Watching him, Ether wondered why he was running away. Hanging over Chanrishin, the wyvern directed its paws towards his wings. Grabbing it, Ether prepared to attack using blue flames. Opening her mouth to erupt, the wyvern thought that in this case, she only needs to aim for the head. There were many spikes on San's head. Suddenly, a huge number of magical projectiles were formed from Chanrishin's body, which were directed towards the wyvern. After which, Ether tried to evade them. Continuing the chase, the wyvern noted that she had almost turned into a wasp hive. Many stone pillars were hit by Chanrishin's magical missiles. Suddenly, the stone columns began to collapse. Their debris began to fall towards Ether. The head of a wyvern was visible from a pile of stones, which tried to avoid it. Seeing something, Ether was shocked. Her gaze fell on Addis, whose hair was blowing in the wind. In the hand of group member Rod, a magical artifact was visible, from which a powerful stream of aura emanated. Addis apologized for spying on his memories, noting that when he heard about the existence of a stranger, he thought it was Sana. Hanging in the air behind Chanrishin, group member Rada noted that he knew this was not what he wanted. The alarmed Addis, screaming, asked him to stand before it was too late. With his hands to his ears, Chanrishin said he wouldn't do it, adding that nothing had changed. Placing her hands on Sun's face, Leslie said that pages had passed, and what would happen in the future had already been predetermined. Leaning towards Chanrishin, she noted that if you were going to die, it would be better to live in illusions. Turning to the stunned Addis, Sana asked for his name. Suddenly, the hands of group member Rod were bound with magical chains. Pushing off from the boulder, Ether prepared to jump. Grabbing the chains, group member Rada tried to free himself from them. The blue aura of Ether could be seen in the rubble of the stone columns. Crossing her blades, the wyvern prepared to attack. With lightning speed, Ether managed to cut off Chanrishin's tentacle. Wary, Sana froze in one position. Addis's body quickly began to fall down. Immediately, Ether rushed towards her comrade. Letting out an unimaginable roar, Sana prepared to launch an attack. A huge number of magical projectiles were aimed at the wyvern. At the place where Ether flew, a trace of her blue aura continued to remain. The excited wyvern did not give up trying to save Addis. Her gaze was directed towards group member Rod, who was unconscious. From the strong fall, dust rose on the ground. Many magical projectiles were aimed at the cloud of dust. Watching all this, Changrishan hung in the air. Sparks from his attack could be seen from the dust cloud. Lost in her thoughts, Ether reported that she was very cold, adding that her body was cooling down. The wyvern's eyes were closed. Opening her eyes, Ether was shocked. Continuing to think, she noted that she was enveloped by the feeling that she was dying. Seeing something, the wyvern fell into a stupor. A huge block of ice appeared at the site of the fight. Looking at Sen soaring in the air, Addis raised the magical artifact above himself. Wary, group member Rada said that it was time for him to wake up from his sleep. His gaze fell on Changrishan, whose helmet showed cracks. During a fierce fight, Ryu and Leonhardt clashed fists. After the impact, a colossal shock wave arose. Raising his hand above his head, Leonhardt thought about the habit of retreating to long distances after an attack, which testified to the protagonist's experience in hunting huge monsters. Looking at the angry Ryu, he noted that other habits also indicate many years of work as a hunter. Leonhardt reflected that despite Ryu's thoughtless actions, he could see that he was used to this struggle with himself. Genuine rage was visible in the eyes of the main character. Raising his sword, Ryu prepared to attack. With lightning speed, the main character rushed at his opponent. Watching Ryu attack, Leonhardt was shocked. With colossal power, the main character pushed his body to the side. Due to Ryu's blow, Leonhardt was thrown into a stone wall. Holding his hands to his face, he noted that the main character was repeating his techniques. Wiping the blood from his face, he thought that he didn't know this only because Ryu used two different methods of fighting. Leonhardt believed that the main character was simply looking for something that would work in an attack. Raising his blade, Ryu prepared to launch his next attack. Continuing his thoughts, Leonhardt noted that what he should really be afraid of is that the protagonist is not a monster, reflecting on instinctive adaptation for the sake of survival. Having created a magical barrier, Ryu's opponent felt that it was too dangerous for him to continue hand-to-hand combat. Raising the sword above his head, the main character froze in one position. Ryu's body was enveloped in streams of red aura. Looking at this, Leonhardt was shocked. His gaze fell on Ryu's blade, which he believed was shrouded in an aura. The protagonist's face was filled with hatred. With lightning speed, Ryu struck Leonhardt's arm with a vertical slash. Swinging, Chanrishan prepared to attack. His hand was directed towards Addis's face. Trying to block his attack, group member Rada used his magical artifact, which was covered in ice. While in his thoughts, Addis noted that Ampla's blessing had already reached its limit. Looking at Sen's body, which was shrouded in powerful streams of aura, group member Rada understood that they could still take some time, adding that it would not stop until all the user's energy was absorbed. Changrishan continued to strike countless times in an attempt to destroy Addis. Group member Rada was sure that it was impossible to get rid of the blessing now. A strong magical seal formed around Addis. In the middle of the seal, a block of ice appeared and struck Changrishan. Raising his magic staff, Addis asked Sen to pull himself together. While Changrishan was holding onto the ice block, the system notified him that he did not have enough strength to recover, after which, he stated that he was continuing the hunt. Wary, group member Rada froze in one position. Next, using his magic, Addis activated a fire spell that was directed towards Sen. Holding a book in his hands, the pages of which were empty, the system reported that this user was not allowed to participate in the battle. Squeezing it in his hands, he asked them to stop, wondering how many people had already suffered because of him. Chanrishan's body was enveloped in tentacles. The book in his hands began to emit a mysterious glow. The system announced that this user had no desire to survive. The eye in this book was shrouded in red. The system reported that from this moment all user rights are transferred to the blessing of Amplas, after which Changrishan let out a piercing roar. Shrouded in flames, he rushed towards Addis. Leslie, sitting on the bridge, watched their fierce battle. Wary, she suggested that Ampla's blessing was on the brink, adding that this would be the way things would end up in the end. Heading towards it, Ether asked if it was a great land. Leslie was taken aback when she saw her. After removing the rope from her hair, the wyvern's hair began to flutter in the wind. With an angry expression on her face, Etha asked if she knew her. Hearing this, Leslie became lost in her thoughts. Smirking, she stated that she did not know, noting the large number of Ratnians who wanted to kill her. Next, Ether brought her blade to her face. Beside herself with rage, the wyvern shouted at her to stop joking. Turning away, Ether said that she didn't really hope for it. The image of the deceased appeared in her head. Wyvern was sure that people like Leslie did not remember those who sacrificed their lives because of them. Ether believed that it was for this reason that they used people to achieve their goals and then abandon them. The image of a distraught maiden surfaced in her memories. The enraged wyvern asked how dare they do this, suggesting that for them it was some kind of trifle. Looking down, Leslie stated that the outlander who just survived was the true embodiment of evil. Looking at the distraught Chanrishan, she noted that if they were not like this, they themselves would become the subject of a hunt, adding that or they would be discovered and killed. With a worried look, Addis continued to rebuff Sana. Leslie considered it all pointless, saying that nothing would help. After which, she said that it was for this reason that the alien who was able to survive in this world was truly evil. Looking at Etha, who continued to hold the blade to her face, she assumed that this was why they had gotten there. Leslie stated that she was destined to die in pursuit of the pleasure of killing, which came from nowhere. Smiling, she asked the wyvern not to interfere, adding that such a death was fate for them. Shouting out indignation, Ether stated that these were all excuses, noting that if she was a person, then at least. After which, Sana appeared before them. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to strike the stunned wyvern. Next, he threw Ether's body off the bridge. With a shocked look, Addis watched her fall. Concentrating, group member Rada pointed his magic staff in her direction. At the last second, Addis managed to save Ether using his technique. A worried group member, Rada, asked if she was okay. Lying on the ground, the wyvern assumed that nothing had hit it. Looking at the place where Changrishin was, Addis asked if it was just a threat. Ether reported that this was not the case. Holding the magical seal in her hands, the wyvern noted that she did not know why this was so. Pointing her hand towards San, Leslie sent streams of her aura towards him. In her thoughts, she could not believe that this could even slightly atone for her sin, noting that all of this was the work of Alejandro. An agitated Leslie asked Chanrishin to leave this place, saying that the Inquisitor would arrive there soon. She stated that she alone would be enough, adding that she was a great land. San's gaze was filled with true hatred. Next, grabbing Leslie by the throat, Chanrishin lifted her up. While in his bonds, Leslie was shocked. Looking at her, Sana let out a high-pitched roar. The system announced a change in goal to the nearest highest level, reporting that energy was being replenished using the given goal. Wary, Leslie assumed that Ampla's blessing wanted to kill her and become bigger. She was amazed that despite all this, she still wanted to help these heroes. Smirking, Leslie declared that it was the worst ending. From what they saw, the stunned guys froze in one position. Leslie's gaze was shrouded in genuine shock. Trying to break free from the shackles of his armor, Changrishin declared that this was not the end. Baring his teeth, he did not stop trying to get out. After which, Sana was still able to leave them. Smiling, Chanrishin said that anyone who wants to become a warrior cannot be content with such an end. Turning to him, Leslie could not believe what she saw. Turning around, Sana watched as the crazed armor, under the influence of Ampla's blessing, tried to attack them. Horrified, Leslie said that the blessing was still there. Suddenly, Ampla's equipment threw the guys off the bridge. While falling, Sana pointed his hand upward. With emotion on his face, turning to Addis, Chanrishin declared that Ampla's blessing should no longer be spared. While under the influence of the technique, the armor was enveloped in streams of mysterious aura. Having created an unimaginably powerful seal, Addis said that thanks to Sana, he had gained time. Pointing the magic staff to the side, group member Rada used fire dragon magic using an ignition beam. The place of the duel was covered with many magical seals that were directed towards Ampla's. Addis activated the triple overlay of circles. With an angry look, group member Rada stated that he could not control the power of fire. After which, Addis waved his magic staff, the trace of which dissipated at the place where the technique was activated. Suddenly, his magic item began to crack. The colossal power of technology spread throughout the dungeon. Fiery tongues of flame enveloped the armor, which was under the blessing of Ampla's. Due to the influence of the technique, the armor let out a piercing roar. An unimaginably powerful explosion was heard in the vastness of the dungeon. The beam from Addis' technique was visible from the depths of the dungeon. The length of this ray was so great that its trace was visible in the vastness of the night sky. Due to its use, a hole appeared in a huge block of ice. With a surprised expression on her face, Ether asked why Addis hadn't used this technique yet. Group member Rada reported that she was above his level, noting that for this reason, he could not control her power. Holding Addis's exhausted body, the wyvern asked if he could fight. Group member Rada said that his strength is at its limit. Looking at the guys standing nearby, Astiz said he hoped that their strength was at the same level. Their gaze fell on Chanrishin and Leslie, who were frozen in one position. Looking down, Leslie announced that their fight was over, adding that there was no point in them fighting any further. Looking at the alarmed guys, she noted that they had no strength left for battle. Excited, Addis asked if Leslie would now run away. Having heard about this, she said that they themselves wanted to free the main character from the Inquisitor. Raising the emblem in front of her, Leslie stated that if they managed to defeat her, the Great Land, then the Inquisitor would have to go back, adding that he was simply chasing the blessing of Ampla's. Surprised, Chanrishin asked if she really wanted to be caught, noting that if she fell into the hands of the Inquisitor, there would be more problems. Turning, Leslie reported the Inquisitor's belief that there were strangers there, stating that it was for this reason that there was only one way out. She stated that San needed to save Ryu and follow him. Wary, Addis asked if she would really repent like the last coward. With disgust in her eyes, Ether believed that Leslie simply wanted to escape from fate. Smiling, Leslie noted that perhaps this was so, adding that this is why she did not want to end everything so meaninglessly. Suddenly, when they saw something, the guys were shocked. Their gaze fell on a huge block of stone that was falling in their direction. Horrified, Addis assumed that it was an aura. The main character's blade became covered with chips. At that moment, Leonhardt tried to touch his wounded shoulder. Raising his hand to it, he tried to use the recovery technique. Clenching his fist, Leonhardt noted that the healing was too slow due to the aura remaining in the wound, adding that he should just increase the effect. Leonhardt's body was covered with streams of powerful mana. While in his thoughts, he assumed that he was mistaken that Ryu would not be able to use aura, noting the thought that it was too strange not to use it. While observing the main character, he stated that he did not think that the aura would be used to counteract her prana. Looking at the distraught Ryu, Leonhardt noted that he was unable to control what escaped from his body. Blood slowly flowed from the nose of the enraged protagonist. His body was filled with a powerful aura emanating from him. Its streams enveloped the place of their duel. Holding his head, Leonhardt thought that it was huge, noting that in such conditions Ryu's body should have completely collapsed. Under the influence of a powerful aura, the main character let out a piercing roar. Leonhardt believed that then Ryu's aura would completely come out and destroy half the city, after which he folded his fingers to apply one of the techniques. Leonhardt thought that he would like to catch Ryu alive and get the necessary information. Taking a fighting stance, he noted that he would not be able to do this. Putting his sword behind his back, the main character prepared to attack. His eyes glowed a bright red, after which, with lightning speed, Ryu rushed towards his opponent. Having dodged the powerful attack, Leonhardt moved on to his attack. His fist was directed towards the protagonist's face, after which, Leonhardt's prana collided with Ryu's aura in a fierce battle. With unimaginable speed, the guys rushed towards each other. After their collision, a terrifying explosion was heard in the dungeon. Hanging in the air, the main character prepared to launch a new attack. Placing his blade in front of him, Ryu used the piercing technique. Due to the colossal power of the blow, an explosion was heard on the battlefield again. At that moment, the guy's gaze was riveted on their fierce battle. Horrified, Leslie wondered who the main character really was, that he could fight someone who had received the goddess's blessing. The excited Addis noted that he himself did not know the full strength of the main character, adding that it turned out that he also had an aura. Looking at Ryu hanging in the air, group member Rada assumed that he had summoned her during the battle. Addis was glad that the Inquisitor could not do anything to the main character. With a malicious grin on his face, Ryu froze in one position. Continuing to think, group member Rada wondered whether the anger that was transmitted through the aura actually belonged to the main character. With a worried look, Addis stated that there was only one way left. Clenching his fist, Changrishan froze in one position. Looking at the battlefield, turning to the stunned Leslie, he reported ignorance of what she had done in the past. Further, Changrishan stated that he only knows that he survived only thanks to her. With a look full of madness, the main character collided with Leonhardt's face. Sana noted that at the moment, Ryu is fighting while bleeding, adding that his opponent is also not a criminal. Clutching her face, Full tried to hold back her tears over the loss of Brad. Chanrishan said that those who died due to his fault were not criminals. Sana noted that those who grieved for the dead were all his fault, saying that he must be held accountable. With a serious expression on his face, Changrishan asked for this reason to give in to him this time, adding that he must pay for all his sins. Looking at the stunned Leslie, Sana declared that her place of atonement was not here, after which Sana took off, heading towards the fierce fight. Due to Ryu's powerful attack, blood gushed out from Leonhardt's mouth. At that moment, his foot was directed towards the protagonist's face. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. In the cloud of dust, Leonhardt's eyes were visible, which were covered with a mysterious glow. Putting his hand behind his head, he cast evocation. Using his technique, Leonhardt created a giant right hand that exuded streams of prana. After forming the technique, Leonhardt pointed a giant hand towards the protagonist. Holding his sword behind his back, Ryu activated one of his skills. Having pierced Leonhardt's technique, the protagonist activated cutting. Suddenly, cuts appeared on the fingers of Ryu's opponent, from which blood began to ooze. While in his thoughts, Leonhardt noted that he knew that Ryu would use this technique. Stretching both arms forward, he cast evocation, creating a giant left arm. An airflow seal was activated on Leonhardt's giant hand, after which he clenched his palms tightly. Suddenly, blood began to ooze from Leonhardt's palms. Bending down, the main character used the infinity skill. With lightning speed, Ryu used a longitudinal and vertical slash. Screaming, the main character pierced Leonhardt's technique. Raising his blade, the protagonist rushed towards his opponent. Smirking, Leonhardt noted that he knew this, adding that he should have taken the artifacts with him. After a colossally powerful blow, an explosion was heard in the dungeon. Leonhardt clenched his hand into a fist, and blood sprayed from the fresh cuts on his fingers. To increase his strength, the young man focused on the most basic defense techniques, which helped him receive the blessing of the goddess. Therefore, when Eric cut the Inquisitor's attack in two planes with a powerful aura, Leonhardt felt this destructive force and realized that this technique had been honed in battle a million times. The distraught Eric created huge streams of black and purple aura. As the alien's murderous attacks rushed towards Leonhardt, he realized that he needed to dodge and that he could do it. However, Leonhardt, with a smirk on his face, was very curious if he was truly the strongest. Scarlet streams of aura filled the airspace, moving at unprecedented speed. Dense, black smoke rose, making it impossible to see anything in the air. In the middle of this fog, Leonhardt stood motionless, Eric's sword resting on his bare chest. The aura made wounds on the body of the black-haired youth, from which blood oozing mixed with magical power. Leonhardt looked down with a distant expression on his face. The Inquisitor, looking at the enemy's broken and cracked sword, concluded that he could not resist the aura. Eric fell to his knees and powerlessly lowered his head when Leonhardt said dryly that neither the young man's body nor his weapon could withstand the aura. Eric coughed up clots of blood as the Inquisitor wondered if the aura had destroyed his opponent's insides in battle. Leonhardt coldly stared at the young man with his cold emerald eyes, coming to the conclusion that there was no point in fighting further. The Inquisitor, whose torso was striped with two elongated scars in the shape of a cross, thought about Eric's sword. The alien weakly held his crumbling weapon. With his fists on the floor, Eric desperately begged Leonhardt to spare them. Without raising his head, the young man assured that Addis, Ether and Chanrishan were good guys who would never have contacted the Inquisitor on their own. Leonhardt frowned thoughtfully when Eric asked him to pretend that the Inquisitor had not seen his comrades. Closing his eyes, Leonhardt agreed. Then he raised his hand, collecting prana in it, and said that he could not trample on the name of the goddess and allow himself to lose as someone who had her blessing. Leonhardt created a cone directed towards Eric's head and said that today there was no stranger with the 5th level, no Inquisitor, no one with the blessing of the goddess. Eric only quietly expressed his agreement, and that was enough for Leonhardt. The Inquisitor, looking straight at the stranger, introduced himself as Leonhardt Cattle Francis. Eric raised his head and, smiling weakly with bloody lips, said his real name. The Inquisitor flexed his fingers, creating more prana. Chanrishan roared deafeningly, calling for Eric. The young man turned around at the sound, and Leonhardt looked puzzled. Chanrishan ran up to his comrade, but Eric powerfully hit him with the top of his head, and he flew several meters back, leaving his feet up. When Chanrishan, not paying attention to the pain in his head, told Eric with a joyful smile how much he was worried, he only screamed, spitting blood, that the young man had come to deliver the finishing blow. When Leonhardt unobtrusively inquired about the identity of the young man who had come running, Eric tensely replied that he was just a crazy fool. Leonhardt looked at Chanrishan, who introduced himself, revealing his alien identity and talking about the murder of those innocent people. The young man, looking seriously at the Inquisitor, showed him his hand modified by the blessing of Almapas and declared that he was ready to take responsibility for what happened. Eric, enraged by these words, did not understand why Chanrishan should be responsible for this. Leonhardt directed magical blue cones towards both strangers, ordering the guys not to move. The Inquisitor frowned, causing wrinkles to accumulate on the bridge of his nose, and said that this situation required an explanation. Eric looked at Chanrishan with disappointment and irritation. The young man bowed his head and said that he would say everything he knew, after which he would receive any punishment. Chanrishan pressed his hand to his chest and raised his tone as he asked what would be left if he had to kill and fight to survive. When the young man shouted to stop fighting pointless battles, weapons were thrown into the air. Eric and Leonhardt froze in shock when a spear flew from behind and pierced the body of the young alien right through. Chanrishan coughed and drops of blood sprayed from his throat. Eric looked intensely at Leonhardt, who did not change his position, but was looking towards the wounded guy. Chanrishan fell to his knees. Vartan was the one who threw the spear at him. Tears accumulated in his eyes, and his face was twisted in horror at his action, but the people behind him looked aggressive and hostile. One man from the crowd wanted to make sure that Chanrishan was definitely a stranger, and another man, holding out his index finger, confidently shouted that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Someone in the crowd shouted that the alien was still breathing and could escape, and the rest, as if maddened, screamed, wanting to kill the young man. People raised their weapons, shouting slogans about killing the stranger and saving their comrades. Chanrishan hung on a spear in a pool of his own blood while a crowd of armed men quickly descended from above. Eric, realizing what had happened, called out to Chanrishan with a piercing cry. The young man hurried to get up. However, he immediately fell heavily to the ground with a pop, baring his teeth. Eric tensed with all his might and screamed that he couldn't move. Meanwhile, the crowd was already brandishing their weapons, preparing to stab the stranger to death. Eric, who was lying face down on the floor, opened his eyes when he heard a familiar address. The young man propped himself up on his elbow, watching in horror as Chanrishan pulled out his modified forearm and said that he had behaved too shamelessly. While people obsessed with the thirst for death were approaching the young alien, Chanrishan smiled radiantly and said that he wanted to become a hero, no matter what. Leonhardt intervened in the situation, releasing a powerful magical stream that stopped the angry crowd, but at the same time touched the stranger's body. The prisoners looked stunned at the burning Changrishan. In his free palm, Leonhardt clutched the fragment left from the young man. Leonhardt raised his spear, which wounded Changrishan, and the crowd cheered, raising their weapons with satisfied smiles. Leonhardt turned to Eric with a cold gaze and said that it would be better if he continued to lie in place. Eric rose heavily from the ground, indignant at Changrishan's behavior. Suddenly the young man screamed, filled with rage, and blood began to flow out of the wounds on his body again. Leonhardt tensed and stood in a fighting pose, preparing his spear to attack. Suddenly Addis appeared in front of Eric, and Ether appeared in front of Leonhardt. The girl screamed shrilly, demanding to stop, because they had already achieved what they wanted. Addis bowed his head bitterly and softly told Eric that now he had to stop. Eric, clutching a piece of his sword, listened with his teeth exposed in anger as Addis asked him to stop. The young man's weapon fell to the ground with a clang. Leonhardt also threw his spear, and Eric fell to his knees with a deafening cry, and Addis fell with him. Leonhardt, with a steely gaze directed at Eric, said that a promise only works once. While Addis carefully stroked Eric's hair, and Ether sat silently on the floor, Leonhardt turned to the crowd and said that there would be no next time. Leslie stood on the roof of a tall building. Her face looked worried. Blood oozed from the girl's clenched fist. A week passed, and that battle left its mark throughout the city. However, the residents immediately began to repair what had been destroyed and bring the city back to its previous form. Over time, they began to forget the stranger, because of whom the riots began. Such an end was his choice, but not his desire. There was an illusion of temporary calm, but his death did not change anything. In the courthouse of the city of Crater, someone loudly asked the Baron about a stranger who had escaped from prison. The Baron sat in a wheelchair, surrounded by intrusive journalists, and answered one of them that no illegal actions had been committed on the territory of the prison, and the accusation of the brutal murder of escaped prisoners was not enough. The Baron clenched his hand into a fist and cried, remembering the guards who, in an attempt to protect the escapees, themselves suffered and were killed, and mentioned that he himself risked his life for the sake of the prisoners. When the man revealed that he was alive thanks to Rod's courage, and because of this, he appointed him commander of the Night Corps, Rod introduced himself non-verbally with a grin. The Baron shouted that he had already punished the stranger for the lives of those numerous hunters, and also gave his word to punish all those involved in these atrocities. There was a spear in the grass, next to which lay a bouquet of flowers in a white wrapper. Ether, intertwining her fingers, sat by the grave while Martin, along with Elia and Full, thanked Addis for coming too. Martin asked worriedly if the Voltarian warrior was still unconscious. Addis replied that Eric had already come to his senses, but the magician looked very sad and worried. The young man added that the wounds were too deep, recalling how Eric left a small note. Addis said it will take Eric some time to recover. Ether, who shed tears on her hands, apologized for pursuing this stranger that day. Ether stood up, thinking about what would have happened if she then followed the guys. Suddenly, the sobbing girl was grabbed by the cheeks. Elia and Full assured her that Brad had foreseen this outcome and believed that she would become a strong hunter. Addis and Martin watched with smiles as the healer sisters said that Brad would have doubted this if he saw Ether in such a state, even though he had little understanding of people. Ether wiped her wet eyes with her hand, saying that she was the most beautiful in the world. The girl put her hands on her hips with a smile and said that she would raise her level and defeat all the bad guys. Martin took the spear out of the ground, saying that he wanted to give it personally to the Waltarian warrior. Martin asked Addis and Ether to take weapons. Ether looked at the spear in shock and realized that it was a Brad artifact. The girl remembered that this spear also pierced Changrishan right through. Addis politely refused, explaining that it would be better to leave this spear with Martin because they were on the same team. But the young man, without lowering his weapon, replied that Brad had borrowed it from a Waltarian warrior and always said that he would return it when he became as strong. Martin said that Brad would not want this spear to sit and rust, and instead it would better help Addis and Ether. It was a sunny day. Ether talked about how she and Addis couldn't refuse the young man, and the magician replied that they didn't need the extra load either because there were no spearmen on their team. Ether said that they should become even stronger, noting the weight of the spear, and Addis, who was carrying it, curtly agreed. Ether sincerely asked Addis if Eric hated Martin. The magician hesitantly suggested that Eric disliked Martin, and Ether said that it bothered her that the young man could not hate him. The young man and the girl approached the blue door of the brick building, deciding to ask Maiden if it was possible to exchange this artifact for another. Ether called Maiden as she walked into the building where there were drops of blood on the floor. Addis and Ether froze in horror, their eyes widening. Maiden sat on the bloody floor, where a thin knife and a scroll with drawings lay. Ether rushed to the girl, worried about her condition. Maiden raised her eyes to Ether and Addis in fear. Ether and Addis listened intently as Maiden reported that girl had come. Maiden clutched the knife in front of her while someone in front of her said that she could not attack this person. Leslie held the golden scrolls, telling a tense maiden that the ban inside her belonged to Leslie. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, reminding her that the scheme, stained with Maiden's blood, was still working. Leslie said with contempt that this ban was still in force and that Maiden would die immediately if he betrayed her. Maiden screamed that because of this ban, she could not even calmly pronounce Leslie's name. Maiden didn't understand why Leslie left her when she was so devoted to her. Maiden's eyes widened when Leslie coldly replied that such was the fate of used items. Leslie clutched Maiden's knife in her palm. Her blood splashed onto the scroll, and Leslie said that now Maiden has no inhibitions and can live a free life. Maiden fell to the floor, stunned by Leslie's behavior as she walked away. The girl stopped in the doorway and turned around, answering that it was because she was the same. Ether asked if it was a fake, and Addis, carefully examining the scroll, replied that it was also the first time he had seen the magic of the ban, but the scheme was most likely real. Addis looked closely at the diagram when Ether suggested that it was some kind of repentance. Snow-white clouds swirled against the background of a clear azure sky. Below it stood the house of Addis. Eric, wrapped in bandages, sat on the edge of the bed and said that before everything became clear as soon as he picked up a sword. The young man looked at his hands, remembering how he destroyed a white dog on a rocky mountain and how he caught monsters in Ratna. Eric covered his face with his palm, realizing that when he swung his sword and walked towards the enemy, everything was resolved by itself, but now he does not know how to get rid of this vile feeling. Eric opened his eyes through his fingers, thinking about killing the Inquisitor, because of whom Chanrishan died, or Martin, who threw a spear at the murdered stranger to avenge Brad. Eric's gaze became wild as he contemplated another option. He turned to Leslie standing behind him, offering to kill her because it was she who put the Ampla's blessing into Chanrishan's body. Leslie honestly admitted that she was to blame for Chanrishan's death. Eric punched the wall next to the girl, and her crimson hair flew away from the gust of wind. The young man broke the wall and remained standing in his original position, filled with anger. Leslie listened intently as Eric said that they all walk around with sad faces, but it was this girl who made sure that he died. Eric let out a deafening cry when he declared that Leslie did not keep her promise and remained alive in place of the deceased Chanrishan while she wasted her time on pointless battles. Eric remembered the one who should be sad the most and complain and blame everyone. The young man shouted, but Chanrishan smiled instead, as if there were no one to blame for his death at all. Leslie stood silent and motionless, and Eric lowered his hand, moving a little away from the destroyed wall. Turning away, the young man calmly ordered Leslie to simply disappear because Chanrishan wanted to end this battle. Eric looked back with contempt on his face as Leslie replied that the battle is not over as long as there are those who rejoice in death and force them to kill each other. The girl stepped towards Eric, dropping drops of blood on the floor and saying that she had no intention of finding out their plans to use the Ampla's blessing and was simply doing all the terrible things they ordered her to do. Eric became angry when he heard Leslie say that her behavior was not fair or kind. Blood ran down the girl's face, which she wiped with her fingers, saying that she told Eric about their existence and would not hold a grudge if he refused. Leslie clenched her hand into a fist and frowned, strictly saying that she was not going to repeat it a second time either, so the young man had better remember everything well. Leslie, who had purple seals on her back, told Eric about people who forced them to fight and kill each other and rejoice in these deaths. Eric tensed when he thought about the Cardinal of the Great Earth faction and realized that there really was someone behind this. Eric grinned sinisterly as he contemplated killing just them. Leslie, raising her tone, clenched her hand into a fist and told Eric to listen carefully and remember her words. Eric froze and opened his eyes wide, dumbfounded by something. He remembered how, before his death, Chanrishan asked to help him become a hero. The young man's wide palm cut the air with a whistle. Leslie even flinched in fear when Eric slapped his hand in the face. The young man's face was distorted into a crying grimace, and rare tears splashed in the air. Leslie froze awkwardly and asked in a trembling voice what was wrong with Eric when he sat down and began to sob loudly. The young man tore his hand away from his face, revealing a broken, bleeding nose, with a smile apologizing to Leslie for cutting off mid-sentence, arguing that he had not been himself lately. When Eric apologized again, Leslie turned around and saw the stunned Addis and Ether in the doorway. However, then the dragon and wyvern smiled at the same time, looking at Eric warmly. Meat and vegetables were fried on the grill. The meat pieces were perfectly fried, and there was a mark from the grill grate on their surface. A sharp knife quickly cut the meat into small pieces. Eric, focused on cooking, sprinkled salt onto the dish with an elegant gesture. The table was laden with gorgeous, delicious-looking dishes, including meat, vegetables, salad, and bread. Addis even turned pink with pleasure when he tasted the meat and began to praise its taste at the ideal temperature. When the young man said that he was not capable of this, although he was a fire magician, Ether said with a radiant smile that the young man should master such a technique. Eric said with a smile that he had been eating only meat for more than 20 years, and Addis suggested that after so much time it should have become boring, and Ether, throwing her hand up, offered to overeat in honor of Eric's release to freedom. Suddenly, women's hands loudly slammed the table on both sides of the plate. Leslie rose from her chair, lowered her head, and asked irritably what the others were doing here. When Eric calmly replied that Chandrasen dreamed of foreigners and Ratnians living peacefully, Leslie asked with contempt whether the young man was therefore offering to play at friendship. Addis and Ether looked down and were upset when Leslie doubted such friendship, adding that it was not difficult to pretend. Leslie screamed that if they killed them, nothing would change, and that the guys didn't even know who it was. Addis coldly said the name of Archmage Zenobia. Leslie looked at the young man with wide eyes in surprise, who said that foreign magicians only use existing techniques and do not know how to create new magic, and added that all the magic that he had seen so far was created here. Addis seriously stated that when he saw Heju's technique, he was convinced that only an archmage could use such magic. Amazed Leslie, thinking about how long they had been looking for how to free themselves from the ban, asked if Addis understood that technique. The magician answered with an awkward smile that due to his low level he could not yet use such magic, but Ether and Eric loudly declared that Addis had rid the maiden house of magic into which Alejandro had invested the blessing of Omplas. Leslie stood silently, eyes wide and mouth open, while the trio talked about Alejandro, his dragon's nest, and Garin. Eric, Addis, and Leslie, engrossed in their meal, turned in surprise at Leslie's cry when she realized that Garkin was also involved in this. The girl could not recover from her stupor, and her silence confirmed that this assumption was correct. While Leslie was shouting that Garhin was not one of those who could allow himself to be discovered so easily, the rest of those sitting at the table devoured their dishes as if nothing had happened. Ether frowned and reminded Leslie that she herself had recently mentioned how Ratnians and foreigners simply could not sit peacefully and talk. While Eric swallowed a huge piece of meat, Addis added that this would be unthinkable for the heroes who had fought so many times with foreigners. Leslie was shocked that it was all a lie. Eric began to drink from the bottle when Leslie started talking about how level 5 aliens, and even the Voltarian himself, in principle, could not get into Ratna. Eric seriously asked the girl if she knew what kimchi and K-pop were. Leslie responded to the young man with only a dumbfounded expression on her face. Addis explained that kimchi was a food from the land of Eric, and the young man explained that it was like a spicy pickled salad, causing Ether to assume that kimchi was like the food of elves. Leslie sat back down at the table when Eric said that kimchi doesn't fit with elves, but Addis would be more likely to like it since he's a dragon. Eric asked Leslie where she was from and she replied that she was from France. Night has come. The four heroes created the Ampla's blessing for some of their own purposes, unknown to Eric. It was good that Sword King Beatol was not in the mood to cooperate with them. The Fairy Queen is the only heroine whose location is known. Holian, transcending life and death. On the way to the Fairy Kingdom, which takes about 2 months on foot, you encounter dungeons with very dangerous and powerful monsters. While Eric was packing up his luggage, Leslie dryly said that her information wouldn't be much help and that fighting them would be suicide. The girl crossed her arms, and Eric agreed that now they could not defeat them, so they needed to become stronger. The young man meant not only himself, but also Addis and Ether, who were talking to the sobbing maiden. Leslie glanced at Eric when he said that the more there were, the better. The young man asked the girl with a smile what she would do in the end. Leslie opened her amber eyes, looking at Eric in surprise. Rod, cleaning his ear with his little finger, made a grimace while talking to someone. Sitting on the throne in front of the Baron, bowing deeply, Rod said that in an ordinary court he would have paid to find the prison owner innocent, but he made him out to be a foreigner. Rod, looking out the window at several people, said that as luck would have it, the Brotherhood of Darkness found out about this and asked if the Baron suggested pretending that all this was a misunderstanding. The Baron raised his pitiful face and grabbed Rod's leg, reminding him that he had made him the head of the army and begging the man to help. Rod put 2 fingers to his forehead and said that he was called to do justice, but he could not watch someone say goodbye to life because of this justice. With a malicious smile, Rod announced 20 million X's every month, and the Baron screamed in fear because he did not have that kind of money. When Rod ordered the Baron in the name of the goddess of darkness Kivriel to open the door, he accepted the order with a stutter, looking fearfully at the commander of the army. The Baron sent Rod out the door, asking him to tell the Inquisitors that it was all a misunderstanding and a mistake. Rod leaned against the door with a dissatisfied face, while the Baron, with fear in his voice, asked him to wait a little. Rod smiled widely, euphoric about starting life over again. The man thought contentedly that now there was no need to worry about anything, because everything was going smoothly, and with that kind of money, getting artifacts of full restoration would not be a problem. Hearing exclamations outside the door, Rod tensed and assumed that they were Inquisitors. The door swung open with an exclamation. Rod, dramatically pressing one hand to his chest and throwing the other in the air, asked the Inquisitors to listen to him and reported a misunderstanding. 2 men in long black cloaks silently looked at the blonde in stunned silence while between them the Baron lay in a pool of blood on the floor. He lay face down and did not move. Seeing this, Rod fell silent and froze with an expression of complete bewilderment on his face. The unknown people escaped by jumping out the window, but Rod shouted after them that it was all a misunderstanding. Leslie was sitting on the red roof of a yellow brick building. Leslie thought that she could not live like Eric because of her ban, which obliges her to return to them. Eric, Addis, and Ether set off without her, but this was not scary for Leslie. She realized that the world the young man dreamed of was not just a dream. The girl smiled softly when she thought that now she could at least do something. Leslie disappeared from the roof. 2 killers have been arrested for the murder of an important suspect. Rod's thoughts contained only obscene words. The Ampla's blessing shard shone brightly, surrounded by a purple haze. The Holy Maiden sat in the lotus position, stretching out her hands to the precious object, which shone more and more every second, and thought about Kivriel, who would definitely be happy about this. The old woman arched her eyebrows sadly when she said that the crater would not overlook all the damage that was caused by the investigation without the knowledge of the Order. The Holy Maiden turned around, telling Leonhardt, who was standing nearby, that enforcing the sentence in front of the villagers was not at all like the young man. Leonhardt calmly explained that the stranger with the blessing of Amplas who was there had almost given up. Remembering the enraged Eric, Leonhardt added that he had no choice but to take measures to ensure that other hunters did not get hurt. The young man raised his eyes and frowned, saying that he had some news related to this stranger. Against the backdrop of the blinding light of the blessing fragment, only a small silhouette of the Holy Maiden was visible, and she briefly praised Leonhardt. The old woman opened her mouth in a wide smile, her eyes widening and filling with purple light as she said that Leonhardt had done everything right and was right. The young man suddenly became stupefied when he realized that someone had possessed the Holy Virgin. The handmaidens fell on their faces, and Leonhardt knelt, greeting the goddess of darkness Kivriel. Kivriel, in the body of an old woman, opened her eyes wide and stretched her mouth in a frightening smile, noting that Leonhardt had proven that he was the owner of the blessing of the goddess and her faithful servant. Leonhardt did not feel an ounce of pride or joy when Kivriel praised him for not only returning the blessing of Amplas, but also destroying that foreigner. Kivriel did not understand where such a strong warrior came from who dared to challenge the one who had the blessing of the goddess. Zenobia, who was wondering why Eric was fighting with the boy, asked with a smile if Leonhardt knew anything about him. Leonhardt, without raising his head, clenched his hand into a fist. The young man said that Eric is a descendant of the Voltarians. The Inquisitor grinned lightly, saying that Eric had recently arrived in Ratna, so he was ready to fight anyone with power, and Leonhardt had to put pressure on him because he was interfering with the performance of his duties. Zenobia pulled her dark lips into a small smile, considering what the young man said to be true. The old woman's face was distorted with violent emotions, and her hand was thrown up as exclamations came out of her mouth that Leonhardt did not even wait for the goddess's oracle. Although it was certainly not easy to fight with a representative of the Sword King clan. The old woman's voice authoritatively shouted that Kivriel now forbids the young man to enter into battle until she allows it. Looking at the floor with cold eyes, Leonhardt was forced to only agree and obey. Zenobia, stretching her arms after briefly shifting into an old body, expressed her gratitude for the blessing of the goddess that granted her youth. The Archmage smiled, concluding that Leslie's words about a Voltarian and a stranger suddenly appearing, who were not in their plans, turned out to be true. Looking at her hands, Zenobia said that without their excellent Leonhardt, the plan would have failed, and Garhan, holding the shard in his hand, called the young man the best Inquisitor. When the man added that this is not always a good thing, Zenobia's mouth fell open in shock as she looked at the object in his hand. The woman frowned tensely and bit her finger, surprised by the almost unchanged size of the Ampla's blessing, and Garin annoyedly explained that it was taken away too early due to the fact that Leonhardt began to act without instructions. The man furrowed his brows as he summed up that the young man was out of their plan, and Zenobia bared her teeth in annoyance, saying that the Ampla's blessing should have been fully formed at this time. Zenobia said that absorbing all of Kivriel's divinity would be too much, and besides, without her divinity, this intermediate dimension would not last long and might disappear. Garkin clenched the fragment of blessing into his fist, saying that there was no other way out. When the man said to open Kivriel's seal slightly and absorb her divinity little by little, Zenobia even screamed, stunned that he actually wanted to do this. The Archmage warned that with the help of the unfinished blessing, Ampla's Garhan would not be able to control the goddess's divinity now, and the balance of the world could be upset. Garkin responded decisively that it is necessary to absorb all the divinity before the world collapses, but a destroyed world can always be repaired. The man extended his hand towards the magic cube, declaring that this would be possible after he became a god. A luxurious carriage rode between high rocks, from which a conversation about the punishment of Leonhardt could be heard. Lord Felix said with a serious face that it was an unusual situation for the holder of the goddess blessing to receive punishment, but the young man's joke confused the man much more. Leonhardt, resting his head on his fist and looking down, listened as Felix recalled his words that the goddess of darkness did not exist. Leonhardt raised his head, touching his chin with his fingers, and replied that it was not a joke and he really wished it were true because due to recent events there were too many reasons for doubt. Leonhardt said that the last time the man in the red hooded cloak called himself a Voltarian, the goddess did not notice the lie in these words. Felix jumped out of his seat, shouting that the 6 goddesses knew everything down to the number of grains of sand on the shore, and that the goddess of darkness might have senile dementia, but Leonhardt immediately refuted this assumption. The young man pointed his finger at the man, ordering him to calm down and listen, and said that he would never do such a thing without having a reason. While Leonhardt was saying that the man was doing this because he had proof, Felix stood up and turned to look at the young man with blonde red hair. Changrishan looked at the man uncertainly and asked if he was okay. Leonhardt said that no one would know about the essence of the young man if only he remained silent. Changrishan threw up his hands, not understanding how he managed to survive and why he was saved. Leonhardt answered with a narrowed eye that the young man was asking such obvious things, and the purpose of the Inquisitor was precisely to interrogate. Leonhardt explained that the Inquisitor's goal was to neutralize the stranger and take him prisoner, but those angry hunters could no longer be stopped. The Inquisitor explained that they were already seeking revenge, so he used a powerful technique. This technique blocked visibility, and at that moment Leonhardt opened the window, covering Changrishan with a protective layer. However, Leonhardt was already in an exhausted state due to the fight with Eric, so his strength was not enough to make Changrishan invisible. Therefore, Leonhardt threw the stranger down. Changrishan jumped when he realized the reason why his whole body ached, as if all his bones were full, but Leonhardt sternly replied that thanks to this the young man remained alive, and also the problem of him being an alien was solved. Felix confirmed that aliens turn to dust when they die, so this was good evidence for the prisoners, but the man was not sure if this was good evidence for the goddess. Leonhardt, looking out the window, answered irritably that a person can be deceived, but a real goddess cannot. The Inquisitor remembered how she had claimed that he had killed a stranger. Leonhardt came to the conclusion that the one who is in the Dark Brotherhood is not the goddess Kivriel. The Inquisitor suggested that they want to get not even the entire Dark Brotherhood, but divine power. When Leonhardt suggested that it was God's providence that he was entrusted with dealing with the stranger, Felix shouted that in this case the young man should immediately return to the Dark Brotherhood. Leonhardt said that it was necessary to act in secret from the Dark Brotherhood, because there might be a traitor among them and someone might find out the information. When Felix carefully reminded that, due to his punishment, the young man could not conduct an investigation now, he was loudly indignant because he had just settled in and another smaller carriage drove past theirs. Leonhardt tensed as Felix tried to console the young man with a trembling voice. Rod rode in that small carriage, his hands clenched into fists while his face was contorted with worry. Leonhardt saw Rod pointing his finger at himself, frightened by something, while liquid flowed from his nose. When the Inquisitor turned around and said to turn around, Felix was surprised at such an unexpected order. Leonhardt called out to the slightly frightened Changrishan and said that he should have died, but he survived, and there was a reason for this. The Inquisitor with a kind smile asked the stranger to help him, noting that this was his chance to become a hero. This is how the first episode of the second part ended. In the middle of the forest, a small wooden building with a broken door could be seen in the night. Someone said that people turn to the goddess Kivriel when they pray for the repose of the soul, because she controls darkness and the end of everything. A man with blue hair and a beard, holding a sword, said with a grin that they had just discovered the sanctuary of Kivriel nearby and suggested that the elves also pray to her. 3 men who resembled bandits cornered a pink-haired boy with elven ears named Leondel and Trances. The boy raised his bruised face and said with contempt that human beings were so boring, marveling at the behavior of these men towards the representative of the Atrances clan. A metal box fell to the floor, from which gold money fell out. Leondel with a grin told the robbers that they had better take the money and leave, for they would risk it if they demanded a ransom for the boy from his clan. The men began to cackle with joy when they saw gold that could buy several houses. The blue-haired bandit with a knife kicked the elf in the stomach. He said that they had already received payment much more than the boy was offering, and stabbed him in the back. The man lifted Leondel's head by her short hair, aiming a knife at her throat, saying that it would be on the road. The elf closed his eyes, preparing for death, when suddenly a red magical flame appeared behind him. The magic formed a crimson ball of intertwined ribbons. Blinding red rays of light streamed out from the shack. Even the night sky became several shades redder. Leondel collapsed exhaustedly on the floor while the frightened robbers quickly ran away. Human legs appeared on the floor, on which muscles were visible in places without a layer of skin on top. Kaiwir, dressed in black ribbons, stood with her eyes closed against the backdrop of a scarlet glow. The girl opened her eyes, saying, Ryu Han Bin. Eric, Addis and Ether were riding in a carriage drawn by a robotic horse. Ether, lying on the roof of the carriage, asked Eric what he didn't understand, and he, resting his cheek on his hand, spoke about the 4 heroes who destroyed the King of the Sword. When Eric asked why they needed a stranger because that man was a hero and a warrior, Addis, who was in the role of coachman, replied that 20 years ago the Great Land was the enemy of the 4 heroes. The magician added that no one could have thought that now it would be she who would be standing behind them, and Ether said that they would not have believed it either if they had not experienced it themselves. When the girl yawned so hard that tears pooled in her eyes, Eric wanted to mention something else. Eric asked when they would arrive in the Kingdom of Fairies, because he had been seeing the same landscape for 2 days already, and Addis replied that they had been in this kingdom for these 2 days. The magician explained with a smile that the territory of the fairy kingdom begins from the roots of the world tree. Eric turned away from Addis, looking at the road with admiring eyes. A huge world tree opened in the middle of green flower fields, and this was the kingdom of fairies, namely Elendia. The fairy kingdom is a united state of 4 nations, at the center of which stood the world tree, and each nation had its own culture and its own ruler. The capital of the fairy kingdom is located at the foot of the world tree. This tree has many roots. If you follow those that stretch across the mainland, you can get to the capital of the Elven Kingdom and the largest city. Sarandia is the road to the capital of the Kingdom of Fairies and at the same time a trade route, so various tribes of elves, as well as people, gathered here. Due to the mixing of different tribes and races in one place, equally different problems arise. Even before the advent of human guilds of hunters, fairies founded their own guild, which dealt with various issues. Many hunters came here and became heroes, but there were also many who died. A white-haired elf in round yellow glasses sat on a wooden table and wrote something on paper. He was the head of the guild. When the man looked at the newcomers who arrived in the form of Addis, Eric and Ether, he realized that these newcomers were not ordinary guys. Eric stood with his arms crossed, a confident smile on his dark face. The head with a fountain pen in his hands jumped up from the table, clearly happy about something. The man was fascinated by Addis, who was a magician of the 52nd level and possessed both moderate charm and at the same time fortitude. When the head looked at Etha, a level 38 swordswoman, he was delighted with her pretty appearance, despite the fact that sometimes the girl looked stupid. The head sat back at the table and jabbered that people like these two should not rot in dungeons, and they could become the best in the secular world. And so the man decided to write letters of recommendation so that they could get the support of influential people. Ether turned pink with joy and was about to come up with a name for their group when Addis covered the girl's mouth with his hand with an awkward laugh and answered the head that they would register as simple hunters. The magician was glad that the level of Eric, who was looking at the sheet in his hands with stunned eyes, was not measured. While Addis was talking about how the hunter exam was cancelled about 10 years ago, Eric was staring at his 0 out of 10 points. Ether, seeing this result, laughed until she cried and offered to study with the young man, jokingly saying that he could call her teacher. Eric squeezed the girl's face, and she screamed in panic about her hairstyle, while the head of the guild calmly said that he would clarify about the cancellation of this exam. Addis told the man to register Eric as his guardian, and the young man fighting with Ether immediately confirmed this information, and the head of the guild mentioned separate rules for guardians. A huge, heavy, blue-bound book slammed onto the table as the man said he would check to see if there were any exceptions. Eric and Ether looked dumbfounded as they looked at the book, and Addis listened with a smile as the guild leader told them to come back in 6 months when the test was completed. A green-blue sky with billowing clouds spread over the kingdom. Eric, carrying a fragment of a sword on his back, was depressed and completely at a loss for what to do for 6 months, and Ether suggested that this was all because elves sleep longer and time flows differently for them. Eric, hunched over, stared blankly at the ground, while Addis explained with a smile that the elves must not yet have gotten used to the modern guild system that appeared only 100 years ago. Addis supported his comrade with the words that 6 months would quickly fly by, and Eric weakly said that the magician, who was 151 years old, was exactly the same. Ether, noticing pink flying petals in the air, turned around. The girl, pointing her finger at the crowd of elves in the middle of the decorated city, happily suggested that something was being carried out there. A muscular man in a black t-shirt and a pink elastic band on his head tensed so much that his veins stood out and his forehead turned red. The man stood in the center of the arena and tried to pull a sword that was as tall as him out of the ground while the audience and the presenter carefully watched his efforts. When the man was unable to draw his weapon and fell exhausted to the ground, the crowd of spectators laughed loudly. Eric, looking at the situation with a smile, suggested that it was a fair, but Addis replied that it was more like Thanksgiving. Addis, with a smile and an outstretched index finger, informed Eric that the elves were created by the earth goddess Sarandi. The magician said that in the distant past the land of the elves was barren, and when the king of the elves offered his prayers during a famine, the goddess Sarandi heard them and gave him a sword. As soon as the king stuck this sacred gift into the ground, it began to be fertile, and the elven state began to prosper. Addis summed up that this is why they organize a holiday once a year as a sign of gratitude to the goddess, and Eric was surprised. The young man, looking at the silhouettes on the balcony above the arena, asked if they were elven nobility. Suddenly Addis asked about Ether's whereabouts, and Eric replied that she had just been with them. The magician opened his red eyes in horror, realizing that they had lost the child. When Addis ran off in search of Ether and asked Eric to stay in place, he was indignant, but the magician shouted back that the pitching was visible even from afar. When Eric turned around after Addis and said that Ether in this case could see the alien from afar and approach him, another participant in the competition lost in the arena and fell to the ground. Eric became interested when he heard the presenter loudly shout that no one would be able to pull out the sword this year either. The weapon gleamed in the sun, as if winking at the young man and inviting him to try to pull it out. The elven nobles, drinking alcohol, sneered about the stupidity of humans and their short lives, because of which they should try their best. One of the elves stood up, saying that the number of people made up for their low longevity rate. When the long-haired young man in the crown added that without people no one would cultivate these fields, the elf knocked the glass over himself, fearfully greeting his highness. All the elves fell to the floor in bow while the long-haired elf admired the beautiful city. The young man said that the king also wanted to come, but because of his health he could not, and added the end of the holiday to him. One of the elves looked up at his highness in shock. Ether, with a toy helmet on her head and a package of elf cookies, was upset that they were already leaving, because the holiday continued until the sword was pulled out. The girl, throwing cookies into her mouth, said that only the king of the elves could pull out the sword, but Addis replied that this was just a legend. The magician explained that in fact the sword was stuck into the ground with the help of magic, and many people tried to pull it out, but could not. Addis said that the king would appear, remove the magic, pull out the sword and stick it back into the ground, for this is an ancient tradition to show the justice of the choice of the goddess who chose him. Ether, who initially noticed that it was all for fun, now understood why there was no one who actually put in enough effort when trying to pull out the sword. Addis smiled softly and replied that no one would have been able to pull out the sword anyway, and if they could, then this man would have been dealt with quickly. Eric held a sword in the air, split in half. Both Eric and the crowd looked in amazement as they looked at the divine weapon in the air. Ether and Addis looked at what Eric had done with empty eyes and open mouths. The stranger began to sweat, looking up excitedly. His Highness in the crown closed his eyes. The population of Sarandia, the capital of the Elven Kingdom, is 100,000. Now in the largest city of the Elven Kingdom, connecting Faerlin to the mainland, two people were getting out of a stopped carriage. Standing in the middle of the paving stone path, the tall and short girls simultaneously exclaimed that they had arrived in Sarandia, looking at the landscape that opened before them, where mountains coexist with buildings. The brunette looked at Leandel in the robe and thanked her for her help, and in the meantime, she looked around worriedly and asked her to be quieter. The girl with pink hair turned to the brunette, whispering a reminder that no one in this city should know about her presence. Then the tall girl repeated Leandel's gesture and, leaning over, whispered well. The girl with pink hair looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment while a blush covered her cheeks with embarrassment. Leandel went forward, asking the brunette to be more careful and quickly look for the right person, because now she was accompanying her, and she, remaining in place, continued to whisper. Flushed, Leandel concluded that people could not be trusted. They know neither honor nor nobility, but her companion was very strange. The elf Leandel recalled how she was in the world, lying on the brunette's lap while she stroked her head. Looking at the girl on her lap, the brunette in the moonlight confirmed that Leandel Atrances was alive and asked the goddess of darkness Kyvier for protection for her. Recalling that night, Leandel concluded that even after the girl became her escort, she still seemed strange. The brunette, who was now very focused, always answered questions about herself that she was a separate creature from the darkness, and repeated incomprehensible words that were impossible to believe. The girl was squatting under a carriage with a mechanical horse, looking for something. Having found a red hair, the brunette began to sniff it, which shocked the elves standing behind her and her companion. Looking at the brunette with a disappointed expression on her face, Leandel said that she thought so, and she was simply not herself. She unwittingly overheard a conversation between two passers-by about the situation that occurred at the sword-drawing competition at the Thanksgiving holiday. When the men were discussing that some hunter had broken the sword, which created a big fuss, a girl with pink hair, shocked by what had been said, looked at them with huge eyes and an agape mouth. Meanwhile, the incarnation of the goddess of darkness, Kivriel, was holding a red hair in her hands. Kyvier detected the scent of a young dragon, as well as two of his companions, who arrived in this city together, concluding that the next destination would be the Hunters Guild. Sitting on her knees in front of the carriage, the brunette decided to go there, and then turned to the name of her companion, which was revealed by two passers-by. Eric held in his hands a broken sword that he managed to get at the competition. Now he was up to his head in a pile of earth, realizing that something was wrong. The main character stood with his hand extended upward, in which there was a sword, grabbed by huge earthen hands, and elves with staves gathered around. One of the silver-haired elven aristocracy shouted angrily from the balcony that this was no place for a Walterian, suspecting that someone had sent the man, while the blonde elven king stood at a distance. Eric destroyed the earth that bound him and calmly walked forward, admitting that the competition simply seemed funny to him, and to the side the elf in the hat gaped in horror. Small pieces of dirt flew next to the fair face of the elven king. One of them left a small dirty spot on the face of the blonde youth, and the silver-haired elf watched in horror. He loudly declared from the balcony that the heir had been attacked by a Walterian. Everyone gathered at the celebration began to run away in panic, calling Eric a terrorist, which made him very perplexed. Among the crowd, holding the hood of a green robe, stood Leondel, looking intently at the jock and not moving from her place. While the frightened people were quickly running away, someone hit the girl. Leondel, left alone in the square, fell face first into the ground, and Eric rushed to her aid. Bending over the rising elf, the guy asked in a panic if she was okay. When the main character asked where her parents were and extended his hand, wanting to help, Leondel sharply hit her with her fist. The girl was very angry because the main character mistook her for a child. Leondel suddenly fell to the ground out of great fright and screamed at the sight of the monster, and Eric was indignant at why she was calling the man a monster. Trying to say that this was too rude, the jock turned back and saw a giant stone hand flying towards them. In front of the elf and the Walterian stood a stone giant with sparkling red eyes, created with the help of the unique magic of the elves. The king's assistant, bowing to his majesty, said that this golem is connected to the roots of the world tree, which is the pride of the clan, asking the monarch not to worry. No matter how strong a Walterian is, he will not be able to do anything when strong roots bind him hand and foot. It is impossible to inflict even a tiny scratch on the roots that are filled with the energy of the tree. Eric struggled to hold back the stone golem's hand so that it could not harm Leondel, who lay unconscious. Seeing that no one cared that another person had suffered, the protagonist scornfully called the aristocrat scum. A red glow flashed in his fierce gaze, and a scarlet aura filled the space. The blonde king, without opening his eyes, stood shrouded in red light. A powerful stream of aura hit the giant, lifting debris into the air. From the strong pressure of scarlet energy, the stone giant began to fall apart. The king's assistant watched in panic as the golem's stones were separated from the roots of the tree. The heir calmly noted that Walterian warriors who know how to use aura are not so easy to meet, while his assistant shouted, "How is this even possible?" Watching the guy standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the silver-haired elf exclaimed in shock who he was. Eric, surrounded by an aura and debris, asked with a menacing look to listen when something was said. At that moment, blood gushed from his mouth. Then the king's assistant hoped that the attack had worked, but the jock replied that he had only bitten his tongue, realizing that because of the aura, the load on the whole body was still great. Concluding that it was not yet possible to adjust the output of the aura, Eric turned to Leondel, calling out to her. He wanted to say that he needed to run faster, but he found only a mark on the ground from the body of the rescued girl. Then the guy closed his eyes, trying not to frown. Eric looked in the other direction with a grin and angrily threatened the two figures bringing in the elf, but immediately recognized them as Addis and Ether. Putting Leondel on the ground, Ether angrily noted that they almost died because of him, and the magician reminded the guilty jock of the request not to use the aura until it was fully mastered. Looking up, the green-eyed girl said displeasedly that it seemed Eric had already killed them. Elven archers from above aimed sharp arrows at the trio, sparkling in the sun. A whole army of armed soldiers walked towards the hunters from behind. The elven king turned to the Walterian warrior, apologizing for standing aside and observing his behavior. However, he noticed that the man had not answered for the broken sword, and even if he surrendered now, he would still receive punishment for refusing interrogation. Eric looked questioningly at Addis, and he said with a serious look that it was better for them to surrender than to fight with all these warriors, warning that the minimum term of imprisonment for the elves was 3 years. The main character said with a smile that he had no desire to leave the heroes for 3 whole years. Ether looked at her friend with a sly smile, declaring that the elves would only be grateful if they found out about the conspiracy. Looking at the magical instrument, Addis said with some confusion that then they need to change their plan. The elf king expressed his pity. Opening his blue eyes slightly, the blonde man chuckled questioningly, noticing something strange. Long black hair fluttered in the wind, wrapped in energy. Kyvier was approaching the company of hunters, who stood fully armed in the square. With a bored look, she advised them to listen to the elves, noting that otherwise Ratna would have no future. Eric looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding why the unarmed girl got in. Looking at the brunette with purple eyes, the main character assumed that she had a high level, and when he decided to look at the information, the user manual began to glitch, showing one yellow screen after another, each of which reported an error or lack of access. Eric grabbed his head, screaming in pain, and Addis anxiously tried to find out what it was, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder. The muscle man said that there was some kind of error in the oracle, displeasedly asking the brunette who approached who she was. Kyvier looked at Eric with a cold gaze while she was enveloped in a red-pink glow. The brunette's eyes glowed purple, and her face showed no emotion. Passing by the disgruntled Addis and Eric, Kyvier said that now was not the time to share information, deciding to decide everything after this hostile situation. The girl approached the body lying on the ground, calmly lowering herself towards it. She started to wake up Leandel, but she wanted to sleep a little more. Kyvier took off the elf's hood, signaling that it was time to leave. Hearing the name Leandel, the elf king frowned. He could not believe his eyes, seeing the prince among the people surrounded by guards. The king displeasedly asked where he came from, while his assistant, in a panic, realized who he was attacking. While Leandel, who turned out to be the prince of the elves, looked discouraged at Kyvier, a loud order was heard from the balcony to lay down his arms and ensure the safety of the prince. Eric cast a frown at the prince and the brunette. It was clear that Leandel was very angry with his companion for taking off his hood and revealing his identity. The action moves to a snow-white elven castle shining in the sun. Next to it there is a garden with many trees, along which there are stone arches overgrown with flowers. On the set table there were cups of tea and various sweets to go with them. The king sat next to the gloomy Leandel and with a smile apologized for having made an unforgivable mistake in relation to those who saved his younger brother, and thanked the saviors. Addis and Ether smiled warily, and drops of sweat appeared on their faces, and the magician replied that it was an honor for them, and the girl added that the invitation to the palace was a double honor. The table with a white tablecloth was located in the garden under a large tree, behind which there was a stone fence. Eric, crossing his arms, carelessly clarified whether the prince was the son of the fairy queen Holian, and Ether and Addis looked at him in shock. The girl, in a panic, began to beat the jock, scolding him for asking such a question, but he did not understand what was wrong, and then the king laughed, explaining to the Walterian warrior that he could have misunderstood everything. The blonde young man, holding a mug of tea, explained with a smile that the fairy race includes elves, nymphs, gnomes, and sylphs, adding that the number of their race is extremely small compared to others, which is why the Union of the Fairy Kingdom, or Elendia, was formed. Holian is one of the 4 heroes who received the blessing, as well as a representative of the 18 fairies and also the queen of the nymphs. Eric realized with a frown that these were not Holian's servants. He glanced at Kyvier, still trying to figure out who she was. Ether with a guilty face noted that they do not have the right to such hospitality, because they split the sword of the king of the elves, and Addis added that they did not dare to even imagine its value. The blonde elf, in response to the concerns, said that it was just a copy for the festival, and the real sword, sent by the goddess herself, could not be broken since it was a sacred relic. Leandel indignantly noted that because of the jock the whole festival had collapsed, pointing at Eric and adding that such an offense was unforgivable. The king angrily interrupted his younger brother, reminding him that the people opposite had saved his life. He also reminded the confused pink-haired boy that he had forbidden him to go outside the castle. The king said dissatisfiedly that before asking these people, it was better to explain to the prince how he ended up in this place. Standing behind the elf, Kyvier admitted that it was not his fault, while he furiously shouted that his older brother was always trying to lock him up. The brunette looked sadly at Leandel without saying a word, while he shouted that the king forbade him to go out even during the holiday, so he decided to go and see in person. The blonde young man looked displeasedly at his younger brother, who lowered his gaze guiltily, angry because of such a reason, and at that moment a maid with a veil on her face approached him. She whispered something to the king, and he asked about her father. He rose from his chair and, having informed about urgent matters, bowed to the guests before leaving, and Addis, who stood up, reassured him, saying that they would inspect the surroundings for now. The magician and Ether saw off the royal family members with tense smiles, while the jock sat gloomily with his arms crossed. After they left, Addis sat down and exhaled with relief, and the girl slid down her chair, reporting that she was very worried during the reception. Addis and Ether looked at their disgruntled friend, and the magician said reassuringly that the elven royal family would help them get close to Holian, and the girl curiously asked what he thought about the prince's escort Kyvier. Ether landed on the table. Eric replied that this was just an ordinary warrior of the 80th level, and Addis said with a thoughtful look that most likely there was a mistake in the leadership of the pitcher. Continuing to frown, the main character outlined another problem, saying that his bladder was about to burst from drinking tea. Ether, in a panic, shouted to be patient, but the guy, leaning on his sword, began to get up, answering that he had already endured it while they were coming here. Gritting his teeth, Eric walked with small steps in search of the toilet, and Addis asked to be faster. 20 minutes passed, clouds were floating over the garden. Making his way through the tree branches, the main character bit his fist and at the same time scolded the elves. Trying to restrain the urge and fearing prostatitis, he was indignant that there should be many toilets in the huge garden, but he never found anything. Suddenly, he moved one of the branches and discovered something that could help him in this situation. In front of him stood a mystical tree hidden in the depths of the garden. The untouched nature of the place indicated that no one had looked here for a long time. It was in this place, where no one had come or would come, that Eric decided to relieve himself, and relief appeared on his face. When he finished, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head, afraid that he would burst and die, and an old man appeared from behind a tree, asking who was there. Noticing the elderly man, the frightened Eric screamed in surprise. The old man looked at the jock with a smile, mistaking him for Beabao. The main character smelled an unpleasant odor and his eyes widened in realization of what was happening, while the elderly man reported that the toilet had run out of paper. Eric covered the old man, naked from the waist down, who began to rise, shouting about his pants. Now the old man was sitting on a log with a red jacket tied around his hips, realizing that this was not Beabao in front of him. Left in only shorts, the jock curiously asked the pointy-eared old man why he was in the land of the elves, and he indignantly replied, "Is there a master of the land?" When the guy sat down next to him, the elderly man said that tending and protecting the territory where the world tree took root was just a mission of the earth goddess for the elves, concluding that in the end the flesh in the form of dust returns to the earth. The old man raised his head to the sky and sadly declared that the earth was crying. Eric stuck his sword into the lawn next to the tree, and the old man asked in bewilderment what he was doing. By burying natural waste with a handful of soil, the jock replied that he was returning the food they took from the earth and also fertilizing it. Turning towards the old man, Eric smiled broadly, noting that they, as accomplices, must keep everything secret. Then the pointy-eared old man laughed, asking rhetorically what could happen to someone like him. The elderly man stood up and approached Eric, telling him that the earth rewards those who work, and suggesting that that is why the Musliman appeared here at such a turbulent time. The old man, holding the sword in his hands all this time, finally drew it. Eric looked in bewilderment at the blade that appeared. The guy sat to the side while the old man stuck his sword right in front of his weapon sticking out of the ground. As soon as the deed was done, a strong wave swept through the garden. Roots appeared from the ground and began to wrap around Eric's sword on all sides. They pulled the blade with them deep into the earth. The main character grabbed the handle and, gritting his teeth, began to pull the weapon towards himself with all his might. He continued to try to pull the blade out of the ground, sitting on one knee and marveling at the incredible strength. The jock strongly strained his large tan muscles, on which veins appeared, afraid that he too would be sucked in. He didn't want to give up and held the hilt with a death grip, pulling out the sword a little. Eric screamed from the intense tension, exerting as much effort as possible. Eventually, he was able to pull out his weapon, flying backwards, and massive roots came out along with the blade. The jock raised his sword, which was hidden by the rising dust and dirt. A brown haze hid the lawn near the world tree. Eric, covered in pieces of earth, noted that sand had clogged his pants. With a concentrated look, he picked up his sword, hidden by the soil. Picking it up, the guy was very stunned. His massive blade turned into wood. Eric tried to swing his weapon, and pieces of earth flew off him. The wooden sword fell to the ground, and the main character concluded that it was heavy. Examining it, the guy came to the conclusion that the blade was simply draining energy from him, wondering what the old man had done to him. Eric sat on the grass and shook his head in different directions, calling out to his grandfather, who, meanwhile, was buried in the ground, from which only his face with a long nose protruded. When the main character came across this species, he was struck by a severe shock. In a panic, he began to dig out the old man with his sword, like a shovel, while shouting that he must first tell about the wooden blade, and in the bushes a black crown could be seen in the leaves. The figure of Kyvier appeared from the foliage while Eric stood over his grandfather, asking why he did this. Having stopped the excavations, the jock froze, not expecting to see the brunette at such a moment. Under the end of the sword one could see the face of a buried old man with rolled up eyes. Kyvier concentratedly put one hand forward and clenched the other into a fist, preparing for a fight. The girl jumped in the air and flew straight at Eric, who asked him to stop, swinging his leg. Having made her blow, Kyvier flew forward with great speed, and the guy screamed in pain. He furiously shouted for the girl to listen to him, because she misunderstood everything. Having landed and taken a fighting pose against the backdrop of her buried grandfather, Kyvier clarified whether the enemy wanted to say that the Elf King dug his own grave and climbed into it. When the girl put forward the possibility that the old man was buried in the ground through no fault of his own, Eric, surprised that he had met the king, admitted that he accidentally buried him. Crouching and preparing for another attack, the brunette sarcastically concluded that the guy had mistakenly buried the king alive. She rushed towards the jock at full speed. As Eric looked at her cold, emotionless face, the user manual displayed numerous yellow lag screens indicating an error. While the black heels of the boots were pointed at the main character, he wondered why, over and over again, an error was displayed on Kyvier when requesting information. The brunette kicked straight at the jock's face, and he pulled back. Standing on her hands, the girl looked up at her opponent. Eric held her legs and tried to find out who she was, reporting that Kyvier's skirt rode up in this position. The brunette held her skirt with one hand, and with the other she punched the impudent man right between the legs. The guy screamed in pain, looking at the place of the impact, and Kyvier, landing, called the guy a scoundrel. Eric was shaking in pain and, bulging his eyes, said that if someone else had been in his place, he would already be dead. Looking at the guy, the brunette gave out all the information about his appearance in this world, about 22 years of isolation in a similar world, as well as about the 5th level, which was actually much higher. The girl introduced herself as Kivriel, noting that she was created by the goddess of darkness Kivriel and is her representative. She also said that the proof of her words was the leadership of the Jock, stating that she was not affected by the leadership of the Demon King. Eric asked with bewilderment whether the goddess Kivriel herself decided to kill the stranger, and the girl noted the incorrect wording. Kaiwir informed Eric that the goddess orders were to find a candidate for Ryu Hanbin's assistant and test him. The main character was surprised how the goddess could choose a stranger as an assistant, because she and the Demon King are enemies. While creating a magical portal, the brunette agreed with the guy's bewilderment and added that the error in the leadership and the uncertainty of the interlocutor put her at a dead end. Kaivir's brush disappeared into the portal, and she continued, saying that she began to doubt the competence of the Jock after he attacked the Elf King, and he, holding his hair, repeated that it was a misunderstanding. The girl took out a weapon from the magical portal, pulling it out by the wooden rod. Putting forward her polearm glaive, Kaivir stated that right now she would test the personal qualities of the candidate for the goddess's assistant. Eric looked at the girl with round eyes, realizing that she knew how to summon weapons. When the girl pointed the glaive with its sparkling tip at the guy, the shine of steel was reflected in her cold eyes. Yellow screens with an error filled the entire space next to Kaiwir while the main character looked at her. Meanwhile, the girl, swinging her weapon, flew up from behind. The glaive headed straight towards the Jock at full speed. Eric had no problem stopping the edge, disgruntledly asking if Kaiwir thought he would fall for her tricks for the 3rd time in a row. The girl widened her eyes, remaining in the air when the main character said that he could simply turn off the manual. Holding a glaive in his hands, the guy asked if the brunette didn't know that you shouldn't take someone else's property. He looked at her with a frown, adding that it didn't matter who sent her, but Kaiwir insisted that she take her hands off that weapon. She bit her lip, and a scarlet glow filled the space. The glaive was now covered in red bolts of lightning. Removing his hand from the weapon, Eric was surprised to notice the aura covering it. A powerful shockwave swept across the lawn, raising a cloud of dust along its entire path. Shrouded in rising dust, the main character, gritting his teeth, tried to stand in place. He looked at his palm, exhaling in relief, because he almost lost his fingers. Eric cast a dissatisfied glance at the sword, attributing to it the decrease in defense due to the absorption of the aura. Kaiwir again attacked the Jock, intensively swinging her glaive, and he asked her to stop. The focused brunette, swinging, noted that the opponent did not understand the importance of the situation because the representative of Kivriel needed to test his skills. As Kaiwir dealt blow after blow to Eric, she was amazed that he didn't want to really fight using his aura. The main character was angered by the girl's chatter, and he decided to fight for real, although he did not completely trust her. While the brunette flew at Eric with a frown on her face, he prepared to fight back with his sword, at the same time thinking about the need to control his powers so as not to waste his aura and at the same time not kill his opponent. Kaiwir landed, lowering her spear, and the guy behind her continued to stand with his sword outstretched. The wooden weapon in his hands was cut in half, and part of the blade fell to the ground. Looking indignantly at the damaged sword, Eric remembered his grandfather, and the girl said that she understood. She turned on the main character, looking horrified, concluding that the guy wasn't going to take her words seriously. Then the girl collected a concentrated aura on the tip of the weapon, which frightened the hero. She glanced at her opponent, frowning with displeasure. Then a cloud of scarlet energy flies towards Eric at full speed in a powerful stream. He noted with apprehension that it seemed like a cutting aura, deciding to dodge first. At that moment, an old man with a rose on his bald head rose from the ground, asking whether he was in the next world. The guy watched with a shocked look at the powerful flow of aura illuminating the space. Kaiwir watched with curiosity the direction of her blow. The aura hit the world tree directly, and the whole thing turned scarlet, shaking from the power of the blow. After this, the tree increased in size, becoming even more beautiful. Eric shielded himself from the bright light while the old man explained that the world tree absorbs energy and begins to grow, depending on the type of energy the character of the tree changes. Continuing to sit with the flower on his head, the Elf King explained that a high-quality aura makes the roots of a tree stronger than steel, noting that this cannot be achieved with the help of an ordinary aura. Eric pointed his absolutely intact sword towards the old man. The king said with a sad look that the Jock was the first after Baobao. Eric was stunned when the old man said that the goddess had sent the hero to the place where he was needed. In the gloomy forest, near the trunk, a corpse was visible, overgrown with roots. Red precious stones hung on the tree like fruits, glistening in the darkness. A black silhouette, blinded by a scarlet glow, stretched to the very top. In a hand with black claws was a plucked fruit in the form of a precious stone. While the blonde heir held the king by the back, Prince Leondel, standing in front of him, angrily shouted at Eric, calling him a despicable impostor, noting that he dared to attack not only the king, but also his escort. Pointing his finger at the man, he angrily declared that he would not forgive him for this. He shouted and ordered the guards to immediately kill this lump of muscle. Eric twisted his mouth in displeasure at the prince's words, and Addis, looking seriously at his friend, asked him to just quietly observe. Leondel continued to demand that the vile man be killed, and at that moment the king stopped him. The old man sitting on the grass calmly announced that it was he who started the battle, and the prince turned to his father in amazement. Eric was also shocked when Grandpa admitted that he was just curious to know how much power this Walterian warrior had, adding that nothing could stop this guy. After these words, the blonde young man shouted loudly, asking why his father started the fight, and he replied that he perfectly understood the crown prince, who had to rule the kingdom instead of a decrepit old man. The old man, drooping, added that he felt the cry of the earth and how the roots of the world tree swayed, deciding that his son was going to tell him something. The blonde young man frowned deeply, preparing to begin his story. He told his father that, according to rumors, a strange phenomenon had appeared in the southeastern village, which, for an unknown reason, had turned cattle and residents into mummies. The crown prince ended by saying that for this reason he was going to ask the hunters to investigate this matter, and the old man said that he had seen the strength of the warrior, so he trusted him. The king added that it would be difficult for them to find the cause on their own, so someone who senses the earth is needed. He sent his youngest son, and the shocked Leondel happily asked again, while the hunters behind him gaped in surprise. The blonde elf was completely dissatisfied with this decision and, frowning his eyebrows, tried to object to his father, but he was interrupted by the jock. Eric furiously tried to say that they had not yet decided whether they would go on this mission, and the panicking ether closed his mouth. Addis, meanwhile, fearfully announced that they were heading to the capital of the fairy kingdom on a very important matter. The enraged Leondel interrupted the magician, declaring that the hunters did not dare refuse, because for people there could be nothing more honorable than this task. The prince turned to Addis, seeking his support, but he became very nervous, starting to stammer. When the elf said that he would allow the baby to accompany him, hinting at the ether, she was beside herself with rage. When Leondel said that the ball of muscle could protect him, Eric raised his hand as if he was going to strike the boy. He stopped his hand right above the prince's head, raising a strong whirlwind around them. In this position, the man gloomily said that the Walterian warrior would not tolerate insults against him, threatening Leondel. The boy with pink hair rolled his eyes and froze, and Kyvier, looking at him, concluded that he was in shock. Holding his long beard, the old man joyfully noted that Leondel had met a worthy opponent, and the crown prince tried to convey to him that the boy was not able to cope with this matter. Agreeing with his son, the elderly elf said that because of the danger of the mission, the people recognized him, which caused bewilderment in the blonde young man. The old king glanced at the hunters who were now arguing with the prince, noting that it was not good to force them so suddenly because they probably already had their own calling. Leaving, accompanied by 2 servants, the old man said that he would listen to the guy's decision tomorrow morning, and the crown prince gloomily replied that he understood. It was night over the castle, and only one window had a light on. Addis, with his hair tied up, gloomily suggested that the 4 heroes were planning something, fearing that they were going to attack the goddess of darkness. Ether seriously exclaimed, "Aren't they using foreigners as slaves?" which was doubtful. The magician massaged Kyvier, who was sitting on a chair while the blonde rubbed her legs, and the relaxed girl said that this is why the help of the hunters is needed. Eric suddenly approached, smiling funny. The next moment, he threw up a chair with Kyvier, shouting what the girl was up to. The angry jock looked at what was happening, declaring that the brunette was not the goddess of darkness, to which Addis and Ether noticed that she was the messenger of the goddess who created the dragon race. Eric shook his head with displeasure, not wanting to agree and noting that he was an earthling, to whom the gods had nothing to do. Eric sat down opposite Kyvier in the lotus position, and she said that this was not a request or a threat, but a fair deal. When the brunette said that this was a good chance for the stranger, he frowned, not understanding what the girl was talking about. The girl reminded that she is a representative of Kivriel, and as soon as the goddess is freed, she will give a reward to anyone who contributed to this. Addis and Ether were shocked when Kyvier said that the reward would be the fulfillment of one wish, not beyond the scope of the world's dragons. Trying to attract Eric, the girl said that the goddess could return him to Earth, but he reacted coldly to her words. The magician and the blonde looked at their friend in alarm when he noted that there was someone promising a similar reward and using it for their own purposes. Eric spoke the name of the demon god Ampalas, saying that his goal was to kill the goddess. Addis and Ether, after such an insulting comparison, approached their friend and angrily began to shout at him, suggesting that he was on the side of the demons. Removing his hands from himself, the main character calmly explained that 20 children had been rotting in the mountains because of Ampalas, and now he was simply afraid of being deceived again. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Eric looked down, remembering that they needed to catch Holian anyway. Kyvier coldly reported that this was not necessary because the goddess Quiriel gave them only one task. The girl listed the names of Garkhan, Zenobia, and Holian, explaining that the hunter's task was to find the king of the sword Barthold, superior in strength to all three. Addis and Ether stood with their mouths open, and Eric thought when the brunette said that the hunters only needed to guard her, after which Barthold himself would destroy all the fallen. The doubtful jock noted that the task seemed too simple for a spa with a reward. Then Kyvier, looking at him, declared that failure in this task was unacceptable. After these words, Eric frowned deeply. Ether and Addis breathed a sigh of relief when Eric agreed to the task, saying that they had the same goal. Kyvier ordered to leave now and began to climb out the window, which shocked the jock. Turning to the brunette, the main character asked who would guard the prince if they left now, adding that, in principle, they could refuse the task of the king of the elves. Kyvier stopped when Eric said that she was accompanying the little elf. The brunette turned and seriously replied that they would refuse the task of the king of the elves, because otherwise it would interfere with the mission of the goddess Kivriel. The jock's eyes widened when he heard these words. The action moves to the morning in the royal hall of the elven castle, flooded with sun. The crown prince bowed to his father sitting on the throne, reporting that the hunters who were in the outbuilding had disappeared. The old man in the crown smiled softly and grabbed his beard, concluding that the heroes were very diligent and, apparently, were in a great hurry. The blonde man and the young man with a satisfied expression said that he would inform Leondel about the cancellation of the task due to the lack of guards for him, to which the old king noted that this was not necessary. Putting a stamp on the document, the old man said that he wanted to send his youngest son to his eastern roots with an expedition, and the shocked crown prince said that he was still just a child. The blonde youth bit his lip when his father said that Leondel must receive the recognition of the people because one day he will lead the kingdom of the elves. The crown prince, bathed in sunlight, said that there will always be people dissatisfied with him. The old king chuckled, noting that protecting a child was not the only purpose of a parent. Leondel ran as fast as he could into the hall when the old man assured that the Fairy Union already knew about the campaign, and Chairman Holian would monitor the situation. Rushing into his father's presence, the little prince joyfully exclaimed that his knights had finished preparing for the military campaign. The crown prince, taken aback by such quick preparations, turned around and looked at his brother in bewilderment. The old king chuckled, noting Leondel's form. Directly behind the prince walked Eric, Kyvier, Ether, and Addis, dressed in red uniforms. Kyvier expressed no emotion. The jock's face was also unnaturally cold. Leaning on a wooden column, Kivia announced that they would refuse the task of the king of the elves, noting that if they agreed to accept him tomorrow morning, it would prevent them from completing the mission of the goddess Cabriel. The protagonist's face was filled with bewilderment. Kivia stated that even if they agreed, Leondel Atrances would die anyway. After what was said, the guys froze in one position. Wary, Ryu asked Kivia to speak more clearly. Turning around, she said that, more precisely, this was what was supposed to happen. An image of a tree appeared in her head, the roots of which were shrouded in powerful mana. Kivia said that the 6 goddesses are the creators of Ratna, adding that they know about everything, and even that which goes beyond time and space. She noted that even goddesses who can foresee the future act with caution when intervening in Ratna's affairs, advising that they should not violate the free will of beings and the laws of cause and effect. Kivia's body, wrapped in bandages, shimmered due to the glow of the aura. Kivia stated that the goddess's prophet does not have the ability to foresee the future, noting that it is for this reason that she has no right to exceed the powers given by the goddess and influence the fate of others in any way. With a serious expression on her face, she said that the problem was that because of her, the prophetess who was created by the goddess, Leondel did not die. Memories that were associated with Atrances surfaced in her head, where he woke up lying on her lap. Opening his eyes, Leondel was shocked. Kivia reported that at that moment, Atrances remained alive. Surprised, Addis noted that despite this, Kivia wants to leave the prince and leave. Ether suggested that the future, where the prince dies, remained unchanged. With a worried look, the main character noted that despite his harmfulness, the young prince helped, asking if everything was the other way around now. Turning her head, Kivia revealed that she was created to free the goddess Kibriel for the sake of Ratna's survival. Looking at the main character, she stated that the future of the entire Ratna and the life of Leondel have different values. After hearing this, Ryu was lost in his thoughts. Remembering the young prince, Kivia said that death was his destiny. With a smile on his face, Atrances set off, standing at the head of a squad of guys. Walking next to Ryu, Kivia stated that she and Leondel were not on such a close relationship, asking the reason for such behavior. Wary, the main character, said that he simply didn't like her. Frowning, Etha stated that the lack of logic in Ryu's words was reminiscent of a child. Kivia strongly doubted the qualities of Ryu's assistant. Indignant, the main character said that she needed to ask those who chose him. Further, he remembered that it was sealed, which is why there was no one to ask, apologizing. Presenting themselves in the main room of the palace before the king of the elves, the guys waited for his further words. The elf king assumed that the guys had heard about what was happening in the eastern village. Holding his beard, he said that their task was to find the cause of this phenomenon. The Elf King stated that this happened on the outskirts, noting that if the roots dried up, the whole tree could dry up. Listening to him, Ether's face became filled with confidence. The Elf King reported that the infection threatens to spread throughout the territory in the shadow of the World Tree. Hades was shocked by what he heard. The prince's father stated that it was for this reason that this did not only concern the kingdom of the elves, adding that the entire fairy union had shown interest in the matter. Looking at the guys, the Elf King said that if they solve the problem, then the representatives of the Elf Union Holian will personally thank them for their feat. With a grin on his face, the main character thought that they would be able to meet Holian if they completed the task. With his hands folded, the Elf King declared that Leondel would also be present in this matter, noting that not as a prince, but as the head of the expedition. Putting his hand to his chest, Atrances said that he would not disappoint him. His brother's face was filled with excitement. Smiling, Leondel noted that his father knew his worth, adding that for him all these strange phenomena were trifles. A bull could be seen in the expanse of the meadow. Having put on special equipment, the man began to plow the field. On the cart where the guys were, their loud conversations could be heard. Ether said it was about to explode. Beside herself with indignation, the wyvern said that at this rate they would grow old and die before they arrived, adding that only the prince would be left alive. Indignant, Leondel said that his status was a secret, asking to be called the head. Grinning, Atrances thought that for a little girl like Ether, this seemed like a fun trip, saying that she should be glad that he agreed to take the wheel. Taken aback, Hades asked if the general got tired, who would protect him, asking him to entrust this matter to him. Closing his eyes, Leondel asked if this was true, noting that in his opinion aristocrats were completely different. Holding the steering wheel, he asked Hades to wait a little. Looking at Kivia, Leondel thought that he had not yet had a chance to demonstrate his driving skills. Beside himself with rage, Atrances noted that while he was busy, the main character was chatting with her, calling him a pathetic worm. Surprised, Ryu was amazed that Kivia didn't know where Beatold was, asking if she was sane. Kivia stated that even if she were a goddess, it was not within her power to know about the dungeon, which was the territory of the Demon King. Wary, she said that the goddess could find out a person's thoughts if prayers were offered to her. Further, Kivia said that there was no record of Beatold's prayer in her data. Clouds of dust emanated from under the wheels of the cart. Kivia said that they had to look for him personally. Indignant, the main character noted that this should have been said earlier. The prophetess stated that she repeated several times that there was no reason to carry out the task of the elves. Ryu was sure that they needed to finish this case as quickly as possible. Driving nearby, the man apologized and asked if he could pass first. Taking off his hat, he said that he needed to get to a small village in the east before the sunset. Smiling, Hades said that they were also heading there, adding that they were letting him through. Many dense trees appeared on the children's path. The man said that in this case, they should also get out of this forest before sunset, telling about rumors that say that very strange things happen in the neighboring forest at nightfall. Having driven forward, he once again asked their forgiveness. Exhaling, Ether reported relief. Smiling, the wyvern noted that they just need to follow the carriage and they won't get lost. Frowning, Atrances was amazed that some little man dared to ride ahead of him. Leondel's foot moved towards the pedal, after which, the carriage began at an incredible speed. Two large logs appeared in the way of the guys. Frightened, Ether asked him to stop, asking where he was going. Suddenly, having driven through the logs, the carriage hung in the air. As she landed on the ground, she made a loud noise. Worried, Ryu asked what happened, suggesting that they had been attacked. Smirking, Atrances said that the road was where he was going. Holding the steering wheel, Leondel said that he was being guided by the Earth Goddess, adding that the guys had nothing to fear. Due to the colossally powerful collision, the carriage began to burn. The guy's angry glances were focused on Atrances. Beside himself with rage, Ether tried to call out to him. With a dissatisfied face, Leondel declared that this also happened by the will of the Earth Goddess. Hitting his chest with his fist, he said that he knew a route by which they could go on foot. Calling the guys savages, Atrances ordered them to follow him. Smiling, the main character noted that he could still hear the voice of the prince who died in the fire. Ether believed that this could not be true, suggesting that these were hallucinations. Horrified, Leondel said that he had not walked in the forest for a long time. The night sky slowly became cloudy. Stretching out his hand, Atrances declared that they needed to go in that direction. Indignant, Ether asked him to go slower. Taken aback, Ryu wondered why the prince was so confident in himself. Kivia noted that Atrances was an elf of royal blood. On the way of the guys, a huge tree appeared, which was shrouded in a stream of mysterious aura. The prophetess told him that the royal family of elves had been caring for the roots of the world tree since ancient times, adding that with the help of this ability, once every 20 years they could produce a gift from the world tree. Paying attention to his weapon, The protagonist assumed that the sword in his hands was very valuable, believing that Leondel was too. Interrupting him, Kivia said that the prince was still very young, stating that it was for this reason that he did not have the skill of an elf king. Looking at the joyful Atrances, she noted that he was able to perceive the roots of the tree, which stretched across the ground, adding that, for starters, the blood of royal elves flows in him. Hearing this, the main character was very surprised. Suddenly, with a cry, Leondel asked everyone to come to him. Grinning, Atrances stated that he had found the same cart that was passing by, wondering if he had said that they could trust him. Placing her hand on her side, Ether noted that the prince was more useful than she thought. Indignant, Leondel asked what her words meant, considering that it was very impudent. Smirking, calling out to Kivia, Atrances asked if she saw the huge difference between the muscular savage and him, noting that now they should just ask the owner of the cart to take them to the village. Leaning against the carriage, Kivia declared that this was impossible. Her gaze was directed at the owner of the carriage. The guys discovered that he was dead. Scared to death, Atrances tried to escape. The mysterious voice asked if it was the favorite of the king of the elves, Prince Leondel, noting that despite the fact that he was a late child, the crown prince was probably not at ease. Only tears appeared on the prince's face. The mysterious voice was surprised that a half-brother with a strange background had suddenly appeared from somewhere. Leondel's hand was directed towards a woman who had a hat on her head. A mysterious voice asked if there were such rumors about the prince. The stranger said that Atrances was hidden in the palace, but those who needed it knew it. Leondel's frightened face froze in one position. The stranger believed that it was the king's mistake. A shadow fell on the woman's hat. The mysterious voice was sorry that the prince's mother fled from the palace. In the vastness of the forest, the sound of carriage wheels could be heard. Waking up, Atrances asked if it was. The exhausted man begged for water. From what he saw, Leondel screamed. Turning around, the main character asked if he had woken up, asking him not to faint again. Leaning against the wall of the carriage, frightened Atrances asked what happened. Ryu told him that the prince saw a man and lost consciousness. Looking at Atrances, Kivia said that it was not a corpse yet. Hades said that the man's organs were sucked out, reporting the criticality of the situation and noting that he was still alive. Turning her head, Ether said that they had no choice but to go to the nearest village to cure the man, adding that the problem was that the one who knew the way suddenly fainted. Leondel suggested that they should have waited until he woke up. With a wary look, the protagonist said that the situation did not allow this. Behind the guys there was a crowd of angry monsters. Ryu told him that monsters had appeared on all sides. A worried Ether stated that the monsters were too close. The wyvern further noted that they were wild monsters, wondering why they were chasing them. Taking out a small stone, the main character said that he didn't know this either. After which, with colossal power, Ryu launched it at the monsters. Due to the strong impact, the monsters scattered in different directions. The plot introduced us to a monster called a bloodsucker. The system notified the protagonist that it was a ghost-type dungeon monster that inhabits the bodies of dead monsters and controls them. With a look of disgust, Ryu wondered what it was. Kivia suggested that these same monsters sucked organs from people and turned them into mummies. The main character believed that this was the highest class of monsters that he saw in the haunted house. Turning to Rue, Leondel asked if there were any dungeons nearby from which they could exit. Kivia reported that the cause was unknown. Continuing her escape, she noted that one thing was known for sure: the monsters want to get as much aura as possible. Outraged, Atrances believed that it was all because of Ryu, calling him a savage. Next, he ordered the main character to get out of the cart. Ryu stated that he didn't like them either, noting that Kivia had the aura too. Wary, Kivia said that if they drove like this, they might get into trouble. A chasm appeared on the guy's path. Seeing him, Addis said that there was a cliff there. Turning the steering wheel, group member Rada asked the guys to hold on tight. After which, Ether pointed her blade towards the monsters. A powerful charge of technology enveloped a nearby tree. Due to the powerful force, the ether was thrown aside. With the help of the emerging beam, the guys managed not to fall into the cliff. Suddenly, Atrances hung in the air, not understanding what was happening. Leondel's body fell out of the carriage. Seeing this, the monsters alerted their gaze. After which, the monsters followed the prince. Leondel's face was filled with fear. At the last moment, the main character managed to grab Atrances. Taken aback, Ryu suggested that his hands were beginning to weaken, asking him to name the magic word. Leondel's face was filled with surprise. Turning to the main character, who was holding his body, Atrances thanked him. A wooden fence was visible in front of the entrance to the territory. The plot takes us to the small village of Cornea, to the main gate. Indignant, the knight said that this could not be done, ordering the guys to go back. An angry Leondel said that this was rude, adding that they had come to investigate the matter on the orders of the king of the elves. A group of soldiers standing on the fence told him that they had asked for their help 2 months ago, noting that they didn't even lift a finger. The soldiers were sure that they were just waiting until they could rest here to take possession of their land. Taken aback, Atrances wondered what they were talking about, saying that they arrived as soon as they received the news. Indignant, the main character said that the road was not easy, not understanding what kind of situation was taking shape in this place. Kivia assumed there was some reason for this. With a malicious grin on his face, the knight watched the surprised guys. Kivia told him that originally people lived in this village, saying that because of the roots of the world tree, elves came there, as a result of which disputes began over the lands. Leondel's face was filled with indignation at what he saw. The prophetess stated that it was for this reason that she did not have the best impressions of the elven race as a whole. Pointing to the man's body, Addis said that there was a patient with them who urgently needed help. Worried, Ether stated that she needed to be saved first. Placing his hands on his side, the knight said that they would accept the sick man, noting that they refused to enter into the possessions of the kingdom of the elves. From what he heard, Leondel bared his teeth. The knight stated that therefore the elf would not set foot on their territory. Turning around, Kivia noted that if they did not make concessions, they would not be able to find the cause of these incidents. Further, the prophetess said that she could now return to the task of the goddess. With her back turned, Kivia asked the prince to return, after which, Leondel said that he did not want this. Looking at the shocked Kivia, he wondered how he would look his father and brother in the eyes if he returned like this. The protagonist's face was shrouded in surprise. Continuing, Atrances asked how he could continue to be their leader. Raising his hand to his hair, the prince asked if the knight had said that he would not allow the elf inside. Showing his ear, he asked what he thought of the half-elf. From what he saw, the knight was shocked, assuming that he was laughing. Surprised, Ether thought that children were rarely born between elves and people. Taken aback, Addis suggested that this was one of the reasons why Leondel was hidden from outsiders. Watching all this, Kivia was lost in thought. Laughing, the hunters noted that the prince had different ears. Smirking, the man said that he knew it. Confused, Atrances grabbed his ears. The crowd of hunters reported that the elves did not even think of helping them. The knight suggested that they, too, did not like the difference in ears, saying that this was the reason they sent Leondel there. Leaning over, Addis said that purebred elves do not like half-breeds, just like people, after which, the main character hit the ground with his earth. Surprised, Atrances turned to Ryu. The main character said that he couldn't stand it anymore. Putting his hand on the prince's head, Ryu noted that, albeit temporarily, that little boy was their leader. Further, he said that those monsters that they were so afraid of were greedy for aura. With an angry look, the main character said that an aura was about to start coming out of him, ordering the hunters to stop. The hunters were shocked by what they heard. Ryu stated that they must do this before all the bloodsuckers that were nearby gathered. Suddenly, someone quickly headed towards the entrance. The alarmed stranger said that because of the darkness he could not see right away, suggesting that there was a Voltarian warrior there. One of the hunters believed that if they did something wrong, the monsters wouldn't be the problem. Approaching the gate, the guy raised the shutter. Having opened them, he asked where the patient was. Taken aback, the knight asked him to listen, noting that it was dangerous for him to go outside. The knight stated that those people came from the kingdom of the elves. Watching all this, the main character wonders what is happening there. Surprised, Leondel could not believe that the guy was there. His gaze fell on the second brother, who headed towards them. Taking the hood off his head, the guy asked if the prince was Leondel. Throwing himself into his arms, the man began joyfully screaming the prince's name. Examining Atrances in every possible way, the man noted that he had grown a lot. Next, he asked how his father was doing and how his studies were going. Stunned, Ryu noted that the man looked exactly like the crown prince. Kivia, standing next to him, told him that they had the same genes. Looking at the surprised Leondel, Kivia revealed that it was his half-brother and the crown prince's twin brother. The medicine was slowly brought to the patient's mouth. There were bruises under his eyes from exhaustion. Addis, standing opposite the patient, was amazed at the effect of the usual medicine. Smiling, Ether noted that the man's complexion had improved, appreciating their efforts. The joyful middle brother of Leondel said that this medicine was created using his meager knowledge, adding that he was the only magician in the village, which is why he performs the duties of a healer. Getting out of bed, he noted that he was not able to care for the patients alone, saying that the rest were being treated at home, since there were several times more of them than these patients. The middle brother said that for this reason he plucked up the impudence and asked for help from the family. Looking at the alarmed Leondel, he noted that he had not dared to dream that it would be he who would come. Atrances said that if his brother had reported that he was there, he would not have come there alone. With sadness on his face, the middle brother said that he was here in exile, adding that if anyone found out about his presence, it would harm the village. The worried Leondel did not know what happened there 10 years ago, noting that their father had probably forgiven his middle brother a long time ago. Indignant, the main character tried to find out what was wrong with this situation, adding that the most interesting moment had now begun. Leaning towards him, Ether stated that there was some kind of complicated family problem. Smiling, she noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, suggesting that they wanted to talk about a lot of things. The wyvern said that at such moments you need to be able to leave in time, as this is called tact. Turning his head towards her, Ryu noted that standing and listening was not a good idea. Suddenly, the sick man was engulfed in a torrent of violent coughing as Kivia put her hand in his mouth. Indignant, the middle brother tried to find out what she was doing with the patient. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what she was trying to do, when suddenly, from the man's mouth, she takes out a small monster. Holding it up to Ryu's face, Kivia asked him to take a closer look. The main character asked what it was. Looking at the small monster, Ryu assumed that it was a bloodsucker larva. Holding the monster in her hands, Kivia said that even those whose organs were sucked out by a bloodsucker can fully recover with normal treatment. Then, turning around, she stated that these patients were not recovering because bloodsucker larvae were parasitizing their bodies. Hearing this, the alarmed middle brother suggested that the monsters were deliberately keeping people alive to reproduce. Taken aback, Addis noted that dungeon monsters usually only want to kill. Wary, Ether stated that such monsters appear in dungeons on their own. Horrified, the main character suggested that this means that there are more and more of them in this district. With her back to the guys, Kivia noted that their mission was over, adding that now they need to return to the kingdom and report everything to the king. Worried, Leondel reported that his brother and everyone else were in danger. Kivia stated that their task, given by the Elven King, was to find out the cause of the anomalies. Suddenly, Ryu's hand appeared on her shoulder. Kivia said that this does not include resolving the problem. Indignant, the main character asked her to stop. Ryu asked if they would leave after completing the mission while people were dying in the villages, wondering if it was too irresponsible. Wary, Kivia stated that Ryu was acting irresponsibly at the moment. She believed that the main character simply wants to save the people he sees there, noting that he does not even think about future victims who are now not visible. Turning to Ryu, Kivia asked if he had forgotten how many innocent people were killed by the one he so thoughtlessly saved before. Memories of Changrishan arose in the main character's head. Also in his thoughts, the silhouette of Martin appeared, whose face was shrouded in incredible anger. Looking at the stunned Ryu, Kivia stated that as a result, he could not bear responsibility for San to the end, allowing him to die. Suddenly, the excited middle brother began to wave his hand violently. Putting his finger to his mouth, the middle brother said that there was a hospital here. Clenching his fist, Addis noted that he did not know how knowledgeable Kivia was about this matter. A memory of how an annoyed Ryu was in his room surfaced in the head of group member Rada. Addis reported that the best choice led to the worst result. Taken aback, he asked Kivia not to rush into words, noting the fact that she did not see what the main character had to endure due to the heavy burden of responsibility. From what she heard, Kivia was shocked. Putting his hand to his chin, the middle brother said that night had fallen outside, suggesting that the guys were very tired. He said he would ask residents to prepare a former hotel building for the group. A bright light was visible from the windows of the dilapidated building. The middle brother noted that the guys could decide tomorrow about returning to the kingdoms. Beside herself with rage, Ether wondered what it was, not understanding this impudence. Turning his attention to the angry wyvern, Addis asked her to calm down, adding that he had allowed himself too much. Ether was sure that group member Rada also became angry at that moment. Smirking, Addis stated that Kivia had a task regarding the fate of Ratna, which is why she was in such a hurry. Upset, the group member felt that there was no need for them to carry out the goddess's task and listen to such insults. Looking at the ceiling, Ryu noted that he did not feel insulted, adding that despite this, his mood soured. Raising a finger, the main character said that he felt as if his 4-year-old sister was asking why he didn't have a girlfriend. Taken aback, Addis noted Ryu's specific description. Ether felt like she had hit the bull's eye. At that moment, Leondel was actively moving his ear, trying to eavesdrop on their dialogue. Ether's loud laughter could be heard behind the wall of the room. The wyvern assumed that judging by the fact that Ryu was angry, it was true. Addis stated that the main character was wrong, since one cannot beat a wyvern for what it said. At that moment, closing his eyes, Etzrances tried to fall asleep. Lying next to him, Kivia told him that there were thin walls and everything could be heard. Opening his eyes, Leondel asked what happened. Kivia stated that she was curious about something. Upon hearing this, Etzrances noted that this was unusual. Looking away, Kivia asked if Leondel thought she had angered them, suggesting that it might interfere with their mission. Taken aback, Etzrances noted that he didn't know this for sure, adding that if she did something they didn't like, then that's it. Looking at the prince, Kivia said that she did not think so. Smiling, Leondel assumed that the guys didn't care even when they found out that he was a half-elf. Etzrances thought that the main character was quite a normal guy. Taken aback, Leondel noted that Ryu was still far from him, adding that if he cared so much. Looking at Kivia, whose hand was resting on the pillow, Atrances suggested that she simply apologize. Smiling, she thanked him for his advice. From what he heard, great embarrassment arose on Leondel's face. Covered with a blanket, Atrances asked her to leave all important matters for tomorrow. Gradually falling asleep, Kivia was lost in her thoughts, after which his eyes finally closed. Opening her eyes, she discovered that she was somewhere on the street. Multiple cuts were visible on her face. Sitting up, Kivia assumed that these were memory lapses due to a head injury. Holding her paw, the bloodied prophetess noted that she was definitely chasing a monster, adding that her body was damaged. Smirking, the monster stated that she didn't think it was interesting, saying that the legs didn't react like a doll's. Turning to her, the monster asked why she told her that she had hidden her children. Looking at the monster with blood stains on its face, Kivia wondered what such a monster was doing in this place. Pointing his paw towards her face, the monster said that it could be anywhere. After which, blood began flowing down Kaivi's legs. After which, the frightened prophetess opened her eyes. Standing up abruptly, Kivia was shocked. Looking at her hand, she assumed it was just a dream. Suddenly, she saw that Leondel's pastel was empty. Sitting in her bed, Kivia noticed some screams. From what she heard, her face was filled with genuine excitement. Next, Kivia rushed towards the strange sounds. Ether appeared on the prophetess's path, her gaze shrouded in bewilderment. Turning to the alarmed wyvern, Kivia asked if she was accidentally looking for Leondel. Ether tried to find out what she was talking about. From what she heard, the prophetess was shocked. The wyvern stated that absolutely all their weapons were missing. The huge mouth of the monster reached towards the face of the terrified man. One of the residents ordered everyone to retreat back. Trying to brush off the monster, the guy ordered her to leave him behind. Having drawn the curtain, the woman's room was enveloped in loud children's crying. The frightened woman was surrounded on all sides by tentacled monsters that were reaching out to her. An army of angry monsters was crawling through the houses of the village. Suddenly, a terrifying monster appeared behind the knight, its mouth heading towards his face. The knight wondered what the bloodsuckers were doing in the village. Suddenly, grabbing him by the shirt, the main character clenched his fist to strike. After which, due to its colossal power, the monster's body scattered in different directions. One of the maddened monsters let out a piercing roar. Watching all this, Ryu could not understand what it was. A huge horde of monsters rushed towards him. The main character was amazed that even after being hit, the monsters simply separated. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the village. Surprised, Ryu assumed that everyone died from the fire. Raising his hands, Addis stated that he had a spatial limitation to use magic without a magic staff. Turning his head in his direction, Ryu stated that something would go wrong in such a narrow place, adding that as long as Addis was using aura, he might accidentally blow up houses. With lightning speed, Kivia arrived in time and struck one of the monsters. Landing on the ground, she noted that the guys need not worry, saying that a sword created from the world tree would absorb most of the aura. Taken aback, the main character wondered whether he should be so happy about this. Looking at the Ether monster attacking, Ryu tried to ask her about the situation. The wyvern stated that the monsters entering there from the eastern gate had spread out in all directions. Landing on the ground, Ether noted that there were about 200 monsters, adding that if they start looking for and destroying them one by one, then there will be no end to it. Raising her fist to strike, Kivia found it strange that so many underground monsters had suddenly attacked the village, wondering where Leondel had gone. Beside himself with rage, the knight assumed that all this would happen because of Atrances. He was sure that the elves wanted to seize their land. Looking at the angry Kivia, the knight noted that in the end, he betrayed them too. Grabbing him by the armor, the main character stated that it was he who was going to stab him in the back, saying that they wanted to take Leondel hostage in order to negotiate with the kingdom. Beside himself with rage, Ryu assumed that it was because of this that they stole their weapons. The main character felt that there was not enough time to use his sword due to its weight. Indignant, the knight declared that it was now too late to look for Atrances. Looking at the angry Kivia, he noted that they needed to at least get out of there. Looking at her, Ether was shocked. Kivia reported that she did not want this situation to escalate into a quarrel. An image of the world tree appeared in her head. The prophetess noted that she cannot interfere in the destinies of people, adding that this concerns not only the villagers, but also the issue of life and death of Leondel. An excited Kivia said that she should not do anything that is not related to the fulfillment of the assigned mission. Having cut the monster behind her back, the main character tried to find out what she was driving at. Looking at the dumbfounded prophetess, he asked if she wanted to say that Leondel's death had nothing to do with her mission, noting that she was mistaken. Smirking, Ryu stated that if Atrances died, he would no longer help. Looking at the shocked Kivia, the protagonist revealed that it was for this reason that she needed to go and find Leondel in order to complete her mission. After the words of the main character, Kivia's leg was covered with streams of powerful aura. Pushing off from the ground, the prophetess went in search of its rances. Looking at Kivia walking off into the distance, Ryu noted that she wasn't as cold as they thought. Placing his sword on his shoulder, the main character said that he was sorry, that there must be some reason for this. Having formed a fiery sphere in his hands, Addis stated that they needed to quickly figure it out and also go in search of Leondel. Turning his back, the main character asked how much more Addis's magic would last. Group member Rada reported that there were about 5 small ones and 1 large one. Having borrowed his weapon from the knight, Ether noted that if he did not need it, then she would take this time. The stunned knight tried to find out what the guys were going to do, adding that even if they started killing the monsters one by one, they were already everywhere. Taking a fighting stance, the main character stated that they were not going to kill the monsters one by one. Having thrust the sword into the ground, Ryu filled it with streams of unimaginably powerful aura. Suddenly, in the center of the village, a huge red beam rose in the sky. Holding his sword with both hands, the protagonist declared that the monsters needed to be gathered together. Suddenly, the place where the guys were gradually began to fill with an army of monsters. In the hands of the unknown man, the body of Leondel, who was unconscious, was visible. Standing opposite a tree, a woman dressed in a red dress froze in one position. Landing on the ground, Kivia ordered her to stop, asking what she was going to do with its rances. With a malicious grin on her face, the woman noted that the rescuers arrived faster than she thought. Seeing her, the prophetess was shocked. Turning around, the woman asked why Kivia was staring at her like that, as if they had already met somewhere. Leondel lay unconscious in his arms, his pink hair hanging from his head. A dark-skinned woman in a red robe, wearing a cap with eyes and a blindfold, holding the prince, asked Kaiwir why she looked as if they had already met. The brunette continued to look at the criminal anxiously, recognizing her as the woman from her nightmare. She pulled her hand forward, opening a scarlet spatial portal that shone brightly in the darkness. In one motion, the girl took out and tested a pole weapon, preparing for an attack, and replied that they did not know each other. Looking at the thief with contempt, surrounded by a scattering of stars, she noted that she does not know a monster who does not kill, but steals people. The woman with bandages over her eyes said that she thought she had pretended to be similar enough, adding that sometimes a cold assessment was needed and she needed to ask an ordinary person. Kaiwir continued to cast a contemptuous glance at her opponent, frowning her black eyebrows. Looking at the stolen Prince Leondel, the thief wondered how people who have children feel and how valuable a child is to them. She grabbed the face of the defenseless unconscious elf with her red claws, noting that if she had a child, it would be hers expensive. With a malicious smile, the criminal asked Kaiwir what facial expression she needed to make to look human if the child died, wanting to look at the brunette after killing Leondel. Kaiwir did not fall for the provocation, intently following the movements of her opponent with a stone face. The red lips of the dark-skinned woman broke into a smile even more while waiting for an answer to the questions. She carefully laid the unconscious prince on the lawn, deciding that we would find out later. Rising sharply and pointing her head towards Kaiwir, the thief said that they would not be much different. Kaiwir, full of calm, flew at full speed towards her opponent, raising her glaive to attack, and the woman, in turn, stuck out her hand with her clawed fingers spread out. Meanwhile, on the streets of the village, Eric, using his energy, fought with the bloodsuckers with a concentrated look. He held his massive wooden sword in his hands and struck powerful blows at the monsters with it, shrouded in an aura. Addis stood behind him, fighting with fiery energy, and worriedly asked whether his friend controlled his aura. Eric fought with his scarlet aura and a wooden blade, the magician used the fiery power of the dragon, and Ether used a sword that generated blue power in the form of lightning bolts. While Addis and the Musliman remained in place, the blonde flew into the air, announcing that she had collected almost all the bloodsuckers. 3 types of strong energy stood up to the hordes of bloodsuckers growing and growing in their numbers. Powerful blue lightning, a crimson stream, and flames rose above the circle of monsters, and the village soldiers watched from the roof as the heroes collected monsters from all over the village. The knight with the eye patch said that it was not for nothing that the race of Sword Kings was so famous, and his partner, watching in fascination, concluded that their nightmare would soon come to an end. The soldiers were distracted from discussing the battle by an approaching doctor of elven origin, who noted that the situation was not so good. After exclaiming about the aura, Eric, a blonde, pointy-eared man, reported that the energy was too strong. He invited the knights to look carefully down at the assembled bloodsuckers. The guy with the beard noticed with horror that they were killing their own, devouring each other's bodies. Then the elf explained that the aura of the Walterian warrior kills individuals and destroys their cells, but remains in the corpses. Eric, surrounded by crimson energy, looked furiously at the monsters around him. As the trio of hunters stood in a fighting position, The blonde man continued, saying that one dead bloodsucker feeds 10 others. The clawed hand, surrounded by drops of blood, arched unnaturally. With one swing of her glaive, Kyvier cut off the limb of a thief who was trying to attack her. A new whole arm gradually began to grow on the stump. The brunette watched in amazement as the opponent in red regenerated. Now, instead of a hand, the woman had a huge paw with which she furiously tried to grab Kyvier, but she managed to jump to the side. The blindfolded thief smiled at the girl, suggesting that she did not specifically use the aura so that she would not be able to absorb it. Kyvier, with threads of energy from her eyes and a concentration of aura in her palms, raised her weapon to attack. Noting her opponent's high intelligence and ability to regenerate and realizing that it was she who brought the bloodsuckers to the village, the girl, surrounded by a scarlet aura, flew past the lady in red, inflicting a deep cut on her waist. She turned around, giving her opponent an astonished look. The thief, grabbing Kyvier's weapon with all her might with her huge paw, asked indignantly if she had intruded. The woman smiled madly, suggested that perhaps travelers came to her village without asking, and also noted that the aura absorbed by her was not bad. Holding the shaft of the glaive with both hands, the girl concluded that the more the opponent succumbs to the attacks of the aura, the stronger she becomes, and meanwhile her arms were wrapped in black stripes. The ribbons completely covered Kyvier's arms, adding muscle strength to her. The brunette pushed the woman in red with all her strength, and she flew back. Now Kyvier, with her body enhanced by black ribbons, accumulated aura at the tip of her weapon, deciding to attack her opponent. She swung hard and struck along the giant woman's body, leaving scarlet energy along with the cut. The dark lady with bandages over her eyes burst into laughter, declaring that no matter how hard Kyvier tried, she would not be able to defeat her, and meanwhile ice formed along the edges of her deep wound. In an unsuccessful attempt to attack, the thief screamed loudly, not understanding what had happened. Kyvier, with a darkened iris, was engulfed in cold magical energy, freezing her opponent, and the girl said that she would not be able to absorb the aura in a frozen state. The dark-skinned woman, covered in ice, noticed the freezing artifact in the girl's hands and shouted for her to wait, and meanwhile, crimson energy was oozing from under the black ribbons on Kyvier's skin. At the battle site, a powerful stream of bright aura suddenly rose up, contrasting with the dark night sky. Ice particles flew into the air due to the rising shock wave. Black magical ribbons began to fall from Kyvier's hands, revealing snow-white skin surrounded by a scarlet-pink aura. Towering over her defeated opponent frozen in the ice, the brunette regretted not asking how she managed to escape from the dungeon, her skin now almost completely exposed under the disappearing ribbons. Having created a portal and returned the weapon to it, Kyvier glanced at Leandel lying on the lawn in a fetal position, beginning to awaken. Opening his big eyes, the elf looked up, not understanding how he ended up in this place. Confused, he asked Kyvier, who was standing calmly nearby, why he was sleeping on the floor. The girl smiled softly, telling Leandel that it was time to go back, while something red flew at her head at high speed. In a matter of seconds, the red, fast creature knocked down Kyvier, throwing her far away and leaving a dusty trail that the prince watched from the side. Looking after the escort who flew away from the blow, Leandel screamed her name heart-rendingly, fearing for the girl, and meanwhile the attacker said that she asked her to wait. An elf with pink hair, seeing a strange red creature in front of him, recoiled back in fear, and it, holding its head, began to lament how difficult it is to shape a face. Kyvier stopped near one of the trees, and a few drops of blood fell on the grass below her. A scarlet stream flowed down the girl's face from her forehead, and she, looking at her opponent in shock, concluded that recovery was impossible. Taking hold of the red cloth, the woman agreed, saying that even bloodsuckers do not last forever. With a wide smile, declaring that she had to kill several, the mother of the monsters that had infested the village lifted up the long hem of her dress with both hands, revealing a large cluster of bloodsuckers underneath. Leandel was very frightened, realizing that there was a monster in front of him, and began to back away, and the woman said that she wanted to become a good mother. Cowering over the little elf sitting on the lawn, she said that he saw the wrong one, and looked at the clawed hand. When the thief reached out to the prince, Kyvier rushed to him, wanting to protect him. Pictures of a dream popped up in the girl's head, when in reality the woman was already reaching out to the brunette, but in the end it was concluded that this dream was Providence. Splashes of blood flew against the background of the night sky. Kyvier, her face bloodied, opened her mouth wide and widened her eyes, in a state of shock. The woman looked at her with a malicious grin, remembering that there was some strong man. Eric, who suddenly appeared, came close to the attacker, covering Kyvier with his muscular body, and the lady in red concluded that the hunk was her type. He took the dark, clawed hand of the mother of bloodsuckers and squeezed her hand tightly, tensing his muscles so that veins appeared on them. Having torn off the monster's limb, Eric apologetically said that he had enough strange women in his life. Events are moved back a little in time, to the time of the struggle of a trio of hunters on the streets of the village with bloodsuckers, which had greatly increased in size from absorbing the aura. The main character, surrounded by scarlet energy, looked at the monsters with a frown, realizing that their level had risen and his attacks were having the opposite effect. Ether, with small abrasions on her face, raised her sword and stated with a smile that she would take care of the small ones, but her 38th level would not have much effect on the large ones. Addis called out to his partner, who had taken an attacking position, and she looked at him in bewilderment. The frowning magician put his finger to his lips, indicating that he needed to be quieter. Ether was puzzled by this gesture and even slightly angry, which she tried to hide behind an inappropriate smile. Looking sideways at his friends with curiosity, Eric remembered that Addis had a plan according to which the Muslim needed to collect monsters with his aura. The guy turned around in bewilderment, deciding to clarify the details of the plan with the guys, but noticed only a small magic circle behind him. Inside the circle was a purple gem and there was a countdown to activate the flame magic. Eric, surrounded by huge multi-eyed monsters, could not understand why Ether was running away. Addis, sitting on her back, shouted for the jock to suffer a little. As a result, the man was left alone, believing that his friends had abandoned him, and the bloodsuckers were hiding his body, creeping ever closer. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the magic circle near the stone. The entire epicenter, teeming with bloodsuckers, was filled with a powerful stream of flame, rising high into the air. The fire was so bright and strong that its light blinded the soldiers and the doctor gathered on the roof. Sitting down on the edge of the building next to this company, Addis and Ether watched with pleasure the rising flames, while a man with a beard shouted indignantly that their colleague was now burning there. The flames grew, reaching the houses, and Ether reported that it looked a little dangerous, to which Addis replied that only with increasing levels can powerful area magic be achieved. He also noted that it would be a little hot for Eric, until the unharmed jock emerged from the fire with a wooden sword in his hands. The man's stupid face expressed indignation. He started shouting at his approaching friends that they could have warned him, and Addis apologized and explained that he changed the plan on the fly and there was no time left for a warning, while Ether laughed at the smoking head of the jock. While the trio were engaged in a verbal spat, the knights and the doctor on the roof noticed that there was no trace of the bloodsuckers left, wondering how the Walterian's skin survived the fire. The blonde elf looked suspiciously at the pumped-up man through the lenses of his glasses, recognizing him as someone. After that, in the other direction, where there was a huge dry tree, a red flash appeared, which all the villagers who had gathered on the roof looked at. The two knights froze in amazement. They hesitantly discussed whether it was dangerous in the place where such a large amount of aura accumulated, while the healer moved away from them. Addis asked Eric in bewilderment if he really felt the aura, and Ether, looking over the magician's shoulder, suggested that something had happened to Miss Kaiwir. Looking with alarm towards the accumulation of scarlet energy, the main character concluded that something could have happened to the baby. He quickly walked into the huge tree as he decided to check if everything was okay with Leondal. Asking his friends to sort out the village itself, Eric rushed to the rescue like a bullet, raising a cloud of dust. Turning to Ether, Addis calmly said that the prince should be fine, asking the girl to check if there were any monsters left. While Addis was walking measuredly, voices were heard behind his partners. A crowd of red-eyed knights, mixed with local residents, ran past them, each holding a torch in their hands. Ether noticed the strange state of people rushing by, with which the magician agreed. Suddenly, the pupils in the green and red eyes of the hunters turned white. The girl and guy followed the crowd, muttering about the danger. The world created by the goddess is like an accurate clock, and while it is continuously running, what is supposed to happen happens and does not go beyond the script. But even if reality is out of bounds, the problem is not the prediction. The reality changed, and the situation now involved Eric, who came to the defense of Leondal and Kaiwir. The brunette clutched her head in confusion, trying, after the predictions she had received, to understand why a future appeared that shouldn't exist, and the Musliman asked if she was okay. The main character asked if Kaiwir was completely out of action after hitting her head, and she replied that, although not as strong as him, she was created in the image of a Walterian woman. The girl, standing with the guy in a clearing against the backdrop of the starry sky, asked Eric, who was reaching for the weapon behind his back, to focus on the enemy in front of him. Looking at the woman coldly, Kaiwir said that after the battle with her recovery power fell, but because of the aura, the mother of the bloodsuckers was not affected by cleaving attacks. The girl also said that after absorbing the aura, the woman in the red dress only becomes stronger. From afar, a crowd of villagers with torches could be seen walking straight towards the monster, which initially only wanted the elf boy. The woman changed her mind, deciding that she would allow the hunters to live in the village, extending her hand to Eric with a smile. Suddenly, the mother of the bloodsuckers began to shake from the aura that overwhelmed her. At this moment, the main character, using his massive blade, slammed the woman, leaving a bloody kick. Splashes of blood and remnants of aura scattered in different directions from the sword, covering the grass. Local residents stopped and watched this picture in horror. Little Prince Leondal was also shocked to see a bloody mess on the lawn next to him. The powerful blow struck even Kyvier, changing her always stony expression to one of extreme shock. Standing behind Eric, who was clutching his chest, the brunette said that she knew about the guy's strength, but could not even imagine that he would crush his opponent due to the pressure of the aura. Looking at Eric, who opened the user manual, Kyvier concluded that the strength of this alien was beyond reason. The main character looked at the yellow screen with disappointment, thinking that he had defeated a boss-level monster. Watching the windows with information pop up one after another, the guy came to the conclusion that these were all just united bloodsuckers. At that moment, a strong cry from a knight with a beard was heard. A crowd of local residents rushed to Eric, not believing that he could kill their mistress. Surrounding the jock, sad and angry people began to accuse him of killing a woman who was innocent and treated them like a mother. The main character shouted with displeasure, asking if they saw what happened, because the woman turned out to be a bloodsucker, and Kyvier cast a bewildered glance at the crowd. Remembering the words of the mother of monsters, the brunette suddenly realized the terrible truth. Looking around at the zombie-like people, she concluded that this entire village was already infected. Eric could not believe what was happening, and Kyvier tried hard to convince him, saying that parasites had infected the village long before the hunters arrived here. The bloodsucker crawling out of the knight's mouth confirmed the guess. The monsters protruding from the mouth of each inhabitant carried one of the parts of their mother, and she said that the gathered people settled in abandoned lands, afraid of wild monsters. The woman said that she was only protecting them, and in return they gave her a place where you can live. Reincarnated, the lady in red placed her hand on the shoulder of the frightened elf Leondel, declaring that this is called symbiosis. She also noted that the villagers naturally had to pay for accepting strangers. Throwing a contemptuous look at the mother of the parasites, Kyvier concluded that manipulating other people's lives is not symbiosis, but slavery. Then the woman answered with a smile that people are happy and do not suspect this slavery, which is quite enough for them. At this moment, Prince Leondel interrupted the conversation, shrilly shouting to the Walterian to take Kyvier and run. Eric and the brunette, surrounded by a crowd of zombified residents, stood in fighting poses when the boy asked to tell his father about everything. Covering the little elf's mouth with her hands, the woman said that she wanted to live peacefully in the village, adding that the travelers had killed too many of her children. The infected Addies and Ether now stood near her, and the lady concluded that everything had been resolved just fine. Kyvier's eyes widened when she realized that blood was the carrier of infection. Through the woman's hand, Leondel desperately tried to pronounce the name of his companion, worried about her. The little elf reached out with his hand to the girl, whom Eric began to attack, throwing her to the crowd of infected, and his eyes began to close. Suddenly he opened his eyes, shouting the name Kyvier. Now he was on a bed in a bright room with a large window, behind which tree branches could be seen. He looked outside in bewilderment as the sunlight fell on his bed. A dark palm turned the golden door handle to enter the room. Suddenly the white door swung open, and a lady in red with a blindfold appeared in the passage, who happily noticed that the boy had woken up. Seeing the woman, Leondel retreated back in horror, shouting that she was a monster. The woman answered with a smile that she was not a monster, but his mother, and a large hand fell on her shoulder. After this, the prince was completely taken aback, widening his eyes and opening his mouth wide. A jock with a mustache and a monocle, dressed like a nobleman, appeared behind him and asked Leondel to choose expressions until his dad punished him, and the elf with horror recognized him as a Walterian. In the middle of the forest, a corpse covered in roots was attached to one of the trees. A flash of red appeared in the darkness, taking the form of a shining star. In a gloomy forest there grew a tree on which fruits hung scattered in the form of precious red stones, beckoning with their radiance. The pink-haired prince was bound by strong roots, unable to move. From the very top of an overturned tree, a dark silhouette tore the brightest of all stones. The figure of a lady in a dress carefully held the extracted fruit, and behind her a scarlet portal opened. The hand, surrounded by the remnants of the aura, tightly clutched the sheet. Kyvier opened her eyes in panic after having yet another nightmare, and her body began to tremble. She stood up in bed and covered her mouth with her hand, suffering from a violent coughing fit. Clearing her throat, the girl removed her hand, keeping her mouth wide open. Kyvier examined her palm with caution. The girl coughed up a small bloodsucker larva onto her hand, which crawled and chuckled. Having examined the room in which she was located, the brunette concluded that this was a local hospital. Glancing at the man lying on the next bed, Kyvier recognized him as a knight who had vomited a bloodsucker larva during the battle. Rising up in bed, the girl came to the conclusion that the entire hospital was full of patients who were infected with parasites. The man who came in unexpectedly dropped the tray on which he was carrying food for the girl. A blonde doctor stood in the room, looking in shock at the girl who had woken up. He was amazed at how she managed to remain conscious after being infected, causing his eyes to bulge and his mouth to gape. The bedspread suddenly rose into the air. An enraged Kyvier flew towards the elven doctor, grabbing him by the throat and pushing him against the wall. The jolt was so strong that the man's glasses flew off, landing on the wooden floor. crushing the parasite with one hand and pinning the elf to the wall with the other. Kyvier, enveloped in a scarlet glow, concluded that she could not contain her aura even after being infected, and asked how the doctor knew that she was okay. When she accused the blonde young man of collaborating with the monster, tears flowed from his eyes in a stream, falling onto the girl's hand. She watched the strange reaction in bewilderment. The elf, with his hand on his neck, bursting into tears, desperately begged to save this village. The blonde guy said that it all started about 6 months ago, when he was already living in this village and treating people. He was a royal elf who was kicked out of the palace in the fight for the throne. One day, the doctor felt an evil aura emanating from the roots of the world tree. Together with the villagers, he went inside the cave under its roots. A gap was seen there, from which a red light streamed, and from this gap a many-eyed creature came out, attacking people. When the elf came to his senses, those gathered had already managed to kill each other. He himself was not infected because he belongs to the elf tribe. The doctor didn't even suspect it then, but since then people in the village began to slowly become infected. And as a result, that creature, calling itself the mother of parasites, forced the elf to heal people. In return, it promised to leave the young man and the surviving inhabitants alive. The elf walking down the street with Kyvier concluded that all this was for the sake of the village, which had to constantly give its energy to the woman. Looking after the doctor, the brunette asked displeasedly why it was impossible to say about this immediately when the hunters arrived, then they would have time to return to the kingdom. Overtaking the girl, the elf said that last time he told the truth to those people, but they were already infected outside the village. Suddenly the blonde youth stopped and shouted in despair that this was all a test by the lady in red to see if he would turn out to be a traitor. The elf said that all the monsters were also infected with bloodsuckers, so there was no point in telling the truth to people who were not themselves due to distorted memories. Therefore, when the doctor first saw the travelers, hope appeared in him and he allowed them to enter. Closing his eyes, the elf, who had not seen normal people for a long time, apologized, to which Kyvier remained silent. Her thoughts were now occupied with the story of the crack from another dimension and the monster coming out of it, realizing that the main part coincided with her visions. She sharply remembered the terrible vision of Leondel, who was tightly bound by roots. In a panic, she clarified what happened to the little prince and the others. Hearing such a question, the elf turned and, frowning, tried to explain. There was an estate under a giant tree. The woman in the bandage happily opened her mouth, presenting her beloved with a meatball stabbed on a fork. Sitting next to him, the mustachioed Eric with a monocle obediently opened his mouth, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Laughing playfully, the lady asked whether the man liked the dish, and he answered charmingly that she was a great cook. The woman looked with bewilderment at Leondel, who played the role of the couple's son in this performance, and asked why he didn't eat anything. After this question, the boy burst into anger and slammed his fist on the set table. Leondel yelled with all his might at the lady in red, accusing her of wanting to feed him and then devour him. Closing his eyes in shame, the jock slammed the table and called the prince obnoxious. He shot a furious look at Leondel, asking how the boy dared speak to his mother like that in the presence of his father. When Eric began to poke the elf with a knife, he concluded with shock that the Walterian was out of his mind. Taking the weapon from her husband, the lady said with a smile that Leondel was half an elf, so he needed time to become a family. An angry Eric, in the role of his father, asked the boy himself whether he was really a half-elf, and the prince realized in horror that he would soon also be infected. Gritting his teeth, Leondel tried to think that he just needed to be patient, and they would come to save him. Ether, in the role of a maid, dressed in the appropriate uniform, joyfully served the main dish to the table. Having placed the plate, the girl began to remove the lid, saying that this dish was especially for Leondel. In front of the boy stood a plate with intestines filled with blood. The prince looked with disgust at the broad dish. The boy began to vomit and turned away from the table. At that moment, the cook came into the room, whom Ether called with an angry look. Addis stood in the room with a guilty look in a cap and apron, and the blonde angrily scolded him for the prepared food, which made the gentleman feel sick. The magician, in tears, began to justify himself by saying that he had prepared a pig he had caught according to the owner's recipe, which irritated the maid. Pretending to calm Addis, Ether asked what the cook wanted to say by this, and Leondel was horrified that everyone around was infected. Eric butted in, furious that the cook had called his recipe tasteless, shouting that he always made the best blood sausage. Holding Addis by the chin, an irritated Ether said furiously that when she served in the army, such things could not be carried even close to the wyverns. The cook burst into tears even more, asking forgiveness for his uselessness. While everyone attacked Addis, the stunned Leondel concluded that everyone had changed, realizing that it was his initiative to stay here. In order to resolve the conflict, the woman clapped her hands. She stood up and asked for it to stop, stating that she wanted the family to live happily. After these words, good-natured smiles appeared on the faces of Addis and Ether. The woman added that if Leondel did not eat, he would die of hunger, which would greatly upset his mother. Placing her palms together, the lady tilted her head, concluding that she could not force-feed her son, otherwise she would become a bad mother, and asking the question what was wrong. A bright palm rose up. Addis raised his hand, answering with a happy face that it was all his fault because he had prepared a tasteless meal, and Leondel looked at the magician dumbfounded. Then the woman said furiously that the guy was fired, reaching out to him with a hand from the bloodsuckers. Huge red fingers stopped right in front of the smiling Addis's face. The frightened elf began to eat the stuffed intestines brought, which the cook was incredibly happy about. Leondel forced himself to eat, imagining that there was delicious pork in front of him. As a result, the boy really liked the intestine dish. Noticing that changes were also taking place in him, the elf decided to leave this village as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a pair of feet in black boots appeared in the doorway. Looking at the guests, the woman noted with a smile that the girl had finally been cured. Leondel, eating the main course, looked with hope at those who entered. The blonde doctor brought with him Kyvier, dressed in the uniform of a maid, who deliberately pretended to be infected. The woman invited the brunette to get to work. The goddess of darkness, Kivriel, was sealed about 6 months ago by 4 heroes who possessed her blessing. Around the same time, a crack appeared into an unknown dimension. Putting on the maid's uniform, Kyvier said that she had guessed, but the decay of magical power occurred much faster than expected, so it was no longer possible to postpone the goddess task. The doctor concluded with annoyance that 2 days had already passed since the girl's colleagues were infected, and the bloodsuckers must have completely penetrated the bodies and become one with them. The brunette assumed that it was because of the recently infected person they brought. The elf suggested trying to awaken others in the same way as Kyvier awakened herself, but she replied that her aura would only burn the bloodsuckers in their bodies. Looking at the family and servants, the doctor concluded that Addis and Ether would not be easy to withstand Miss Quivier's aura. Turning his gaze to the mustachioed Eric, he noted that the Walterian warrior would definitely survive. The brunette agreed that someone like Ryu Hanbin would not be affected much by her aura. However, the girl could not do anything while the woman playing the role of the family was closely watching her. Recognizing the village doctor as his brother, Leondel asked if he was okay. As the blonde youth was leaving, the shocked boy asked what Kyvier was doing there, getting off his chair. The prince thought in horror that his escort was also infected. Holding strands of the brunette's hair in her hands, the mother of the bloodsuckers expressed her envy. She looked at Kyvier, concluding that she seemed created to receive the love of her creator. The woman noted with a smile that now the girl was just a doll, holding her lifeless face by the chin. He lightly squeezed his cheeks with his claws. At that moment, Leondel grabbed the knife. He stood in front of Kyvier, covering her with himself, and began waving a knife, asking her to stop. The woman looked at her hand, where the boy's knife cut was visible. She turned to her son with a smile, asking whether he didn't like the food that much, and he angrily said that these people were not to blame for anything. The boy screamed hysterically that it was because of him that they had to come to the village, asking what he needed to do. At that moment, Kyvier put her palm on the guy's hands, in which the knife was tightly clutched. The girl leaned towards the boy and said that at such moments you just need to apologize. The elf looked hopefully at the escort, remembering their conversation one day before going to bed, where he told her the same words. The knife fell from the prince's hands, falling to the floor with a loud sound. Lowering his head, Leondel apologized to the lady in red whom he had injured. Events are transferred to an icy desert, where a dazzling sun rises above the thick blocks. Clawed paws slid along the surface of the ice. The man shook his head in panic. He was in an icy pit, realizing that he was at a dead end. Taking the glove off his dark hand, the man screamed furiously that he was forced to use this force. It was Rod, who put his hand with his eye in front of him, activating his mind control skill. The white fluffy monster in front of him stopped, taking on the appearance of a cute animal. The next moment the creature opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a loud roar. When the monster's drool fell on Rod's face, he concluded that it would be better to remain imprisoned in the order. Suddenly, an iron hand appeared above his head and caught on the ice, which scared the man. The beginning of the mechanism, from where the rope was unwound, was attached to the base of the lost hand. A man in a burgundy robe, armed with a saber, flew in the air, approaching Rod, who was trapped by the monster. Flying over the white creature, the man struck it with his blade. A savior, who was Chanrishin, appeared in front of the man, informing him that the local monsters have a level higher than Rod, so his skill does not affect them. The man with silver hair said that the stranger was lucky, thanking him for saving him. The monster stood up again, emitting a loud roar, and long gums with claws extended from its mouth, after which Chanrishin concluded that his level was low. Rod screamed furiously, deciding to climb up with the help of a mechanical arm, but the guy awkwardly replied that it was stuck. The man was screaming, trying to help Chanrishin free so they could go upstairs together and escape the monster. Suddenly, a turquoise glow of prana appeared next to them, rising upward. Seeing the man appear, the panicking Rod concluded that they were alive, and Chanrishin joyfully reported that they were his debtors. In front of them stood the Inquisitor of the Dark Brotherhood, Sir Leonhardt, who easily defeated the monster. The blonde said with contempt that he had not pulled the guy and the man out of here to save him. Leonhardt went ahead, and Chanrishin shouted in the back that he would faithfully serve the savior, and Rod, exhaling steam, looked dissatisfied. Three men walked along the icy gorge, discussing the purpose of their arrival in such a cold and remote place. Chanrishin enthusiastically said that the hunters had arrived to raid bad monsters, and Leonhardt annoyedly clarified that he asked why, and then the guy asked if it wasn't because monsters attack people. Rod looked with disappointment at the stranger, unable to distinguish an underground monster from a normal one, explaining that they were attacked by a natural Ratnian monster for invading its territory. Frowning, Leonhardt said that such monsters originally lived in the territory of Ratna, and the dungeon monsters were created by the demon god Ampalas, and they cannot eat anything that belongs to Ratna. That is why they do not even go beyond the dungeons, which means they almost never harm ordinary people, and the perplexed Chanrishin asked why the hunters go down into the dungeons, and the blonde only said temptation. For completing the dungeon, hunters can receive powerful items and glory, and this forces a huge number of Ratnians to voluntarily go to their deaths. This is the first stage of the capture of Ratn by the demon god. Chanrishin came to the conclusion that this was why Ampalas placed items in the very core of the dungeon. Leonhardt clarified with the alien how his user manual sees this thing, pointing to the spatial gap. The yellow screen brought information in which the crack was called unstable and leading to another dimension, as well as a strange phrase. Chanrishin and Rod were at a loss after such an unusual text and began to analyze it. Leonhardt reported that such a crack simultaneously appeared in different areas of Ratna, and already 100 cases of the appearance of an anomaly had been reported to the Order. Thoughtful, the Inquisitor added that if it could be seen using the landmark created by Ampalas, then it was connected to the demon god. At that time, the clueless Chanrishin was trying to get his head into the crack, and Rod was pulling him back. Looking inside, the curious guy was amazed. Before him opened a view of the night forest, in the middle of which a huge tree rose against the backdrop of stars. In a forest clearing, a guy was hiding behind a cart. Holding a phone powered by the energy of a purple crystal in his hands, he asked for something. The dark man, looking around in panic, put the phone to his ear, intending to say something. Picking up the phone, the interlocutor said that the man was late with his report. The blonde crown prince screamed into the phone in shock after hearing the bad news about Leandal's little brother. The man at the cart reported that the prince had been captured and that a monster was ruling the village. He turned around in panic before he could continue. At that moment, a piercing scream was heard over the forest, and scarlet blood rose into the sky. The crown prince shouted into the phone, trying to find out what happened, but there was no more answer. Sitting at the round table, the heir decided that it was necessary to solve the problem on the territory of the Elven Kingdom on his own. There was a cup of tea on the table. Opposite the blonde youth sat one of the 4 legendary heroes, the astonished Kolian, who had betrayed the goddess Kivriel. The elf in the crown, frowning, said sternly that even a representative of the Fairy Union cannot interfere in the affairs of the Elf Kingdom without discussing it with the Union itself. When the young man asked whether Mrs. Hallion had any thoughts of interfering in domestic politics, she put her hand to her chest and immediately denied it, while Richard called the woman in a whisper. A man with 2 longitudinal scars on his face covered his mouth with his hand and whispered that he had no time to get permission on every issue, but Hallion immediately stopped him when he started talking about Archmage Zenobia. The woman with half-closed eyelids said that it was disrespectful to harden without warning, and that she could no longer cause inconvenience to the elves. Suddenly, a short old man in a crown with a long beard, leaning on a cane in the form of a small wooden sword, greeted Hallion with a smile, whom they had not seen for 15 years, and the woman stood up as a sign of respect. Richard helped the woman back into her chair while she apologized to the Elven King for visiting so late, and the old man replied that there must have been a good reason for it. The old man winked with a good-natured, malicious smile and noticed that Hallion was not here now as a representative of the Fairy Union because she had come without envoys. The prince tensed when he heard the king add that the woman was here now as one of the 4 heroes. Richard glared at the old man from under his brows with malice in his eyes when he suggested that the woman here, like Hallion, was superior to death. Hallion stood up and, with her hands folded and her head bowed as if guiltily, could not tell all the details, but she confirmed the words of the Elf King, and he marveled at how the villagers rejected the elves and demanded self-government. The old man said with warmth in his voice that they were still citizens of the Fairy Union, and asked Hallion to be careful not to harm them. The prince, hearing such words, indignantly turned to his father and called out to him. The Elf King ignored his son's indignation and told Hallion that she could leave when morning came, and the woman, with a wide, joyful smile and wide-open white eyes, sincerely thanked the old man. Richard and Hollian walked along the bright corridor, talking about how the Elven Kingdom is a small country, and compared to other large countries, the population and national power of the Fairy Union is less than half, although diplomatically he is higher thanks to Hollian's superiority in depth. When the Elven Prince told his father that he was also going to go with Mrs. Hollian tomorrow morning, the old man became thoughtful. The king opened his bright green eyes and calmly said that the Elven nobles were just waiting for the royal power to weaken, and the king should not take off so easily. Suddenly, the prince loudly slammed his palm on the table, causing widespread mind control. The young man, resting his fist on the table and leaning over, said that given the position of the eldest son of the Elven royal family, it would be right to go with Hollian because the prince had the power to control the roots of the world tree. The king, resting his hands on his cane, asked Leondel if she was angry with her father for sending someone to this dangerous place. The prince, turning around a little, quietly replied that he simply did not want to end up in hell a second time. A small boy with pink hair sat in a prison cell close to the brick wall. Holding the metal spoon tightly in his palm, he pressed it into the cracks between the bricks, trying to pull it out. One of the heavy bricks fell from the wall at the elf's feet. Leondel, violet eyes shining with hope, looked into the hole that had appeared in the wall. The boy, seeing the roots of the world tree on the opposite side, realized that with this spoon in his hands he could not even make a scratch. The boy was indignant at how strangely this house was built, but he did not lose heart and was sure that he would get out of here by any means and contact the kingdom of the elves. When a crowd of adults in red clothes approached the entrance to the cell and one woman with an insidious smile asked if Leondel had thought about his behavior. The boy grabbed his head in panic and bared his teeth, silently wondering what he should do. Suddenly Leondel turned around with a forced but sincere-looking smile, put his palm to his chest and addressed the woman as a mother, admitting his misdeeds and repenting of them. The elf sat down so that the fallen brick was not visible behind his body. The woman with short white hair and bandages over her eyes stopped smiling, puzzled by the prisoner's response. She entered the cell, thinking that Leondel still intended to escape from her, and the boy pressed his back against the wall, letting out a cry. When the woman wanted to talk to the elf alone, her subordinates, among whom were Addis and Ether in maid costumes, immediately left the corridor. When Leondel saw Quivier among the crowd, his childish face lit up with a smile, for he felt hope. While the awakened girl looked furtively at the boy, he thought that she would not have returned here if she had not planned to save him and the others. When the girl turned away, Leondel thought that she and her brother must have a plan. The boy's face suddenly froze as he looked fearfully at something in front of him. Quivier walked with her fists clenched and thought about how she couldn't do anything about Leondel and how she managed to avoid the worst-case scenario with her death. The girl thought that all this would not have happened if they had not taken on the task of the Elf King, but there should not be any problems even if the future was not the same as in her vision. Quivier thought that Leondel's death was inevitable, and if the girl changed her predetermined fate, all her visions would be destroyed and she would no longer be able to see the future. Quivier decided that for the sake of Ratna it was necessary to save Eric and leave this village. With her brows furrowed and her lips curled, Quivier was determined to find Beatold. As Quivier followed Eric up the stairs, Etha loudly called out to the so-called new girl and asked where she was going. Addis, with her eyes wide open, held a broom in her hands, and Ether, poking her finger at the black-haired girl, said that they had a lot to discuss, but Quivier did not turn around and only squinted her eyes in irritation. The girl tightly clenched her pale palms into fists and thought that she couldn't be seen through before she woke up Eric and decided to wait for the next opportunity. However, Quivier doubted when she remembered that Leondel was now distracting her mother, and it was unknown when she and Eric would be apart again. Etha, with an angry expression on her face, called Quivier even louder, calling her strange. The girl looked with blue eyes at those who distracted her and began to think about killing them first. Suddenly, a loud knock was heard from the large white doors, and the whole trio turned around tensely. When Addis greeted the young man with long blonde hair, he briefly replied that he had business with his mistress. When Addis said that the lady was now with the young gentleman and offered to inform her about the visit, he threw up his palms with a smile and immediately refused. Quivier half listened as the elf informed Addis and Ether that the lady seemed to have forgotten to ask them for something, namely to bring something that was located outside the village. The young man opened his blue eyes and offered to go with him, because it would not be long. Quivier watched this silently with a tense face as Ether and Addis agreed. When the magician and the wyvern followed the elf out into the street, the girl took advantage of the moment and ran up the stairs. A man in black long boots was lying on a bed with a white cloth, saying that something was wrong. Eric wondered if he had slept on such a small bed in the first place, and complained about the tight clothes that he wanted to take off. Eric turned his head on the pillow, feeling as if this was not his true form. The young man twitched his long black mustache, looking at himself in the mirror. Then he suddenly jumped up and laughed, saying that he was not a primitive man to take off his clothes and walk around naked. Eric touched the edge of his thick mustache, saying with a smile that they were very cool and could not be his. Suddenly, Kyvier appeared behind the sweetly smiling young man with a clenched fist and surrounded by red magical light. Leondel, with trembling hands, clutched a brick that had fallen from the wall. The boy frowned in hostility, unhappy that the lousy monster in front of him was pretending to be human and family for the little elf. Hearing the insult, the woman put her palm to her chest and leaned towards the boy. She said with a slight smile that Leondel seemed to have never seen real dungeon monsters. When the woman stroked the elf's cheek and added that if she were a monster, neither he nor this village would have survived, Leondel tensed, not understanding these words. The boy pushed the woman's hand away, and she explained that the desire of the underground monsters to kill everything connected with Ratna is similar to the desire of the little elf to live. The woman stroked the elf's chin with her finger with a grin, saying that she rejected it and that's why she was different. Leondel, hitting the woman's hand with a brick, shouted that even so, she was still manipulating innocent people and killing them, and was therefore no better than a monster. The woman, hearing such an assessment of her actions, quietly asked if Leondel knew that they were the same. When the woman mentioned the death of the boy's own mother, the boy's pale violet eyes widened in shock. When Leondel tried to question the woman, she covered her lips with her palm and scoffed that she had again said something unnecessary. The boy, in a fit of rage, swung a brick and screamed, demanding an immediate explanation. The woman pinned the elf against the wall with a strong grip, knocking the brick out of his hand. While the boy tried to free himself with hatred on his face, the woman replied that now it would be difficult for her to convince him with words since this happened. With a cruel smile and a red larva in her hands, she stated that she wanted to observe more, but now she would have to seed them into the child's body herself. When the woman brought the larva to Leondel's face, saying that she did not want to make a hole in it for the larvae, he covered it with his free hand in disgust. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the prison cell shook and the stream began to fall. The woman remained calm, looking up. Leondel, hearing this sound, immediately thought that it was Kyvier who had done something. Dust and sand poured out of a huge hole in the stone wall like a waterfall. Black mustaches flew in the air while Kyvier thought about burning only the bloodsuckers that entered Eric's body. The girl sat down on the ground, her brows furrowed, concluding that it was a stupid idea. Kyvier, looking at Eric with a hole in her clothes on her back, realized that her power was not enough for this monster. The red fabric hugging the young man's torso began to crack at the seams. When Eric bent down and tensed every muscle in his body, the clothes flew into pieces. Looking at his naked body, the young man was not very upset that his uniform was torn due to the fault of the maid. The young man raised his head and said with a terrifying smile that this should be regarded as an attack on their family. The woman was distracted from Leondel by a noise that caused the prison cell to shake. Taking advantage of the moment, the boy freed his hand from the woman's tenacious fingers. As she approached the cell bars, Leondel stood in front of her and spread his arms to the sides, shouting that he would not allow her to get to Kyvier. The boy frowned and bared his teeth, with his eyes closed, thinking that the girl was probably fighting outside now to save others, and that he had to stop at least this monster in front of him. The boy's eyes widened in shock when he saw the woman silently walking through the metal pins like a ghost. As she began to walk away down the corridor, a disappointed Leondel fell to his knees. Suddenly the boy saw that the hole he had made earlier began to glow bright blue. The elf arched his eyebrows in alarm and opened his mouth, thinking about the roots of the world tree. Suddenly Leondel's face took on a determined expression. For 20 years Eric wandered the Rocky Mountains. He was a stranger, but the people of this village accepted him. This was his home, his family, and his friends. Eric, with an angry face, swung his tightly clenched fist, driven by the desire to protect everyone he has in this world. The young man hit the ground with an explosion, but Kyvier, with a spear in her hands, managed to jump back, turning over in the air. Kyvier immediately realized that in the young man's head false memories were mixed with real ones, and she loudly informed him about this, holding the weapon in front of her. The blue-eyed girl, surrounded by a crimson aura, screamed for her opponent to come to his senses. Approaching Eric, she kicked him in the face where a large amount of magical forces had accumulated. Eric, ignoring the girl's heel on his forehead, said coldly that, according to her, everyone was crazy, but she could be crazy. Kyvier frowned, frustrated that a normal aura attack couldn't knock the parasites out of the young man's body. Eric grabbed the girl's slender ankle and pulled her leg away from his face. The next moment the guy threw his opponent back, and an explosion and clouds of dust rose among the trees. With the help of a long spear, Kyvier was able to stay on her feet, although she rode on the ground. The girl rushed into a new attack, thinking that she had only one way left. Concentrating her magical power on the metal part of the weapon, Kyvier firmly decided that she needed to force Eric to use the aura himself. The girl cut the air with her spear and left traces of a powerful red aura at a distance from Eric. A completely unarmed young man with a serious face clenched his fist and raised one leg. Eric hit the ground with his foot, and it cracked under the pressure, causing an explosion. The young man blocked the attack with a huge piece of earth which rose above Kaiwir's attacks and protected him. Kaiwir, forming a cross with her hands, thought that an unarmed Eric would not be able to last long without using an aura. Kaiwir watched in anticipation as Eric jumped into the trench, preparing to attack the girl. Kaiwir tensed when she saw that the young man used his own palm as a weapon, the fingers of which were straightened and closed together, and the thumb was hidden inside the palm. Eric, with glassy eyes, like a robot, jumped up and raised his hand, clenching the other into a fist. There was another explosion of the earth, which stretched over a huge distance. Kaiwir dropped her spear. It stuck into the root of a tree with broken branches, in the background of which an angry Eric walked. Standing at the trunk, Kaiwir, touching the hand with the torn sleeve of her shirt, humbly realized that with her powers it turned out to be impossible to evoke Eric's aura. The young man replied with contempt that his opponent was still talking about this nonsense. Kaiwir arched her eyebrows in irritation and said that Eric himself could check whether this was nonsense or not when he used the aura. The young man became thoughtful when Kaiwir asked if there was a reason why he was prohibited from using aura. Kaiwir and Eric turned to look at the woman in red, who coldly stated that Eric really couldn't use aura, otherwise it would completely destroy the entire village. The woman snapped her finger, smilingly asking if it was true. Eric, whose pupils glowed yellow, monotonously confirmed this information, like a robot. The woman looked at Kaiwir with a malicious smile while she touched her palm to Eric's body, which stood silent and motionless. When Kaiwir confirmed her assumption that the woman herself had forbidden Eric to use the aura, she asked her who she really was. In response, the woman only stretched her fingers unnaturally and pressed Kaiwir to the tree, knocking out a cry of pain from her. Holding the girl immobilized, the woman said that her parasites do not affect only children because they have few memories. When the woman asked why Kaiwir was able to awaken because she was an adult, the girl with a hostile grin replied that only 4 weeks had passed since she was put into action. The mother of parasites took Kaiwir's answer as a joke and laughed briefly, noting that she agreed that women should not be judged only by their appearance. Leondel cried while the woman came to the conclusion that Kaiwir had significant influence over that child. While the woman was asking Kaiwir, who had chosen Eric, if she felt sorry for the elf, Leondel was taking the wall apart brick by brick. Kaiwir looked at the woman angrily, insulting her out loud. The boy, sitting on his knees, looked at the glowing roots of the world tree, which became visible after creating a large hole in the brick wall. Hearing unpleasant words addressed to her, the woman wished that Kaiwir would die at her hands. Kaiwir tensed and turned away as a blow flew rapidly towards her head. Leondel, with tears in his eyes and teeth bare from tension, touched the roots of the tree with his fingers. The boy screamed loudly, and it became brighter. The world tree, towering above the forest, began to shine dazzlingly, painting the sky in various colors. Kaiwir watched in fear as Eric and the mother of the parasites screamed at the same time, pressing their palms to their heads. Having recovered from this surprise, the woman frowned and assumed that someone had interfered with the signal. Looking at the shining world tree, she thought that it could be Leondel. Taking advantage of the reduced vigilance of her enemies, Kaiwir jumped on Eric and knocked him down. The girl pressed the young man to the ground by the shoulders and looked at him with anger. When Kaiwir leaned towards Eric and pressed her lips to his mouth, the woman's face showed undisguised disgust. From under the hem of her dress, many large worm-like appendages came out, which knocked Kaiwir and Eric off and forced them to fly to the side. The woman, thinking that this was the girl's last trick, shouted that there was no point in transmitting the aura now. Eric stared blankly at the sky as crimson magical streams came out of his mouth. The woman grabbed the desperate Kaiwir by the hair, shouting that the parasites had already completely taken over Eric's body. The woman lifted Kaiwir into the air and shouted that no one was complaining about the new life she gave, placing new ones on top of happy memories. The enraged mother of the parasites screamed that all she had to do was remove Kaiwir, when suddenly a dark man's hand appeared in front of the woman's face. Eric stood behind the woman until she could not understand how the young man could awaken on his own. Kaiwir watched with wide eyes as Eric confirmed the fact that his memories were perfect. Eric lifted the woman into the air behind his back, saying that he had a house, a wife, and a child, just like he always wanted to live an ordinary life. Eric's muscular arm, surrounded by a scarlet aura, held the smiling woman tightly by the throat while he said that this was still strange. Eric, overcome with anger, screamed deafeningly that he did not remember kissing anyone. The woman breathlessly expressed her astonishment at the existence of such a man. Veins appeared on the mother of Parasite's face, and a bright, dark red magical stream came out of her mouth. The woman disappeared, leaving behind only scarlet traces of an aura in the air, while Kaiwir looked at Eric in bewilderment. After a short pause, the girl dryly explained that it was artificial respiration, and Eric shouted loudly that he knew. A small house was located on the territory of the World Tree. The protagonist's face was shrouded in confusion and alarm. Putting his hand to his head, Ryu noted that thanks to Kivia he kissed. Stopping abruptly, he stated that with the help of her artificial respiration he was able to come to his senses, adding that he was very grateful to her. The prophetess was surprised that he was still thinking about it. With a serious expression on her face, Kivia asked him to get ready, noting the possibility that Leondal's mother might be revived. Turning her back, the prophetess stated that that method was extreme and she did not want to use it to the end. Taken aback, Ryu apologized for being there. Kivia said that if Hades or Ether had such an opportunity. Having interrupted her, the main character said that he would not do this. Remembering how he was under the control of the monster, Ryu said that this method would no longer work, saying that at that moment he had a headache and had an opportunity, which is why it happened. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he himself did not know why this happened. The guy's gaze was focused on Leondal's body, which was shrouded in the roots of the world tree. Opening his eyes slightly, Etrances turned to Kivia, noting that she was alive. Moving apart the iron pipes that covered the room, the main character addressed him. Kivia's spear was covered in powerful streams of aura. With lightning speed, the prophetess cut the roots that enveloped Leondal's bodies. Falling into her arms, Etrances reported the relief that overwhelmed him. After which, while in her arms, Leondal lost consciousness. There were many different drawings on the walls of the cell. People were controlled by a signal coming from the world tree. Those who received this signal immediately came under control. That monster used the roots of the world tree for his own evil purposes. Its source was hidden somewhere in the dungeon. The drawing showed how a man, holding a spear in front of him, moved forward. To free people, it is necessary to destroy this source and restore the world tree. Kivia's pointer was pointed towards the drawing of the guy. Then the signal will disappear and all those charged will be healed naturally. Looking at the main character, whose gaze was shrouded in misunderstanding, the prophetess stated that this was the plan and the information that Leondal managed to learn when interacting with the world tree. Continuing to point at the drawing, Kivia asked if the main character was okay. Folding his hands, Ryu said that because of her drawings, he stopped worrying. The prophetess noted that he was standing without clothes and looked like a clown. She was amazed that he was laughing at her drawings. Further, the main character said that he did not have his sword, adding that because of this he could not do anything. Approaching Kivia, Leondal noted that she had missed something. Etrances said that in order to normalize the world tree, he must personally touch it. With a worried look, Leondal suggested that he too would have to go down into the dungeon, noting that if he touched him in a deep place, then this time for sure. Kivia standing nearby was lost in thought. Interrupting him, looking to the side, the prophetess declared that Etrances would wait upstairs until they destroyed the enemy. Excited, Leondal tried to find out the reason for this answer. Looking at her, Etrances said that the road leading down most likely looked like an intricate labyrinth. Leondal noted that without perceiving the aura of the world tree, it would be difficult to find the path, adding that he would be able to interfere with the enemies, as Ryu had already done. With his hands folded, the main character froze in one position. Etrances said that he could cope with the bloodsuckers. Holding a sword in his hands, Leondal said that he studied fencing in the palace. After interrupting him, Kivia addressed him. Putting a pointer to his face, the prophetess suggested that after he touched the world tree, he lost sight in one eye. Wary, Kivia declared that she and Ryu had had enough, adding that he would now. Frustrated, Leondal tried to say something. Suddenly, he was grabbed by Ryu, after which, he sat the prince on his shoulders. Taken aback, Etrances tried to find out what he was doing. The main character reported that the weight was normal, noting that it was just right for him. Horrified, Kivia suggested that the Voltarians even have 3-year-old kids going out to fight. Smiling, Ryu stated that this was a powerful tactic, adding that Leondal, whom he called the Navigator, would be able to accurately navigate the road. The main character noted that if Etrances is scared, then he can lower him. Putting his hand to his eyes, Leondal asked not to make him laugh. Sitting on Ryu's shoulders, Etrances shouted the start of the mission, naming the squad after himself. Clenching her fist, Kivia was lost in her thoughts. In the depths of the dungeon, the light of a brightly shining lantern was visible. Standing at the head, Leondal's middle brother led Ether and Hades. Looking around, group member Rada noted that they had gone very deep, adding that the place looked like a dungeon. Ether assumed that Madame had a mission for them in such a terrible place. Seeing something, the wyvern froze in one position. Her gaze was fixed on the body of a dead stranger whose face was shrouded in the roots of a tree. Standing behind the frightened Ether, Hades reported the damaged roots of the world tree, suggesting that it was absorbing the stranger. Horrified, the wyvern wondered where there was such a thing in the dungeon. Tilting his head, the middle brother stated that with the help of the world tree, it is sucking energy, adding that the roots are affected, due to which the energy is collected again and bears fruit on the branches. On the branches of the dungeon, the fruits were shrouded in a mysterious red color. The middle brother reported that the high concentration of vitality and energy turns into red crystals. Some liquid was dripping from the tip of the branch onto the crystal. He noted that this is how bloodstones appear. Looking at the huge red ball, the middle brother declared that all this was done for her sake. Turning towards the guys, he told them that their goal was to find the sword of a Voltarian warrior. Suddenly, someone behind them announced murder. Leaning out of the red ball, the woman said that she wanted to accept him into the family, wondering how he dared to take her husband and child from her. Closing his eyes and lost in thought, the middle brother was surprised that Kivia managed to awaken the Voltarian warrior, noting that it happened faster than he thought. Looking at the woman who was in the red ball, he asked if something had happened. The queen assumed that he knew everything. Landing on the ground, she clarified that she was saying that Kivia was in her right mind. Pretending to be surprised, the middle brother said he had no idea. After which, shouting, the queen ordered him not to pretend. Raising her hand, she said that he looked at her like she was a pathetic monster, adding that she would not forgive him. Ripping his hand out of Ether's shackles, the middle brother asked if she would forgive him. Approaching the queen, he tried to find out what she would do, assuming that she would kill him. Looking at the angry queen, the middle brother said that she could kill him and end these games, adding that in this case, she would turn into a monster unable to resist the lust for murder. Wary, he said that if he died, then his magic would disappear, wondering if she could live like an ordinary person without it. Hearing this, the queen bared her teeth. Turning away, she ordered him to stop, noting that he had been kicked out of the kingdom and had nowhere to go. The queen believed that even if he planned something, in the end everything would be the same. At that moment, with incredible speed, Kivia was heading through the depths of the dungeon. The queen said that now it is not beneficial for both of them for outsiders to know about this village. Holding Leondel on his shoulders, the main character ran forward. The queen noted that Ryu seemed fair, noting that he did not abandon his colleagues or run away, but on the contrary, he would soon come running to fight. Smirking, she said that she liked strong and brave men, adding that despite this, she would make him pay the price. Turning around, the queen declared that the main character would pay for cheating on his wife by kissing another. With a malicious grin on his face, Addis noted that in this case, Ryu should be killed. Hearing this, Ether was taken aback. Closing his eyes, the middle brother spoke of his joy that Leondel was alive. Jumping from the protagonist's shoulders, Etrances assumed that there was a wound on his brother's shoulder. The middle brother told him that he fought to escape from the magician and the swordsman. With a worried expression on his face, Ryu asked if the reason he was being affected was because he was an elf. Kivia suggested that only people are influenced by the world tree, noting that thanks to it she was able to get close to the main character. Frozen in one position, Ryu thought that only people can be influenced, wondering why this happened. Smiling, the middle brother stated that Leondel was a true descendant of the royal elves, noting that even he would not be able to touch the world tree. Looking at the inspired Etrances, he said that he was able to save the kingdom of the elves. Seeing something, Kivia was shocked. Suddenly, Ether appeared behind the middle brother and rushed at him with two blades. With lightning speed, Kivia placed her spear, causing the wyvern's attack to fail. After swinging the magical artifact, Ether flew to the side. Indignant, the main character asked the wyvern to come to his senses. The prophetess noted that if words had worked, then she would not have had to go through all this when she awakened him. Looking at Addis, in whose hands the technique was being formed, Kivia stated that they were now mistaking them for enemies. By hitting the ground with his magical staff, group member Rada created a powerful stream of flame. The magic projectile headed towards the guys. Blocking his attack, Ryu noted that they had become stronger, adding that he didn't think leveling up would turn out like this. With a serious expression on his face, the main character asked them to think carefully, noting that the fact of their battle was as strange as possible. Extending his hand with a magical staff, Addis stated that there was nothing strange in this, adding that he was simply going to kill the enemy who had invaded there. Concentrating, group member Rada created a huge magical seal in front of him. Horrified, Ryu assumed that the brainwashing had become stronger. Suddenly, a strong trembling occurred under the protagonist's feet. With colossal power, Ryu destroyed the earth, causing an earthquake in the dungeon. Suddenly, the main character, together with Addis, began to fall into the formed pit. Falling down, Ryu said that he would somehow cope with them. Hanging upside down in the air, the protagonist noted that he had a way, adding that they just needed to make them the same. Frightened, Kivia was amazed that he said this with such confidence. Seeing something, the prophetess froze in one position. A huge hand belonging to a monster was pointed in their direction. Looking at Kivia, the queen asked if she had a conscience, noting that she had ruined someone else's family. The prophetess's eyes turned white. With incredible power, Kivia cut the monster's huge hand. Relying on the magical artifact, the prophetess rushed to attack. Bouncing off the spear, she struck the queen's body. Wary, Kivia ordered the guys to take Leondel and quickly get out. An excited Etrances noted that without him she would not be able to win. Turning around, the prophetess declared that if they did not leave, they would die. Hearing this, Leondel was shocked. Suddenly, the middle brother grabbed Etrances by the hand. Leondel's gaze was focused on Kivia, who rushed to attack. With a look full of disappointment, he thought that he was only disturbing everyone, adding that escaping was the only way to help the main character. Heading towards the exit, the middle brother asked Leondel not to be afraid, noting that they just wanted to protect him. Next, he asked if its Frances wanted to help them. Excited, Leondel declared that he wanted to do this. Leondel said it was time to prove their worth. During a fierce fight, Kivia cut the queen's paws into pieces. The monster assumed that the prophetess knew this too. Smirking, the queen noted that if Leondel touched the world tree, he would die due to a side effect. She believed that even if Kivia stalled for time, the end would still be the same, adding that he would soon be completely infected. After the prophetess cut her body in two, the queen stated that her true intentions were not to save the child, believing that she simply wanted him to die away from her eyes. Horrified, Kivia ordered her to shut up. The queen assumed that she had hit the bull's eye. With unimaginable speed, the prophetess continued to cut the queen's body. Finding herself behind Kivia, the queen suggested that she needed that man, noting that she should have left Leondel there and left. An army of monsters appeared in front of the prophetess, which was an exact copy of the queen. Smirking, the queen suggested that the man most likely did not want to abandon his companions, noting that with his strength she could kill them. One of the monsters believed that Kivia was afraid that Ryu would hate her for this, adding that in that case, she could lie that the monster killed everyone. The huge crowd of monsters began to laugh. The angry prophetess continued to destroy the horde of monsters. Wary, Kivia thought that she could freeze them using the artifact, noting that applying an aura to the bloodsuckers was not the best option. After the prophetess's blow, the monster's neck began to immediately grow together. On the floor of the dungeon, one could see the red skin with which the monsters were covered. Continuing to think, Kivia noted that in addition to all this, they recover too quickly, adding that bloodsuckers feed on the energy of the world tree, which is why her attacks were pointless. A huge army of monsters surrounded her on all sides. The prophetess believed that in order to deal with them, in addition to the aura, 4 main forces were needed. Looking at the flustered Kivia, the queen assumed that she had already realized what her weakness was, noting that she herself knew everything perfectly well. Grabbing the tree branch, the queen reported vulnerability against aura and the 4 main forces. Turning to Kivia, she asked her what she thought, why she didn't kill the magician and swordsman then. Observing the prophetess, who was surrounded by monsters, she stated that they themselves would not be able to awaken, adding that she had ruled out any options. Hanging from the tree, the queen said that there was no other way to return them to their previous state, noting that the only thing left to do was kill them. The monsters' eyes were covered with a mysterious pattern. The monsters standing around began to mock Kivia in every possible way. Smiling, the prophetess said that it was exactly the same as before. Kivia noted that there was such a simple way. Suddenly, behind her, there was a powerful explosion. Surprised, the queen wondered what had happened. After landing on the ground, the main character reported that he was not level enough, asking Kivia for help. Clutching her chest, Etha ordered Ryu to return the chain to him. In the hands of the prophetess was the necklace of polymorph. A powerful glow emanated from the magical artifact. After the transformation, the dragons rushed to attack. A flame began to form in Addis's mouth. Next, group member Rada fired a fire projectile at Ryu. The entire area of the dungeon was covered in fire. Upon learning that Addis was a dragon, the queen was shocked. Rays of auras formed in her eyes, with which she attacked the guys. Wary, Addis stated that she wanted him to harm Kivia and Ryu with his own hands, asking her to prepare for this. The enraged queen continued to attack the protagonist's group. Smirking, Ryu suggested that this was the first time he had seen Addis so angry. Being in Ether's mouth, the main character thought that she was too. After interrupting him, the wyvern ordered him to die, wondering how she would get married now. Trying to fight off Etha, a stunned Ryu asked her to come to her senses. Taken aback, the wyvern wondered what the main character was doing in her mouth. Suddenly, the stunned Ether remembered how she and Addis succumbed to the queen's technique. Heading towards the monster, the wyvern declared that it would not forgive her. Watching the fierce battles, the main character noted that it was very difficult to awaken them. Kivia said that compared to how he woke up, this was nothing. Turning to the prophetess, Ryu tried to find out what happened to Leondel. Kivia told him that she had sent him outside with the second prince. Watching Etha and Addis fight the queen, the prophetess noted that as long as the main monster was at gunpoint here, these monsters would not be able to harm them. Beside herself with rage, the queen called the guys pathetic lizards. Fiery chips appeared on the world tree. Suddenly, the tree leaned to the side, after which, a powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Hanging, the tree froze in one position. Seeing his transformation, the villagers were shocked. Watching this, the frightened residents assumed that it was a monster. The queen's face appeared on the newly formed tree. Moving her hand forward to attack, she ordered them to be silent, declaring that she was not a monster. Suddenly, a ray of sacred aura was directed at her face. Due to the queen's technique, a powerful explosion was heard in the vicinity of the village. The angry Addis said that this behavior made her a monster. Having released a powerful charge of aura at him, the queen called him a pathetic lizard. With lightning speed, the main character inflicted many cuts on the monster's arm. The moment the queen's hand began to fall to the ground, she let out a piercing roar. Looking at his weapon, Ryu noted that the blade could not withstand this. Ether floating in the air, having released the main character from her clutches, froze in one position. Grinning, Ryu said that this was the first time he had seen someone larger than Addis, adding that if he had known that everything would be like this, he would have taken more swords with him. The enraged queen pulled out her hand in an attempt to catch the protagonist. Grabbing it, she began to clench her fist as hard as she could. Suddenly, with incredible power, Ryu cut her palm, heading towards her. Hanging in the air, the main character began to count the number of monsters that appeared on his way. An army of monsters continued to form from the queen's hand. Destroying the monsters on his way, Ryu reported that he had 4 left. After a while, he announced that there were only 3 left. Horrified, the queen ordered him to leave her. Looking at her severed arm, she noted that she was unable to regenerate, wondering why that was. Throwing away the broken sword, the main character announced that there were 2 of them left. Putting his sword behind his back, Ryu froze in one position. Being a centimeter from the queen's face, the main character said that he was left alone. Hanging in the air, Ryu said that it was the last one. Suddenly, the blade in his hands broke. From what he saw, the main character was shocked at the moment when the queen was preparing to attack. With unimaginable speed, Kivia tried to help the main character in time. A magical artifact was visible in her hands. With colossal power, the prophetess launched her spear towards the queen. Kivia's magical artifact pierced the monster's face. Grinning, the prophetess noted that she had made good use of it, adding that she was now returning it. Turning around, the main character assumed that the prophetess uses him whenever she pleases and now returns him. Further, Ryu noted that this was a very opportune moment. The shocked queen stated that the world tree was sucking energy out of her. She was amazed that it could do such a thing because of that elf. With lightning speed, the main character cut the monster's body into small pieces. A crystal formed in the roots of the tree. A powerful glow emanated from the crystal, which enveloped the dungeon. Leondel said that all the energy would escape through this gap. Leaning his hand against him, Etrances asked for forgiveness for not being able to move. The middle brother noted that he should not strain himself so much, adding that this would be enough for the queen to no longer be able to regenerate. Looking at the smiling Leonodel, he stated that his partners would take care of the rest. Pointing his hand to the top of the ceiling, Etrances tried to find out what kind of gap it was. Further, the middle brother told him that her origin was impossible to know, adding that thanks to her appearance, bloodsuckers could operate outside the dungeon. Turning his head, he reported that the larger the target, the further they spread. Looking at the alarmed Leondel, the middle brother said that, according to his calculations, the bloodsuckers could reach Elendia. Surprised, Etrances asked what this meant. Smirking, the middle brother said that if you open the crack and kill the queen. With a distraught look, he declared that he could control people in the territory of the Fairy Union. The roots of the tree began to shimmer due to powerful streams of aura. Leondel's face was filled with excitement and anxiety. Angry, he directed his hands towards the roots. Suddenly, the middle brother threw him aside. Wary, the middle brother asked if he wanted to close the gap. He ordered Etrances not to behave so rashly. Looking at the dumbfounded Leondel, he said that he began studying bloodsuckers that parasitized people 20 years ago and noticed that they react to signals from the world tree. Huge vessels in which monsters were grown were visible in the roots of the tree. The middle brother noted that these were simple creatures that fed on energy. Clenching his fist, he stated that despite the fact that monsters had succeeded in mass reproduction, it seemed impossible to him to manipulate people with their help. The middle brother noted that because of his research, his father kicked him out of the palace. Standing opposite the gap, he said that if the elves rule numerous nations, then not only peace will come. He told Leondel that they could make their kingdom great again. Angry, Etrances was amazed that even after he was kicked out of the palace, he continued research in this village. Smirking, the middle brother stated that it was so, adding that in the village he was able to complete them. The head of the defeated queen landed on the ground. Bart Leondel told him that when he discovered this gap, he met a monster who could control the bloodsuckers. Taking hold of the monster's mouth, the main character tried to open it. The middle brother said that now there is only one left. Opening the monster's mouth, the guys were shocked. Leondel's brother said that his companions must kill the monster. Seeing the contents of the mouth, Ryu was taken aback. Looking at the exhausted body, the protagonist wondered if it was the main monster. Squeezing his paw, the monster ordered them not to look at him with those eyes. Rushing towards Ryu, the monster again repeated its request, after which, the stunned protagonist jumped to the side. Concentrating the flow of aura in her hand, Kivia stated that they did not have time to listen to all sorts of nonsense. Taking her hand, Ryu asked her to wait. Wary, the main character said that he wanted to ask something. Looking at the enraged monster, Ryu asked who he was. Tears began to appear from the monster's eyes. The plot introduced us to the tribe instance Angel times 156,843. Attacking from above, the angel pounced on the monster. After overthrowing his opponent, he began to eat him. The monster said that he appeared in a deserted gorge where there was nothing. The head of a monster could be seen from the angel's mouth. The monster said that he ate everything so that there was less of him, adding that neither consciousness nor ego were needed for this. There was a small scar on the angel's head. The monster said that in order to survive and become stronger, he had no other way than to devour and evolve. Seeing something, he alerted his gaze. A monster of colossal proportions appeared on his way. Angel stated that this was also the case with other competitors who remained alive for a long time, noting that this only meant that they ate many other creatures. The monster said that compared to the predators, who were simply huge, he was weak and small. Because of the huge monster, Angel tried to escape. Continuing his story, the monster noted that in case of failure it was impossible to survive. His eyes were shrouded in genuine fear. A monster of colossal size destroyed everything in its path. The angel stated that one day he failed and was badly injured. Due to the fall from a great height, the monster's paw flew to the side. The angel wanted to be killed and eaten. Suddenly, a mysterious portal appeared in front of his face. The monster reported that suddenly he noticed a strange gap that he had not seen before. Pushing off from the ground, he rushed into that very gap. Coming out of it, the angel froze in one position. He stated that he instinctively ran towards her. He flew out of the crack and found himself in the depths of the dungeon. The angel noted that he did not even notice his wounds, adding that he could not determine where he got into or when he fell into it. Holding his paw in his teeth, the angel tried to find a way out. The monster said it continued to run until it was sure it was safe. From what he saw, he froze in one position. A surprised boy appeared in front of his face. Pointing to the bush, he said that there was something strange there. His parents' gaze fell on the angel. A plate of food appeared in front of the monster's face. Angel noted that this was an unusual situation, adding that he no longer needed to hunt since food was given out by the hour. The monster's paw was bandaged. The angel stated that no one attacked him when he became weak. Looking at the alarmed monster, the parents tried to find out where it came from. The boy said that he did not know this, adding that judging by the speed of recovery, he looked like a wild monster. The boy noted that he had never seen anything like this in the area. Smiling, he suggested that they had discovered a new species. The boy's mother believed that this monster could not be kept in the house. With tears in his eyes, the boy said that everything was fine, turning to his father. Wary, his father noted that he was still a puppy, but despite this, he was dangerous like other monsters. Smiling, the father said that if mom agrees. Interrupting him, the boy's mother expressed her dissatisfaction. After which, the father noted that this should not be done. Trying to pet the monster, the boy revealed that his father was a veterinarian. He told the monster that he would soon recover, asking him to eat well. Looking at the angel eating the food, the boy asked if it was tasty. Raising the bowl, the angel declared that it was delicious. Falling to the floor, the boy was amazed at what the monster was saying. With a look of despair, he began to beg his mother. Outraged, she said that if the villagers found out that they were holding a wild monster. Looking at the child's mother, the joyful angel said that it was delicious. The mother's gaze was full of doubts. The angel reported that the powerful and large creatures turned out to be not scary, adding that he slowly began to learn more about them. Inspired, the boy's father began to keep a record of the angel. Monster noted that the vet loved to watch him eat, noting that this allowed him to live comfortably in their home. With a smile on her face, the boy's mother carried Angel in a small basket. The monster said that sometime later the veterinarian's wife said that keeping him locked up was too much, so sometimes she secretly took him out when she went to the village. Lying in the boy's arms, the monster noted that he loved to read books and sleep under a tree. His hand lay on the angel's head. The monster said that the boy gave him a name. He noted that he was white as snow, causing the boy to call him Snow. Because Snow overturned the plate, the family members started laughing hard. Snow stated that he had never seen snow, noting that he liked the name. It started to rain heavily outside. Frightened, Snow pressed himself to the bed. Putting his hand on his head, the boy assumed that he came because he was worried. Standing opposite the worried parents, the man noted that it was forbidden to go inside, saying that an epidemic had spread throughout the village. Opening the door to his room, the man said that they should not worry. Entering the sick boy's room, Leondel's middle brother froze in one position. Snow said the parents said they would bring a special doctor. While petting the monster, the boy's mother praised him. Leaning over as a sign of respect, the father thanked his middle brother. Taken aback, he said that this was not worth doing, noting that he simply replenished the internal energy in the body. It was still raining heavily outside. The middle brother said that in this village the elves are treated with hostility, adding that they nevertheless invited him. The elf said that it was their determination that saved their son. Turning his attention to Snow, he asked if they kept the animal at home, noting that this was the first time he had seen such a species. Looking at Snow, the boy's father told him that they accidentally found him wounded and are now monitoring him, adding that this animal has extraordinary abilities to take the form of objects that it eats. Hearing this, the elf froze in one position. Putting his hand into his bosom, the father touched upon the topic of the fee. Interrupting him, Leondel's middle brother said that he did not need money. Smiling, he noted that the boy had not yet fully recovered. The elf said that it would be enough for him if they helped him stay in the village so that he could treat other patients. Looking at the boy's father, who was touched by his words, Leondel's middle brother thought that he could also help in their research. The vet wondered how someone could be so amazing. Shaking the elf's hand, the boy's father said that he could help. Snow said that the elf had medicines to treat people. Looking at the middle brother Leondel, he noted that he laughed unnaturally and did not look like the villagers, adding that for him he was about the same as a person. Taken aback, the boy's father tried to explain something to the knight. Snow stated that the veterinarian helped the elf and convinced the residents. The monster reported that at first they were against it, noting that those he cured treated him like a doctor. Many joyful villagers tried in every possible way to thank the middle brother Leondel. Snow said that in this way they began to gradually recover. Seeing something, the boy's father was shocked. The monster stated that this was not the case with everyone. Snow's face was shrouded in worry and annoyance. The distressed monster lay on the boy's bed. Snow said that even medications did not help the physically weak, adding that the boy was no exception. Standing in the middle of the room, the monster froze in one position. Snow reported that the once noisy house suddenly became uncomfortably quiet. The monster noted that the sounds of laughter had disappeared and no one was calling his name anymore. Snow's gaze fell on the boy's father, who was drinking alcohol out of his grief. The monster stated that the family and other villagers had contracted another disease. Huddled in the corner, the boy's mother pulled her knees up. Snow reported that the disease could not be cured by any medicine. The monster's face was filled with bewilderment. Drops of rain fell on Snow's paws. With lightning speed, the monster ran forward. A memory of how they shared a meal as a family arose in his mind. Snow wondered what he needed to do to return to that time. The image of a smiling boy appeared in his memory. The monster could not understand what he should do to be called by name again. Next to the boy's gravestone lay a fresh bouquet of flowers. Looking at him, Snow froze in one position. Suddenly, the monster began to dig a hole. The endless downpour continued to fall outside. Raising his sword, the boy's father asked if everything was okay with his wife. The frightened woman reported that it was, wondering what it was. Snow stood in front of the open doors, with lightning thundering in the background. Horrified, the veterinarian asked if it was him. Looking at the monster, he guessed it was Snow. Looking at the stunned parents of the dead boy, the monster said that he was in pain, just like his mom and dad. With his hand on the bloody fur, Snow reported that the boy had disappeared, which was why he was in pain. Smiling, he stated that everything was fine now, adding that now there was him. A huge hole was dug at the boy's burial site. The monster said that he would become his family instead of the boy. Holding the sword behind his back, the veterinarian called Snow a terrible monster. Suddenly, a huge puddle of blood appeared on the floor. Villagers were heading to the veterinarian's house, holding torches in their hands. Opening the door, the man said that something terrible had happened, adding that the monster had dug up his son's grave. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Snow, in front of whom the corpses lay. Turning around, they discovered that there were tears on the monster's face. Snow said that when he came to his senses, it was all over. The monster thought about going to the doctor. An army of knights set off in pursuit of Snow. The monster noted that in this guise he could not do this. Snow stated that without understanding the reasons, he ran and found the crack from which he fell. Approaching her, the monster tried to penetrate her. Snow noted that he had become larger than this gap. Trying his best, the monster stuck its paw into the portal. It seemed to Snow that he could push it apart and crawl inside. The monster noted that he did not want to return. Suddenly, someone stabbed an arrow into Snow's back. A crowd of angry hunters surrounded him on all sides. Looking at the place where the stunned monster sat, the hunter tried to find out where this gap appeared there and where the monster came from. He was sure that diseases in their villages appeared because of Snow. Indignant, the monster declared that it was not his fault. Horrified, the guy said that Snow spoke human language. At that very second, the hunters began to point their weapons at their comrades. A stunned Snow believed that he was the one who forced them to do this, noting that he then somehow gained the ability to control the bloodsuckers. Remnants of blood were visible on the monster's mouth. Snow said that the cause of the disease that spread in the village was monsters called bloodsuckers. Further, he said that the same happened with the boy who contracted the disease. Raising his sword above the monster, the guy froze in one position. Snow stated that he ate the boy and found her, noting that he too was a monster. Looking at the monster, who had a blade pointed at his face, the elf said that these people were mistaken. He extended his hand and declared that Snow was not a monster. Leondel's middle brother noted that if Snow considered himself such, it was only because of the limitations of people. Smiling, the elf stated that with the power of Snow, one can change the consciousness of those around him. Standing in the depths of the dungeon, Leondal's middle brother said that he would help him, adding that he would live like a man. The monster stated that the elf cast magic on him so that he would not accidentally kill someone. Raising his hair, Snow said that after that, he gave the elf 2 of his eyes, noting that it was all in order to use his abilities. Approaching the monster, Kivia stated that since he was just an elf's pawn to control people, and in the end, he betrayed him. Interrupting her, Ether was amazed that Leondal's middle brother had used them, adding that she would not forgive this. Turning to the guys, Snow stated that thanks to the elf, they were able to come to their senses. Exposing her hand, which was shrouded in a stream of aura, Kivia reported the problem that they did not know what kind of thing the elf would not do yet using Leondal. Next, the prophetess asked where Leondal's middle brother was at the moment. Bowing his head, Snow asked if the guys thought that he would help them because the elf had betrayed him. He was sure that they, too, considered him just a monster. Hearing this, Kivia froze in one position. The monster believed that they were simply postponing the moment of reprisal. Approaching him, Addis said that he also had a time when he lived like a wild animal and had to kill people for the sake of survival. Looking at Snow, group member Rada stated that he now regrets it. Indignant, Kivia asked him to leave. Putting his hand on the prophetess's shoulder, the main character asked her to leave it as it was. Leaning on his hands, Snow asked if Addis was inviting him to also repent and continue living. Group member Rada said that trying to survive by any means is not a sin. Looking away, Addis noted that it was wrong to take the lives of any people with the help of bloodsuckers and attack them. Baring his teeth, Snow said that group member Rada spoke as if he knew everything. The monster noted that if he could also turn into a human like him. Snow's gaze was filled with rage. Indignant, he said that if others had not looked at him as a monster, he would not have done it. Hugging Snow, Addis said that they were both essentially monsters. Holding him close, group member Rada said that no matter how much he denied, this could not be changed, asking him to use it more as an excuse and make those he loved bad. Tears began to form in the monster's eyes. Looking at Snow's paw, Addis asked if more than one person had not been kind to him. At that moment, a memory of the bloody streaks that appeared on the floor arose in the monster's head. Taking the sword in his hands, Snow froze in one position. The veterinarian's face was filled with genuine fear. The monster's face was enveloped in incredible anger. Suddenly, the head lying on the ground began to sob loudly. Outraged, Kivia asked why the guys were just standing there and watching, noting that they needed to get this over with quickly. Smiling, the main character said that this was so, inviting the guys to finish it. Watching Addis hugging Snow, the guys froze in one position. Ryu stated that they need to find Leondal and destroy the second prince. Leaning on Addis's shoulder, tears flowed from Snow's eyes. The huge head of the monster lying on the ground gradually began to disappear. Zombified people with rolled-up eyes obediently walked down the street. The crowd left their home village, heading in the opposite direction from the world tree. Addis looked at Snow with a smile, asking if it was all over, and the white creature confirmed it. Standing high on the branches, the humanoid monster pointed towards the settlement, saying that he had ordered the villagers to go so far where the signal of the world tree would no longer affect them, and then the bloodsuckers would disappear on their own. Eric looked ahead with a soft smile, deciding to wait a little until the villagers left, while Addis patted Snow on the head, and he said that he had deleted from their memory the moment when they saw the dragon. When the magician praised the monster, he anxiously noticed Ether standing at a distance in a maid's costume. Closing her eyes, the girl cast a glance at the monster, full of boredom and dissatisfaction. The next second, the blonde's face changed, recalling with pleasure her recent flight in the form of a wyvern and wondering why her shoulders hurt so much. The surprised Addis suggested that this was due to a long break in transformation into the true image, and Eric brazenly threw that she just got fatter. After that, Ether climbed onto the shoulders of the jock and began to bite him, and he began to explain that he was starting from the true appearance of the girl, and then Addis said with a grin that in this case he is the heaviest. Grabbing the angry blonde's face, Eric raised his eyebrows, thinking about something. Among everyone, Kyvier looked saddened, looking down. Eric approached the brunette and carefully asked if she was like this because of Landel, assuring that the second prince needed a boy so that he would not kill him. Then the girl admitted that she was like this because of the hunter, which greatly shocked the man, who did not expect such attention to his person. Eric was not a Ratnian, so even the goddess cannot accurately predict his actions. Kywier was worried that if the Musliman continued to change his fate, then all her predictions would turn out to be false. The girl seriously stated that for this reason he should follow her decisions. Finishing, Kyvier said that this was an agreement between the prophetess and the assistant, and Eric, bewildered by the seriousness of his interlocutor, replied that he understood. Despite the motion, the brunette calmly announced that it was necessary to leave. After the order to go ahead, the hunters began to slowly descend from the tree. Glancing at cute Snow, Kyvier concluded that it was not in vain that the guys stopped her while trying to kill this creature. Otherwise everything would have gone according to the second prince's plan, and Ether, who was walking behind, opened her green eyes wide when she heard this. All the heroes stopped on the edge of the abyss, and the brunette added that she didn't even think that everyone guessed about the elf's plans and was trying to stop her. With a smile, tilting his head towards Snow, Eric admitted that he didn't know about anything, but the name of the red-eyed creature's race just popped up. When the jock revealed that Snow was an angel, and then Kyvier fell into a severe state of shock, and the main character continued, saying that it was the first time he had seen such a tribe in strange numbers. So first he tried to stop the girl. Addis and Ether looked in amazement at the white creature, not knowing who the angels were, and Snow himself, as it turned out, did not know this. Eric was amazed by the knowledge of the Ratnians, calling foreigners devils, until a snow-white small wing appeared nearby. At the main character's eye level, a monster with red eyes and perfect teeth hovered in the air, quickly flapping its wings. A whole cloud of white monsters with red eyes quickly flew out of the abyss of the world tree, emitting heart-rending screams. Shocked by this sight, Ether and Addis assumed that these monsters had arrived in their world. Like Snow, and feathers from their wings were falling nearby. Grabbing the humanoid creature by the collar, Kyvier quickly kicked Eric, pushing him straight into the abyss, and informed the magician and the wyvern that plans were changing. Snow was scared when the brunette said that it was necessary to kill creatures called angels, adding that monsters should not come out of here, and heart-rending screams were heard around. Continuing to hold Snow, Kyvier with a serious look jumped into the abyss behind Eric and explained that he would close the gate. In the trunk of the world tree, angels made their way through the roots, shining with red energy, and the voice said that he had not seen such monsters even on the nearby continents. The doctor of elven origin held his wounded hand and watched the cluster of monsters with an insidious squint, thinking that perhaps there was a connection with other lands and glad that he had blocked the path. He turned to Leondel, who bowed his head to the ground, thanking his younger brother, but he only hiccuped. Tightly gripping the root of the world tree, covered in magical energy, the boy desperately shouted to his older brother that he had made the wrong choice because he would not be able to control it. The blonde elf grabbed Leondel by the pink lock of her bangs and said bitterly that it was for this reason that he needed help from the boy who would open the gap, asking for help for the sake of the kingdom of the elves, and he looked at the young man with an evil grin. Leondel cried out furiously what his father or elder brother would say if he saw the doctor in his current state, to which he coldly concluded that these people were liars. Bringing his other hand to the face of the boy sitting on his lap, the blonde elf explained that neither he nor his twin brother could control the world tree, asking his younger brother if he had ever wondered why only he could do it. The doctor stuck his thumb into the frightened Leondel's mouth, pulling back the corner of his lip, and said that only the eldest sons of the elven royal family had such an ability. The blonde youth ran his finger over the boy's skin, leaving a mark on his cheek, and said that the crown prince had forgotten about his duties and fell in love with a human girl. Then the elf king declared his own grandson his son in order to hide the prince's stupidity. The doctor loomed over the shaking Leondel with a stern expression, continuing to tell him that the crown prince was going to pass the throne to the half-blood in the future. But if this happened, the royal blood of the elves would forever be defiled. The blonde elf with a predatory look stated that, as in the case of the half-blood's mother, he sent mercenaries to kill the boy. The man began to say that he had failed, which he was incredibly happy about, but his speech was interrupted by a fist flying sharply into his face, and his round glasses flew off. Eric stood in the depths of the world tree, attacking the treacherous elf with such a powerful blow that he flew far away. The half-naked jock held his hand with his index finger extended forward, from which smoke was coming, insulting his opponent, glad that he had struck him. The main character would like to kill the vile elf, but for some reasons this was impossible, and Kyvier, meanwhile, leaned over the exhausted Leondel, worriedly touching him. Holding his crippled cheek, the blond man, crushed by his fist, burst into rage when he saw the Walterian in front of him. The angel Snow addressed the traitor, threateningly saying that his assumptions that the doctor was caring for him and therefore was hiding this place had been completely dispelled. The angry white creature with glowing red eyes bared its teeth, clarifying that the doctor had infected everyone with bloodsuckers since he came to the village. The elf with several irises in his eye was amazed to meet Snow, questioning why the hunters did not kill him and teamed up with the monster. Kyvier looked worriedly at Leondel, who sat without raising his head, and asked if the traitor had given him poison, and the boy only hit the girl with his fist. Kyvier was perplexed when the pink-haired half-elf suddenly rushed from his spot with a sharp tool in his hand. Eric was amazed when Leondel, barely standing on his feet, covered the blonde elf with his body. The doctor smiled sarcastically, saying that he knew so. He was able to control even half-elves, and at his will, the boy with a sad look brought the sparkling blade to his throat. Kyvier and Eric looked at the insidious elf with contempt, and the jock asked Snow if he could do something, but the angel said that now only a blonde man could control the child. The girl's eyes were filled with hatred and the desire to brutally deal with the elf who was causing pain to a creature close to her. Crouching and placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, the doctor glanced at Leondel with an insidious squint and asked if he remembered his request, to which he received a positive answer. The boy squeezed the root of the world tree with great force, releasing prana through it, while the veins on his hand stood out from the tension. Kyvier furiously screamed for the doctor to stop, and he suggested that those gathered considered this place an ordinary dungeon. When the roots mixed with prana began to push apart the spatial gap, the blonde elf said that it was the gateway to the world of the demon king Ampalas. Looking at Kyvier with puzzlement, Eric asked why such a thing even existed, and the gloomy girl replied that the goddess of darkness had now lost her power, and for this reason the balance of power that protected Ratna had cracked and a gap appeared between dimensions. Snow looked at the brunette with caution when she said that the angel was not created by the goddess, and there is a high probability that it was the biological weapon Ampalas against Ratna, which the demon was testing. The elf only grinned after the girl's words, hearing the mention of the demon god. He screamed madly for Kyvier to kill him and Leondel to save Ratna, grabbing the stunned boy's pink hair with one hand and his hand with the other. When the blonde man, teasing the girl, asked if there was anything to think about, she looked at him with hatred, twisting her mouth with overwhelming anger. Then the doctor, raising his hand, said that Kyvier was not able to do this because it was a lie. Eric, with a serious look, began to take out his sword from behind his back, at the same time asking the elf to move away if he did not want to die. Then the blonde man burst into mad laughter, asking the jock whether he had really decided to break the gate with his stupid blade. At that moment, a huge white hand, surrounded by long shoots, grabbed the elf's body. The hand with the prey, controlled by prana, headed into a giant wide-open mouth with countless fangs. A feature of absorption is the acceleration of the development of the individual, which, in turn, depends on the amount swallowed. The amount ingested is directly proportional to the duration of survival, and the duration of survival is equal to strength. Seeing the huge gaping mouth with fangs, Kyvier confidently stated that this was the next step in Ampala's plan to capture Ratna. The giant monster sticking out from the spatial gap was from the angel tribe and had a very high level. Calling the giant Muria, the frightened Snow said that he was many years old, adding that he would devour everyone. At that moment, Eric pushed off sharply from the ground, kicking up dust under his black boots. In flight, the jock waved his sword with a concentrated look, intending to inflict damage on Muria. During the attack, a yellow screen appeared in front of the main character with information that greatly puzzled him. A powerful blow from the sword hit the giant monster directly, forcing it to close its gaping giant mouth, and Kyvier, standing opposite, was almost blown away by the rising dust whirlwind. Covering herself with snow from the flying stones, the brunette was glad that the gate was not yet completely open, and decided to first deal with the colossal angel and seal the gap. She called out to Eric, furiously shouting to the man that if he had already dealt with the monster, then he should immediately run to the gate. Numerous rows of long fangs opened again as the angel moved away from the blow. When Eric plunged his wooden sword into the giant white creature, the creature began to emit a heart-rending roar, opening its mouth wider. The main character, in response to Kyvier's request, looking back at the girl, loudly announced that it was not so easy to deal with the monster and asked to entrust Muria to him. The Musliman also asked the brunette herself to take care of Leondel, who was lying on the ground unconscious after a huge amount of spent prana. The enraged monster rushed to attack Eric, extending its giant white hand towards him. The guy noticed with displeasure that Muria was trying to drag him right into the gap. The man's eyes widened in shock when he saw the area that opened beyond the gap. The monster blasted the protagonist with all his might right into the gate, sending him to the world of Ampalas. During the flight, the man, moving to another space, screamed loudly, closing his eyes and not letting go of his sword. Muria threw Eric so hard that he flew a long distance before colliding with the ground and raising a powerful stream of dust with his fall. The Musliman tried his best to slow down, sticking his sword into the red earth as he moved, which left a deep streak on it. Stopping completely, Eric cast a frowning glance forward, remembering that he still had doubts when he first heard about the world of Ampalas. Looking around with dissatisfaction and holding his chest, the man, against the backdrop of the scarlet sky, concluded that he did not think that he would return to this hell again. Putting his hand to his mouth, the monster yawned. Above the main character towered an angel of colossal size with a human body and a pair of small hands growing from his chest, and meanwhile he wondered whether the creature had devoured the second prince. Furiously looking at Muria with red, cold eyes, Eric declared that this was not good and stood in an attacking position. Meanwhile, at Ratna, Kyvier tried to bring the exhausted Leondel out of unconsciousness. Snow looked at the half-elf in panic, declaring that the second prince's manipulation should have stopped after his death, and the girl lifting the boy replied that that was not why he lost consciousness. Looking at the pink-haired child with deep sadness, Kyvier said that this was due to resistance to the half-elf's contact with the world tree. Snow felt guilty, sadly asking if this situation arose because of him, but his fears were not confirmed. Turning her head towards the gap, the girl said that it was just time. Many white monsters with wings crawled out of the red-pink gate leading from the world of Ampalas to Ratna. Meanwhile, above the world tree, a bunch of angels were rushing across the sky at high speed. Addis, holding a homemade magical device in her hands, flew astride Ether, who had transformed into her true form as a blue wyvern. The wyvern looked to the side in panic, noticing the threat. The angels rushed at full speed towards Addis and Ether, and the magician protected them from the attack by creating an ice shield. Afterwards, holding the wyvern by the white mane, the red-haired guy asked if everything was okay, to which she said that she was a little hurt. There were many of these monsters around, but they were not particularly strong, but still the hunters had to be careful. Observing the gathering of angels, Addis reported that with so many dungeons, Ratna was still safe because the monsters could not come out. Looking around at the enemies, Ether angrily noted that they were now walking freely, and if they crawled out any further, the world would end. One of the angels, opening his jaws, let out a heart-rending roar. The red-eyed monsters began to rush at each other. Addis, without taking his eyes off the crowd of angels, concluded that their relatives suddenly began to devour each other, and Ether's eyes widened at this sight. The magician continued to observe the strange behavior of the monsters with concern, assuming that they were going to evolve. Pointing his magical instrument at the creatures, Addis shouted furiously that this could not be allowed to happen. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the staff with stones. After that, nothing happened, and Ether asked the magician why he did not attack. The same one, anxiously examining the homemade artifact, replied that the point is not that it does not attack, but the blessing of Ampalas. The guy said that the stone refused to attack the monsters, and meanwhile in the sky, from many small ones, one huge one, hidden by snow-white wings, was gathering. The wings began to open, and several red eyes appeared. Now in front of Addis and Ether, a giant angel with many eyes on a round body and 2 pairs of wings was floating in the air. A circle of violet energy formed near the monster's eye, located right in the middle, concentrating in it. The wyvern opened its mouth wide in fear as a powerful stream of mana flew towards it and Addis. A bright purple glow illuminated the magician's face, and at that moment he thought about Eric. The hero, thrown into the world of Ampalas, meanwhile raised his massive sword. Raising his weapon, the main character ran towards the enemy with concentration and prepared to attack. He jumped high and flew straight towards the giant angel, bringing his sword out from behind his back. As he struck with his sword, the jock looked worried and dissatisfied. The wooden blade touched Muria, and Eric concluded that every time he lost his strength even before he could swing. A huge open palm approached the man from behind, wanting to strike, and he turned around. After a sweeping blow with a giant hand, the main character flew across the entire red plateau, destroying the rock around him upon landing. A crater of debris formed at the site where Eric fell, and he landed on the ground with a strong recoil. The jock looked at the enemy with displeasure, concluding that it was dangerous to receive blows directly from level 140, and also realizing that with just a feeling of hostility, he could not use aura. A yellow screen with information appeared in front of Eric, which he read with a serious look. From the very beginning, the user's manual was programmed to make it impossible to attack the angel, calling for one to sacrifice oneself to the deity's viceroy and strive for eternal life. The colossal monster opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Meanwhile, terrible monsters, very different in appearance, crawled out into the Ratna dungeon through the gate from the world of Ampalas. Individually they were not that strong, and Snow said that as long as the gate was open, it would not end. Putting forward the fist of her inflated hand, Kyvier clarified whether they really couldn't be completely destroyed, to which Snow, looking angrily at his opponents, said that this could be done for a while, but judging by his experience, they had a lot of food. Then the girl, wrapped in black ribbons, concluded that in this case the only thing left to do was close the gate. The angel, in a panic, said that he also wanted to do this, but only Leandro could do it. In his current deplorable state, the boy would not be able to even get close to the world tree. Watching the appearing monsters with hostility, the girl replied that she knew that. Screams and streaks of smoke were heard from above, and Kyvier and Snow raised their heads in concern. A pair of hunters rushed along the inside of the dungeon, and the wyvern loudly ordered to step aside so as not to hit the angel and the girl in the dungeon. While Ether tried to speed up, she looked back in panic, where a large round angel was rushing after her and the magician. A circle of mana formed around his middle eye again, concentrating purple energy into it. At the sight of the new monster, Kyvier widened her eyes, and Snow's lower jaw dropped from strong shock, and the creatures from the gap were still approaching them. Fleeing from the spherical angel, the wyvern flew into the gate at full speed and, together with Addis, ended up in the world of Ampalas. Following the hunters, a round angel appeared in the demon god world, further breaking the gap with its huge body. The monster rose directly above Addis and Ether, and its eyes sparkled with purple light. In a panic, looking at the impending attack along with the wyvern, Hades called out to Ether. A powerful stream of mana, surrounded by lightning bolts, flowed from the angel's eye towards the hunters, and while falling from the blow, the wyvern was reincarnated into a human. The attack of the round angel hit Muria, with whom Eric had been fighting all this time, and Hades and Ether flew down, holding hands. The enraged angel with a human body let out a loud warlike roar. Muria began to beat the angel with 4 wings, and Ether, who had again become a wyvern, was carried away by Hades, asking what kind of place this was and where these monsters even came from. Not missing a chance, the magician turned his head in search of Hanbin, and the wyvern suggested that their friend was not in the best position right now. Ether and Hades headed towards the deep crater, realizing that if Eric fought the monsters at full strength, he might be in danger. The focused mage directed the wyvern, asking it to fly into the hole in front of them. In the crater on the rubble, the hunters discovered and loudly called out to their comrade Eric lying among the stones in very poor condition after the battle with the angel. The drooping jock raised his head, and a dark lock of hair fell into his eyes. The portal to the world of Umpalas was now empty. Leaning on the rock with her fist, Kyvier looked back at the gate and concluded that the small angels were swept away, and Leondel called her. Not expecting that the boy had already come to his senses, the girl touched his shoulders, and he, closing his eyes, said that he had a request. Snow, hiding behind a stone, overheard when the half-elf asked the messenger of the goddess of darkness to take him to the roots, but she did not want to do this, worried about the condition of the child. At the moment when Leondel said that he no longer wanted to be a burden, the angel looked out from the shelter with eyes filled with sadness. The little prince sadly stated that as a representative of the elven royal family, Antharas must take responsibility, asking Kyvier to help him while she held the boy by the shoulders. Leondel completely drooped, bowing his head, and the girl looked down, lowering her eyes to the floor. Wyvern, worriedly asking if everything was okay, and Hades, asking to go slower, led the wounded Hanbin out of the world of Umpalas, hand in hand, returning him through the gate to Ratna. After the hunters emerged from the spatial crack, Ether abruptly took on her human form, and Eric asked not to worry about him, noting that this was a common occurrence in the mountains. Smiling widely and closing his eyes, the jock happily said that thanks to his friends who pulled him out, he would be able to participate in the second battle. Hades looked at the man with concern, realizing that his wound was quite serious, and he would no longer be able to defend himself and take blows as he had done so far. Kyvier approached the hunters and said that they no longer had the strength to fight the angels, and Hades offered to block the gates so that the monsters could no longer penetrate here. The girl coldly said that the crack would soon close, and meanwhile the magician and the jock were greatly amazed, looking forward. Leondel wrapped around the roots of the world tree, taking away the boy's prana, causing him to be unconscious. A shocked Hades asked if Kyvier was going to kill Leondel, and Ether tried to make him wake up. Squatting Snow, who was only capable of controlling the bloodsuckers, plaintively reported that there was no point in calling the boy because he was already unconscious. Turning away from the trio of hunters, Kyvier recalled that at the first meeting she told them about the fate of the little prince. Looking at Leondel, the girl said that because of her nature she was obliged to save people from death so that the will of the goddess of darkness would be fulfilled and Ratna would continue to exist. Turning to the hunters with a serious look, Kyvier stated that she was created to protect Ratna. Hades was sad, and Ether twisted her mouth in despair, trying to say something to the incarnation of the goddess. Suddenly, Eric approached Leondel's body and began to unravel the boy, freeing him from the roots of the tree, which caused a green flash to illuminate the dungeon. The enraged girl ran up to the self-willed man, while he was clutching a root filled with prana in his fist, and screamingly asked if he did not understand her words. The same one stated that he understood everything perfectly. Continuing to save Leondel, Eric outlined the main points of Kyvier's speech, not understanding only one thing. He turned to the embodiment of the goddess and shouted furiously, would the world really stink if they saved the boy, adding that if he was so weak, then it would be better if he really collapsed. Concerned, Snow looked to the side, illuminated by a bright glow. A giant round angel appeared from the crack, emitting a purple light, but even after its appearance, Eric was focused on freeing the small half-elf from the snares of the world tree. A moment later, when the entire dungeon was filled with a purple glow, the main character turned his attention to the monster, noticing with a grin that it was devouring other angels and evolving. Hades raised his homemade magic tool, deciding to use ice magic. When the angel sent a powerful stream of mana at the jock, who was pulling the roots towards himself, the magician managed to create 2 pieces of ice that were able to repel the blow. The giant angel was struck by his own attack, which returned to him after being reflected in the mirrored ice flows. Heading towards the gate, Hades and Ether looked back with a flash of insight that they were going to distract the angel, and the girl also asked the others to join the battle as soon as Leondel was rescued. Shocked by the guy's statement, Kyvier looked out from behind the jock while he, pulling back a green root, assured that he would soon come to help. Observing Eric's fruitless attempts to sever the roots of the world, the brunette reported that something could only be broken with an aura. Adding that the man could not use aura because of the landmark, the girl with an effort began to remove his muscular arm from the green snare. Kyvier screamed furiously, asking if Eric had forgotten the promise he made to her. Concentrated on saving the boy, the jock said that this was the reason he was doing this. While Hades and the wyvern that raised him fought with the colossal angel, the protagonist stated that Kyvier might not have reported Leondel's fate. While the magician watched in shock at the monster's attacks, Eric continued, concluding that in this case the girl would have immediately gone to look for Bartold, but at that moment for some reason she told about the fate of the half-elf. The wyvern dodged large debris falling from the angel's blows, and the main character stated that then, without knowing it, Kyvier had already made a decision. The brunette looked sadly at the Muslimman, who said that she wanted to save Leondel from fate. After these words, heavy tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, and she said in despair that nothing could be done. Holding the jock's hand entwined with roots, the crying Kyvier declared that he could not fight the angel and was unable to close the gate. At the end of her words, the girl broke into a scream, saying that there was no other way than to sacrifice Leondel. When Eric stated that there was such a way, Kyvier gave the man a look full of hope. The jock confidently said that his way now is to fight at full strength. The wyvern lay curled up on the ground and looked furiously at the enemy, and Hades sat leaning on its wing. The magician, exhausted during the battle, cast a contemptuous glance at the angel and pointed his magic staff at him. The angel froze in anticipation, showing rows of sharp fangs. Behind the monster, a burgundy stream of powerful energy suddenly appeared, shaking the space. He continued to watch the opponents sitting on the ground. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Leondel was rescued from the clutches of the World Tree, and Kyvier hugged the boy tightly while Snow stood aside and watched. The brunette broke into a warm smile after Eric the angel's way of using the power of the goddess, concluding that such an assistant was encountered for the first time in Ratna's history. A yellow window popped up announcing that external interference had been detected at the landmark, ordering the killing of the colossal monster as Eric stood opposite at the ready with a sword shrouded in energy. Jock was partially surrounded by black stripes, which only Kyvier had previously been able to use, and joyfully agreed with the order, declaring that he would smash the enemy. The colossal angel was special, because for 25 years it had managed to survive by evolving by eating smaller and weaker relatives. The creature became the strongest in this place, and everything stopped. No matter how many times the monster swallowed the weakest creatures, it never became stronger. Even the acquired ability at some point began to sharply reduce his metabolism, and it became enough to eat only once a month. There were no enemies and there was no need to move, only occasionally catching and devouring a couple of relatives. For the creature, such a life has become a familiar and comfortable state of affairs. But now the colossal angel was filled with intense anger. For the first time in a long time, he smelled blood and suffering again. It was all because of Eric, who wanted to destroy him. The jock, in flight, struck the creature with a strong sword strike using aura, and a large red lightning bolt struck it. The monster roared in pain after the damage was done. Lately he began to feel hungry again, and very strongly. While Kyvier sat hugging the rescued Leondel, Snow carefully watched through the gate the outcome of the battle. The shocked angel did not understand what kind of magic Eric uses if he fights on par with the strongest monster in the world, Ampalas. The messenger of the goddess of darkness responded to these words, clarifying that this is not magic, but the power of sacred abilities. She said that with their help, Hanbin adjusted his landmark, hacking it so that he would not perceive the enemy as an angel and could now fight the monster without hindrance. Black stripes appeared on the body of the jock due to the use of a small amount of Kywir's aura, and since there was not much dark energy in comparison with the man's aura, no special effect was expected. Stunned, Snow shouted and asked if this was Eric's power, and Kyvier clarified that it was impossible to deceive the landmark forever. Leaving Leondel under the supervision of Snow, Kyvier decisively declared that she would rescue Ampalas Hades and Ether from the world. A little delirious while recovering from using prana, Leondel asked not to leave, calling his mother and brother. Kyvier looked at the boy softly, assuring him that he would soon be able to return back. Snow, transforming with the help of parasites, asked the girl to stay next to the prince, and she asked what happened to the remaining bloodsuckers. Taking the form of a mistress of bloodsuckers in a red dress, the angel declared that the messenger of the goddess of darkness had spent a lot of energy, and it would be difficult to explain to the awakened Leondel who he was. Snow turned to the girl and said with a smile that the boy needed her. Watching the angel in surprise, Kyvier expressed gratitude to him. In the world of Ampalas, meanwhile, a colossal monster made an attack towards Eric, aiming his huge palm directly at the head. Then the man waved his hand, excitedly concluding that the angel, although huge, was so good at dodging. A powerful stream of aura struck the monster and hit the ground, raising dust and rock fragments into the air. The angel's arm was damaged by Eric's attack. The jock sank onto the ground, shaking after the blow, and stuck his wooden sword into it, deciding on the next step. He began to pick at the soil with his blade, introducing a stream of mixed aura into it. Thus, an impressive explosion of earth was activated, undermining the entire space in the gorge in front of the angel. Suddenly, a bright beam of light appeared from a mixture of large debris and a rising stream of dust. The monster, with a malicious smile, aimed a blow at this place with a huge fist. A white hand struck the rock. Eric, meanwhile, stood behind the angel, preparing to jump on him. The wooden sword in his hands was enveloped in an aura mixed with dark energy. The jock flew past the enemy, delivering another powerful blow to him and cutting off his hand with a flourish. Eric concluded with a serious look that the angel threw out his hand to protect his head. The other hand went to the rock where the main character was on and slammed into it with all his might. The man jumped down, flying surrounded by a pile of broken stones, and concluded that nothing was visible. Eric ran at full speed towards the white fingers emerging from the dusty barrier. While flying, he swung his sword with a concentrated face. The monster's arm completely emerged from the dust, and it turned out that it was the limb that Eric had just chopped off from the monster with a new cut. While the angel was preparing to strike the jock with energy, a voice was heard from above from the dust. Illuminated by the purple flash of the monster, the man noticed with displeasure that his own movements were being repeated after him. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard using a magic staff. Standing behind Eric on the rock, Addies made an ice shield in front of the man to cover him. The monster, surrounded by dust, began to open its mouth. At this time, Eric jumped to the cliff where Addies and Ether, who had transformed into a human, were standing, and asked the recoiling magician if he was alive, thanking him for his help. Addies replied that he was fine, adding that Ether had broken her arm, making it difficult for her to help in the air. Hearing about the hunter's injury, Eric confidently told his partners to go to the gate, and he would deal with the monster. After a powerful blow, the cliff was partially destroyed, and the jock grabbed the magician by the hand, and Ether found herself on the very edge. Eric jumped off the cliff with Addies in an attempt to grab the girl, who was now flying down among large debris. She was saved by the sudden appearance of Snow. The girl was shocked by his appearance, as well as by his unusual appearance. The angel loudly shouted that now he could not give the monster another minute. While Snow climbed the rock where Eric and Addies were, with Ether in his hands, he said that the creature would evolve due to the fact that it tore off the elf. The colossal angel was indeed taking on a new form, and his human body was changing shape. Now a giant red eye with wings fluttered in front of the guys. A purple flash appeared in his pupil, indicating that the creature was ready to attack. Seeing the final appearance of the monster, Snow knew that this was the end. A powerful stream of purple energy rushed from above, while another blow began to destroy the rock under Eric. Standing in front of Addies, the enraged jock, swinging his sword, asked his friend if he remembered how they hunted the spider. The magician answered in the affirmative and, understanding what his partner was getting at, covered the man's sword with a layer of ice using his staff. The main character clenched his teeth from tension, concentrating on the blow. He launched a spinning ice sword at the monster, spinning the air behind it. The sword collided with a stream of purple energy, sending dust and rock fragments into the air. The space was filled with a bright purple glow. Sitting at the spatial crack, Kyvier with Leondel on her knees watched what was happening. The girl gloomily stated that Hanbin should quickly put an end to this because her abilities are running out. The spinning sword flew straight into the stream of energy released by the angel. The weapon kept getting closer to the giant monster, which opened its mouth wide. The ice-coated sword reached its target, stabbing into the monster. The ice layer shattered into small pieces as the blade got stuck between the angel's rows of fangs. Eric, enveloped in an aura, flew up to him, pulling out his weapon by the hilt and indignant that the angel loved to devour everything so much. Pulling out the sword pumped with his hands, the man happily announced that he had finally reached the enemy's head. His eyes burned with rage, and a predatory smile appeared on his face as the Musliman intended to finish off the angel. Eric delivered several powerful blows directly to the creature's fangs. There was a flash in the angel's mouth as the man intended to pierce his fangs. Next, he struck the angel's head with scratches. The jock completed the attack with a powerful direct blow. After a cross blow, a gap appeared in the monster's fangs, through which the blonde crown of the head could be seen. Concentrating, Eric prepared for the final decisive blow. The monster was badly injured. Strong smoke came out of his head from each wound, and meanwhile the main character was already releasing a powerful stream of aura into him. The giant wings of the angels were spread wide. Snow shouted not to aim for the head, warning that it was just a shell. Eric, who picked up his sword, was puzzled by this news. Now he was descending until a cross gap appeared on the angel's belly. The shocked jock looked at this while a new creature appeared behind him. The man turned, swinging his sword with all his might. Near the angel's shell, a battle broke out with the newly appeared enemy. Addies stood on a rock, hiding from a powerful stream of dust. Suddenly, a winged creature descended in front of the magician, Snow, and Ether. It was reaching towards the ground with its sharp leg. In front of the trio now stood an angel with a human body shrouded in a golden glow. Under the feathers hiding his face, a malicious smile appeared, addressed to the perplexed Addis. The puzzled magician, holding a staff in his hands, tried to pull himself together. Meanwhile, an enraged Eric appeared in the air above the angel with a sword at the ready. The jock sharply attacked the enemy in front of Addis, but he pulled back and the sword hit the ground, raising dust. Eric shouted for the magician to move aside, worried about Ether's condition. Addis turned with concern to the girl with whom Snow had been sitting all this time. Ether sat with her head down and her eyes wide, breathing heavily. Holding the girl close to him, Addis watched the battle, perplexed. He could not understand why, after the destruction of the main body, the creature Eric was now flying towards became much smaller. Snow explained to Mash that the angel race is constantly evolving, and in return, unnecessary abilities are accumulating. The angel sadly reported that after the monster devoured the elf, he gained intelligence, along with which came awareness. In order to move to the next level, the monster needed to get rid of everything unnecessary, including its massive shell. Addis was afraid to imagine what would happen next if the creature had already become so smart. Eric, meanwhile, continued to fight with the angel, striking with his sword, which turned out to be useless. The monster fought off the aura's blows with the help of its golden energy. Fighting with the jock, the intelligent creature chuckled sarcastically. Eric watched the angel with a murderous gaze, concluding that he was difficult to deal with, suggesting that this was due to the creature's diminishing growth. Each attack of the angel was thought out to the smallest detail, and the main character no longer felt like he was fighting a monster. Noting the feathers in which the creature lays out its aura, as the jock himself does with a sword, Eric had some guesses. The monster was hidden by a dusty curtain, and the main hero began to swing his sword. Spinning, the angel flew out of the dust and debris at full speed. Appearing in front of the man, he completely repeated his techniques. Focused Eric attacked the angel with a sword with an aura. The blade passed by, the jock was shocked that he was so close, and the angel managed to dodge the blow. Eric watched with concern as the foot passed near his head. With a powerful kick, the angel threw the enemy away. The monster, releasing an aura into its feathers, prepared to attack, and meanwhile the main character covered herself with a massive sword. With a wicked smile, the creature was about to strike lengthwise. Eric was shocked to hear this. Golden energy rushed straight towards the sword, trying to disarm the jock. Having made a powerful blow, the angel smashed the protagonist's blade into pieces. The jock grinned angrily at his opponent. Eric decided to think about the angel's blow, remembering what happened in detail. While a sharp feather was flying over the protagonist's head, he came to a stunning conclusion. The angel cautiously noticed the flow of fiery energy approaching him. The magical flames hid the angel, consuming him completely. Eric was thrown back a little by the energy wave. Watching what was happening dumbfounded, the hunter concluded that the angel's blows were dangerous. Seeing the fire magic, Eric was perplexed. He turned around and was indignant that now the dragon stood on the rock in his true form with ether and snow on his head. The angel said with a smile that even if they escape, as soon as the monster comes out, it will be the end of everything. The crippled girl said that now she could only hold the staff, but they all needed to defeat the monster. Eric was shocked by his friend's words. An angel with his face covered by a wing began to speak, saying that he had been interrupted. He opened his face with sparkling golden eyes and threateningly asked not to interfere. The blonde angel held his hand with a feather in front of him, which had an aura in it, waiting for Eric to approach. The jock furiously rushed towards the creature, raising his sword. He looked displeasedly at his stomach, where a cut appeared and blood was flowing. The angel held his arms crossed in front of him, repeating the tactic of cutting crosswise and striking. The creature pointed a sharp feather forward at the running Eric, while a magical cross rushed towards his comrades. The golden cross, filled with a golden aura, began to sparkle in the middle as it approached. Illuminated by a bright light, the main character began to scream heart-rendingly, seeing this picture. The dragon put his fists forward, preparing to parry the angel's powerful blow. Suddenly, stones and dust flew into the air. Among them were fragments of the homemade magic staff of Addis. Kyvir, who was staying with Leondel in the dungeon, looked anxiously into the portal. She noticed that someone was approaching with great speed, realizing that no one here could have such enormous power. When walls around her began to collapse and rocks began to fall, shaking the space, the girl began to scream, afraid that she would hit the boy. Suddenly the stones stopped because of a green figure in the sky holding them with prana. Kyvia raised her gaze to the sky. Noticing the figure, she asked in shock where this man was here from. A huge gap appeared in front of Addis's face, which shocked him. Raising his hands, he tried to hide from the powerful stream of light. Suddenly, Snow took out a crystal from Addis's magical staff. Next, he directed it straight into his mouth, after which Snow bit off part of the crystal. A strong explosion was heard throughout the dungeon. From what he saw, the main character screamed. Pieces of debris were visible in the air. Having moved to the hellish mountains, Ryu rushed towards the monster. With a malicious grin on his face, The monster declared that he had become stronger, noting that he did this at the expense of the death of someone like Ryu. Looking at the angry protagonist, the monster called him unusual. The main character said that he would kill him. Ryu's body was covered in an incredibly powerful aura. Continuing to grin, the monster rushed towards the main character. After their collision, a powerful explosion was heard in the territory of the Hellish Mountains. Having straightened its arms, the monster froze in one position. Surrounded by the resulting debris, Ryu was confused. Baring his teeth, the monster rushed to attack again. Clutching his sword in his hand, the main character prepared to attack. In the depths of the Hellish lands, due to a fierce battle, a huge gap appeared. The system reported detecting an anomalous landmark interference. Ryu's blade froze a centimeter from his opponent. The monster's claw injured the protagonist's chest. Reaching behind his back, Ryu prepared to strike. With a perplexed look, the monster tried to find out what the main character was doing. Digging his claws even deeper, he asked why Ryu stopped attacking. Blood came out of the main character's mouth. While in his thoughts, Ryu noted that as luck would have it, this happened right now. The system stated that in order to check the landmark, all user movements will be paused. With a look of disgust, the monster called Ryu a non-entity. Suddenly, the main character tried to take a step. Grabbing his weapon, the protagonist tried to attack his opponent. Sticking out his hand, the monster blocked Ryu's blow. The distraught protagonist ordered him to shut up and die. The monster's face was filled with anger. Clenching its fist, the monster declared that Ryu was finished. Suddenly, a piece of cloth flew towards him. As she landed, a piece of fabric blocked her view. Kibiya pushed off the ground and rushed to Ryu's aid. Having grabbed the main character, the prophetess stepped back. Looking at the worried Kibiya, Ryu asked if she could hack the landmark again. The prophetess said that the main character is barely alive and probably knows that his opponent is not simple. Looking at the angry monster, Kibiya noted that now the best option for them would be to flee from the scene of the fight. Indignant, the main character said that he would rather die, but not let the monster pass. Covering his mouth with a cloth, Kibiya asked what nonsense he was talking about. Wary, the prophetess said that if Ratna could be saved by one of his sacrifices, then she would have come to an end long ago. Turning her attention to the surprised Ryu, Kibiya asked what would happen to the remaining team members if he died. Beside himself with rage, the monster wondered if there was anyone else who could stop him. Suddenly, shoots began to form under his feet. After they grew, they surrounded the monster on all sides. Having turned into a cocoon, the sprouts bound the monster inside. Observing all this, Ryu assumed that these were the roots of the world tree. Jumping back, the main character wondered who did this. Indignant, the elf asked the guys to do it faster, noting that he would not be able to hold the monster for long. Due to the shock wave, the guys flew to the side. Multiple cuts from the fall were visible on the main character's body. Frightened, Ether tried to call out to him. Taking Ryu by the shoulders, Addis asked about the cause of the wounds. The stunned protagonist noted that monster dealt a crushing blow to the guys. The worried wyvern reported that if they were hit by the monster, they would die, adding that Snow protected them by absorbing Ampla's blessing. Turning to the annoyed Addis, Ryu tried to find out what was wrong with Snow. Group member Rada said that he did not know this, adding that when he came to his senses, the roots had already transferred them to this place. Ryu's face was shrouded in anxiety and worry. Frustrated, Kibiya stated that this was impossible. Raising her hand, the prophetess said that they did not have time. Looking at the flow of powerful aura emanating from the roots of the great tree, Kibiya reported that if you leave this gap just like that, then between dimensions it will begin to grow and Ratna will not be able to withstand it. Turning to the squad of elves, the prophetess noted that if they close the gates with the help of the roots of the world tree, then they will have a chance. Next, she asked to direct all remaining energy to the roots. Having concentrated, the elves began the process of transferring the aura. Sticking his sword into the ground, the elf asked if Kibiya meant that with the help of this power they could control them and close the gap. The powerful aura that was in the shackles of the roots tried to break out. Squeezing his blade, the elf noted that the prophetess was well aware of this phenomenon, asking if she could then explain this point. A group of magicians came to Leondel to provide assistance. Agreeing, Kibiya noted that the elf would have a lot to explain to his brother. Bowing his head, the elf declared that it was time to reveal everything. The roots of the world tree are firmly buried underground. Suddenly, huge claws appeared from them. Revealing the roots, the monster declared that he would not allow them to do this. Frightened, Kibiya reported that the monster was trying to tear apart the gate. Concentrating, the monster created a powerful aura charge in front of itself. Turning around, Kibiya assumed that the monster was hunting for. While in the shackles of fabric, the main character thought about his body. Suddenly, someone grabbed the monster by its wing. Pointing its head forward, the monster tried to attack Ryu. Taken aback, Addis noted that the monster missed. Seeing something, Ether was shocked. Snow appeared in front of their faces, trying in every possible way to stop the monster. Turning to him, The monster tried to find out who he was. Baring his teeth, the monster asked why he was trying to stop him, noting that they were both of the same species. With a cry, Snow declared that it was so. Suddenly, Kivia's magical cloth enveloped Snow's hand. Pulling him towards her, the prophetess said that he was different. Screaming, Kivia noted that he appeared to Snow. The angel's face was filled with excitement. With lightning speed, the monster rushed towards the prophetess. Watching all this, Kivia was shocked. Raising his fingers to his face, the magician froze in one position, after which he formed a huge magic arrow which was directed towards the monster. The monster's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Looking at the arrow reaching them, closing his eyes, Snow smiled. Due to the incredible power of the technology, a huge hole appeared in the stone hill. 3 cracks appeared at the base of the roots. Seeing this, the guys were shocked. Frightened, Kivia froze in one position. Floating in the sky, Hollian watched the result of her attack. Smiling, she asked if everyone was safe. Horrified, the woman could not believe that this happened in their village. Turning to Richard standing next to him, the man noted that he was a hunter, asking him to go and catch the monster. Clasping his hands, Richard stated that he was ordered to guard only them. Looking at the alarmed hunter, the man said that they would pay any amount, asking him to protect their village. Magic arrows began to form in the sky. Indignant, the man noted that it was necessary to help the girl who gives him orders. Clutching his weapon, Richard asked if he was talking about help. Wary, he suggested that the residents had nuclear weapons. Concentrating, Hollian released the magical bowstring with which she had pulled the arrow. Hearing Richard's words, the villagers were shocked. Stepping aside, Richard said that sometimes it is better not to know anything. After firing the shot, Hollian froze in one position, hanging in the air. Surprised, the main character noted that she dealt with the monster with just one blow. Smiling, the Lord of Life and Death asked if everyone was alive. Turning to the floating Hollian, the elf said that thanks to her, they had overcome the critical moment. Seeing her, the main character was taken aback. With an excited expression on his face, Ryu thought about Hollian appearing at that very moment. Clenching her fingers, the Lord of Life and Death used one of her techniques. Hollian's powerful projectile was aimed at Ryu's friends. Grabbing his sword, the main character ordered them to hide behind him. With colossal power, the stream of aura pierced everything in its path. Many rose petals appeared in the air. Shielding his hands from the powerful light, Addis noted her powerful prana. Excited, Etha guessed what it was. Absolutely the entire earth around the children was covered with flowers and greenery. Looking around himself, Ryu noted that all his wounds had disappeared. With a smile on her face, Hollian said that she heard the main character from the prince. The Lord of Life and Death expressed gratitude on behalf of the entire fairy union. Turning her attention to Kivia standing next to her, Hollian noted that now her capabilities are limited only to the fact that she can heal them, adding that next time she will thank them officially. After hearing what she heard, the prophetess exhaled with relief. The sun's rays of light enveloped the expanses of the village and the roots of the world tree. The story takes us 2 days later to the kingdom of the elves. The sun's reflections were visible on the windows of the palace. The plot tells us that the action takes place in the Frelse's palace. Candle reported that he personally saw the gate leading to another dimension. He folded his hands and declared that this was all he had. Looking at the document, the Dwarf King noted that he did not understand what dimension they were connected to, reporting unknown monsters with intelligence. Crom Brindle stated that if they had arrived faster, they could have tested the new weapon. Examining the pages, the Sylph King said that if the dwarves could destroy them with their outlandish weapons, then there would be nothing to worry about. Cutibody told about the problem, which was that monster was trying to come out of its own free will. Turning his attention to the smiling Hollian, the Sylph King noted that thanks to her quick reaction, they were able to block the actions. Taken aback, the Lord of Life and Death said that she simply threw the monster back at the very end. Listening to them, Candle folded his hands. Hollian stated that if Leondel and the hunters had not fought and risked their lives, she would not have been able to stop the second wave of damage. Happy, Kutabachi praised Ryu's team members. Crom reported that the hunters put a lot of effort into closing the gate. Wary, he wondered how this had even happened. Hollian, sitting nearby, suggested that the hunters had something to do with the incident. Remembering the image of Kivia, Kanedal said that he would be honest. The image of his middle brother Leondel appeared in his head. A trance revealed that his dead twin brother was the cause, adding that the Elven Kingdom was responsible for failing to properly monitor him. Unconscious, Leondel lay in the hospital room. Candle noted and stated that the price for this was his son, who still cannot come to his senses. The stunned king of the Sylphs asked what his son meant. He further noted that he knew this, wondering where the Elven King could have gotten his powers from. Candle expressed gratitude for the patronage of the goddess, as well as the heroes who saved the future of the Elven Kingdom. Looking at the wary guys, Atrances hoped that they would no longer have doubts about these hunters. Folding his hands, Crom thought that Candle was probably unpleasant and hurt by everything connected with the second prince, noting that he was ready to reveal even this secret in order to protect the honor of the hunters. Brindle said that he would like to meet with them. Looking at the overjoyed Cutabody, Candle said that he would prepare the meeting next time. Hearing about this, the king of the sylphs was extremely happy about the party, adding that it was necessary to reward the hunters. With a smile on his face, Cutabody noted that there was something strange about this situation. The Sylph King stated that according to the intelligence of his people, gates began to appear on the territory of Artana. Looking at the alarmed Holian, Cutabody wondered why neither the great King Garin of their most extensive kingdom Caldris, nor the sorceress Zenobia, who loves mystical witchcraft, are doing anything. Trying to say something, the Lord of Life and Death froze in one position. Candle said that in order to find out the cause of the incident, cooperation with the countries of the Artana mainland is inevitable. Turning his attention to the alarmed Holian, Atrances noted that this was a bit unexpected for him, reporting thoughts that the Fairy Alliance had better contact them as quickly as possible. Candle said that they can use their means of communication. Folding his hands, the man noted that he had no difficulty in answering, adding that an investigation was currently underway. Smirking, Zenobia stated that she would also like to rush to investigate now, noting that it is not that easy. Looking at Holian, standing in front of the magic screen, the Archmage said that it was for this reason that she gave her a hint about the gate. The Lord of Life and Death said that thanks to her knowledge, they were able to avoid great losses, noting that despite this, she was worried. Standing in front of the magic screen, Holian asked if they had the blessing of the Demon King. The Lord of Life and Death noted that she had heard that they were very busy studying it, wondering if the critical moment had come for Ratna. Excited Holian said that if we also find Beatold and, as before, everyone will do it together. Interrupting her, the man noted that they were just people. Holding a smoking pipe in her hand, Zenobia assumed that the Lord of Death and Life herself knew that, unlike her, their lifespan was limited. Wary, the man declared that thanks to Ampla's blessing, they would soon be able to receive eternal life. After which, the Archmage asked if this was part of Holian's plans. Clenching her fist, the Lord of Life and Death was taken aback. Squeezing her hand, Holland noted that she could not wish them to die. Looking at the annoyed Lord of Life and Death, Zenobia stated that they, as 4 heroes, must save Ratna, which is why they entrust the task to her. Leaving the conference room, Holian asked them to contact her if they learned anything else about the gate. After negotiations, the magical screens began to fade. After finishing the conversation, the man stopped supporting the technique with his aura. Bowing his head, he exhaled. As Zenobia flew towards him, she noticed that the ground seemed to be disappearing from under their feet, suggesting that Holian should tell the whole truth. The man believed that the Archmage knew that this was impossible. Zenobia stated that they were already giving Holian control of the Great Land and the blessing of Amplas, adding that the problem was in the gate itself. Straightening his hair, the man said that he knew that the power protecting Ratna would be out of balance due to the absence of the Goddess of Darkness. Further, he noted that he could not even imagine that the Lord of Life and Death would connect her with the world of Amplas. Smirking, Zenobia said that it was just a temporary problem, adding that they should just completely absorb the goddess's power. The Archmage believed that, thanks to Holian, they had nothing to worry about at all. Lost in thought, the Lord of Life and Death turned her gaze to the window. Zenobia noted that although she is a healer, she is higher in level than all of them. The Sword Lord had many scars on his back. The Archmage stated that for this reason they could not know anything for sure, adding that Beatold refused to measure the level until the end. After the man straightened his hair, he said that he was sorry that all the issues with him could not be resolved. Smirking, Zenobia noted that there was no way to return anything now. Touching the aura, the man stated that they needed to do everything not to become enemies. Turning to the kneeling Richard, he asked about the current situation. The hunter reported that Holian planned to stay in the Elven Kingdom for some time to conduct investigations related to the gate. The gaze of the Lord of Life and Death fell on Ryu's group leaving into the distance. Richard noted that the leaders of the Fairy Union were not going to officially announce the gate. The hunter was sure that they could not go and scare the residents without any preparation. Turning her head, Ether turned to Addis. After hearing this, Zenobia ordered the hunter to keep an eye on Holian so that she would not find out anything about their conversation. With his head down, Richard awaited further instructions. The Archmage noted that if someone suddenly begins to guess about their plan, then they must certainly be destroyed. With a serious expression on his face, Richard said that he understood this. Rays of light fell on the face of the unconscious Leondel. His body was in one of the rooms of the palace. Addis strongly wished that the prince would come to his senses as soon as possible. As the Rada member set off, he wondered where Kivia had gone with such a worried expression on her face. The main character walking next to him believed that Holian was the problem. With an excited expression on his face, Addis noted that the prophetess did not have the blessing of Amplas, adding that if she did, she would be able to measure the level of the Ratnian. Smiling, Etha stated that it was impossible not to be surprised to see Ryu's level. The wyvern noted their healing, suggesting that Holian wasn't so bad after all. Recalling the healing process, the main character said that he felt the remnants of his aura leaving him, noting that if it turned out to be an enemy, then it would be the end for all of them. Considering this obvious, leaving the kingdom, Ryu said that even if the fairy does not know who they are, it is dangerous to meet with her. The protagonist felt that it would be too risky to believe that Holian was not in the same boat as Garhan or Zenobia, adding that in the past they were members of the same team as they are now. An image of a monster appeared in Ryu's head, his face filled with anger. The main character stated that the best option for them was to find Beatold and do it before the other gates opened and the angels came out of them. With a face full of annoyance, Ether stated that this needed to be done, if only for the sake of Snow. Taken aback, the main character tried to find out who Snow was. After hearing this, Addis could not hold back his tears. Suddenly, appearing in front of the guys, Sylph announced his appearance and that he was a thief of justice. Holding the amulet in his hands, he asked if they were hunters hired by the Elven Kingdom. Holding her neck, Ether wondered when he had time. Addis reported that the Sylph lived at the top of the world tree, asking what he was doing in the kingdom of the elves. Raising his fist in front of him, the main character asked who sent him. Flying into the air, the Sylph declared that if Ryu wanted to find out, he must catch him. Indignant, Addis ordered him to stop. There was a crystal at Snow's mouth that he was about to bite through. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Remembering this, group member Rada froze in one position. Next, Ryu's squad went in pursuit of the necklace thief. Hanging in the air, the Sylph gradually approached the rock slope. Leaning on a tree branch, the main character wondered why the Sylph lured them into the forest, which was further away from the palace. Ether assumed that he wanted to fight. Smirking, the Sylph stated that he was going to fight Ryu. Raising his hand, he asked the stranger to leave. An explosion was heard in front of the main character. At that moment, the Sylph turned to the dwarven warrior. The warrior's face was filled with hatred. Fully immersed in his armor, the dwarf thanked the protagonist for his help in testing the new weapon. Wary, Ryu thought that the warrior was too noisy for a killer, noting that he had no choice but to destroy the enemy. The warrior's face was covered with a helmet. While in his thoughts, he noted that the main character looked at the fact that he was the king of the dwarves, marveling at his serious look, which did not care about the difference in status, which in his opinion was commendable. Sitting in the bushes, the Sylph stated that the dwarf king wanted to test a new weapon, which is why he brought Ryu. He assumed that there was some kind of misunderstanding. Sylph noted that he could explain everything and stop them now. Examining the necklace, he assumed that Holian had previously owned this artifact. Beside herself with rage, Ether rushed towards the stunned Sylph. Raising the blade in front of her, the wyvern thought that if she was too far from the necklace, she risked taking on her true form. Next, Ether ordered him to return her necklace. Smirking, the Sylph suggested that he should learn more about these hunters. After which, he suggested that the wyvern go to another place, saying that they could not allow themselves to be hit by that weapon. Holding his magical weapon, the Dwarf King prepared to attack. Looking at his weapon, the main character was shocked. The warrior said that it was a multi-charge installation for launching magic projectiles, which was created using the latest dwarf technology. Bowing his head, the Dwarf King invited Ryu to taste it. With unimaginable power, the warrior fired, causing a terrifying explosion to be heard on the battlefield. There were a lot of fragments visible on the barrel of the magical weapon. After which, pulling the trigger, the warrior fired a long volley. Almost all the trees at the site of the fight were destroyed. Remains of shells were flying in different directions. Spent bullets continued to fly out of the Dwarf King's weapon. Looking at the huge cloud of smoke, the warrior assumed that he had run out of shells. Wary, he noted that in this case, he had no point in testing. Turning his attention to Ryu, whose body was covered with a sword, the Dwarf King stated that due to the barrier of the aura, he was not affected at all. With an angry expression on his face, Ryu asked if that was all. Throwing away the magic weapon, the warrior said that this was not so. The Dwarf King's weapon landed on the ground with a crash. The warrior said that the battle, in case long-range shooting was no longer possible, adding that this was just the beginning. Rushing into battle, the Dwarf King declared that dwarven technology was the best in the world. Looking at the fierce battle, Addis wondered what was happening there. An alarmed member of the group, Rada, asked if these were the magical dreadnought gloves from the Dwarf Kingdom. Paying attention to the warrior frozen in one position, whose attack Ryu was trying to block, Addis suggested that judging by the decorations and features of the costume, this must be a very high person, adding that if the main character defeats him, then problems may arise between states. Looking at the crystals, group member Rada noted that he took them, saying that without a staff he could use magic with them. Suddenly, in front of him, he discovered a huge magical object. Looking at him, Addis was shocked. Behind the thief's back, wings were visible, with the help of which he soared in the air. He said that sylphs immediately begin to fly as soon as they learn to walk. Smirking, the sylph noted that if you run away in such a narrow, tangled space, it would be almost impossible to catch them. Turning his attention to Ether, whose aura streams covered her body, he declared that she was trying to catch him with a magic sword. Sylph assumed that based on her movements, the wyvern was accustomed to flying. Stretching out her hand, Ether stated that he had become too slow, causing her to catch up to him. Further, the wyvern assumed that the thief was tired of endlessly flapping his wings. Taking out a magical weapon from his bosom, the thief noted the wyvern's vigilance, asking what she thought about it. Ether's hand was a centimeter from the sylph's cloak. Suddenly, with lightning speed, the thief managed to avoid the wyvern's attack. Horrified, Ether assumed it was witchcraft. Looking at the wyvern that landed on the tree branch, Sylph noted that it was not for him to say such a thing, since he stole her necklace, assuming that it did not belong to her. With that said, the thief tried to find out how Ether got his hands on him. Indignant, the wyvern declared that this was not a story worth chatting about with the thief, ordering him to return the necklace in an amicable manner. Finding himself behind the stunned Ether, the sylph offered her a solution to the problem, telling her that if she could take it away in 10 minutes, then he would not ask anything else. Smiling, the thief noted that if she did not do this, she would tell him the whole truth. Looking at the angry wyvern, he invited her to see if she could use tricks to catch him. The plot takes us to the place where there was an old building, the doors of which were broken. While in it, Kivia offered a prayer. Folding her hands, the prophetess thought that she could not contact Kibriel, adding that she had no way to find out about Beatel's whereabouts and his future fate. Bowing her head, Kivia said that she needed to leave the Elf Kingdom as soon as possible. Drawing attention to the surprised prophetess, the Elf King noted that if she left this place now, Leondel would be very sad. After hearing this, Kivia tried to find out what he was doing here. Closing his eyes, he declared that he was the king of the elves who worshipped the earth goddess, adding that from his side his coming to the sanctuary of the goddess of darkness did not look very good. Approaching Kivia, the elf king wondered if anyone could object to the old elf, noting that his consciousness was not entirely in order since even the aristocrats were no longer paying attention to this. Turning her head, the prophetess considered that for the rumors that the once wise elf king had impregnated a young girl to be reliable, he probably had to pretend to be out of his mind. Sitting down next to Kivia, he was surprised that she knew this. The prophetess stated that this was just a guess with a high degree of probability. Closing his eyes, the king said that the aristocratic elves only demand pure elven blood from the royal family. Opposite the musty house was a tree whose branches were wrapped in red ribbons. The elf king said that for the sake of an heir who would continue the royal family, he needed to hide Leondel, adding that in the end he hammered a nail into his son's heart. A worried Candle watched his unconscious son. The ruler of the elves noted that Leondel does not even know who his parents are. Tilting her head, Kivia suggested that his decision was the best for Leondel's sake and the well-being of the kingdom. Turning towards the prophetess, the elf king said that he knew about the goddess of darkness who rules death in the end, telling about rumors that say that she even hears the dead. Looking at the surprised Kivia, the elf king wondered if Kibriel would forgive him. Smiling, the prophetess said that he would definitely forgive him. Rays of sunlight fell on his face. After hearing this, the elf king thanked her. Leaning on his cane, he stated that he was a decrepit old man with little left, noting that if Kivia told him her situation, he would try to help as best he could. Looking at the king of the elves, the prophetess said that she would talk to her partners. Suddenly, from what she saw, Kivia froze in one position. Holding a magical weapon above his head, Addes was shocked. His gaze fell on the ice block that had formed as a result of the shot. Running up to Ryu, group member Rada tried to find out if he was okay. Holding the body, the main character stated that he was cold. After asking for forgiveness, Addes said that he was simply trying to stop the battle, asking him to wait a little. Shaking from the incredible cold, being in his thoughts, the main character was amazed that Addes had used this magic, noting that his level remained 54, unchanged. Leaning over a little, Ryu thought that it was even colder than the magic of a lick with a 72nd level. Pushing off the ground, Kivia rushed to attack. Having hit the main character in the face, the prophetess tried to find out what he was doing. Furious, Kivia wondered if she had told her to just sit quietly and keep a low profile. Frightened, Ryu reported that there was no good reason there. Looking at the king of the elves, tapping his cane on the warrior, whose body was shrouded in ice, Prachitsa tried to find out for what reason it was necessary to make such ice pillars in the territory of the kingdom of the elves, adding that they froze the king of the dwarves. Hearing this, the main character was taken aback. Addes' face was filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, the frightened children began to try in every possible way to pull the body of the dwarf king out of the ice block. Gradually, the sky began to become cloudy. In complete despair, the dwarf king spoke of his creation, which was a multi-shot magic bullet that fired shots using stone spittle. Pointing his finger at the broken weapon, he asked what they had done. After asking for forgiveness, Addes said that they had loaded magic crystals instead of bullets in advance to stop the fight. Leaning over as a sign of respect, group member Rada noted that this magic worked earlier than they had planned. Looking at the torn barrel of the magical weapon, The Dwarf King assumed that they understood the principle of the magical weapon that they were seeing for the first time. Leaning over, Addis again asked for forgiveness. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the Dwarf King declared that this was not a matter of apology. Inspired, he suggested that this was a new achievement in the history of long-range weapons, asking Addis to quickly tell him about the improvement. Looking at the surprised group member Rada, he tried to find out how it was possible to use crystals for shots. Putting his hand to his chin, Addis said that the mana that launches the projectile activates the magical power of the crystal right before the shot, calculating that if the chain used for shooting is placed at the back so that the bullets can only be fired with the use of physical force, then this, apparently, can serve as a workaround. Group member Rada was thinking about using mithril as a mana insulator. Rejoicing, the Dwarf King concluded that if he sacrificed a small amount of projectile speed, it would be possible to increase the power and stability of the weapon. Placing the broken magical weapon on his shoulder, the Dwarf King declared that he would count and return immediately, asking Addis to test the projectiles again. Group member Rod's face was filled with misunderstanding. The Elf King suggested that judging by the reaction of the Dwarf King, he decided to entrust Addis with his unfinished weapon, noting that he liked it. Smiling, the main character tried to find out whether the problem was resolved successfully. Kivia noted that there was enough of their antics, adding that Addis was also here. Looking around, the prophetess wondered where the ether was. A trail of lightning-fast movements of the wyvern and sylph appeared above the city sky. Landing on the roof of one of the houses, the thief revealed that the basics of magical fencing involve pulling metal with both hands in a specific stance. After dodging Ether's attack, he added that putting it into practice and launching the sword using the right posture is the first step of a swordsman's movement. Concentrating a stream of unimaginably powerful aura in her hand, Ether declared that she already knew this. Landing on his hand, the sylph noted that this required superior reflexes and speed. Continuing to dodge the wyvern's attacks, the thief said that no matter how fast it is, if it immediately fails to catch the enemy. The sylph's hat hung in the air. The thief stated that it was all useless. Watching the sylph jump to a nearby rooftop, Ether thought she was pissed off about it, adding that she should admit that his level was above hers. Continuing the observation, the wyvern noted that even in motion, the sylph uses its wings and freely changes its flight path. Rushing after the thief, Ether was sure that in this case she could easily miss him. Concentrating a powerful stream of aura in his hand, the thief stated that for swordsmen magicians the moment of calculating the trajectory of movement is the most dangerous. Looking at the stunned Ether, the sylph noted that she always needs to look back. Horrified, the wyvern crossed her swords to try to block the sylph's attack. Suddenly, a strong explosion was heard in the air. Taken aback, the thief suggested that he was lucky, adding that he was excited. His gaze was directed towards a huge haystack. Noting the 30th level of Ether, he reported that she waved the sword away, wondering if she had gotten hurt. Suddenly, a piercing beam of aura appeared from the haystack. With lightning speed, the sylph repelled the wyvern's attacks. Paying attention to the 2 ether blades that she threw, the thief assumed that she was going crazy for the last time. Then, hanging in the air, the angry wyvern prepared to attack. The thief thought it might have been an optical illusion. After the sylph dodged Ether's strike, a grin appeared on his face. Holding a magical weapon in his hands, the sylph suggested that Ether would not engage in theft, asking if she would at least now talk about the necklace. Smirking, the wyvern stated that she had decided to tell if she failed to catch the thief, adding that he had just said it himself. Looking at the stunned sylph, the wyvern noted that a swordsman mage should always look back. Turning around, the thief was surprised that Ether was using his technique, remote control, noting that she controls 4 guns at once. The thief's blades were shrouded in streams of powerful aura. At the last moment, he managed to jump away from Ether, whose attack almost overtook him. While hovering in the sky, the sylph reported that the wyvern had a low level, suggesting that it had had a hard time in battle. After which, the thief declared an innate sense of controlling more than 2 weapons at the same time. Smirking, the sylph wondered how much Ether could grow if he showed her the techniques, adding that a rule is a rule. Looking at the wyvern, whose hand was pointed towards the necklace, the thief declared that he had lost. Grabbing her necklaces, Ether fell to the ground with a crash. Rising from the floor, the wyvern said that she really liked this dress. Holding the jewelry in her hands, she said that she would not forgive the thief, adding that she would report him. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared in front of the surprised wyvern. Her gaze fell on Richard, whose face was shrouded in shadow. Watching the Ether, he froze in one position. Horrified, the wyvern assumed that this man was from the dragon's nest. Richard knelt down on one knee and extended his hand to Ether, excitedly asking if she was okay after falling from a great height. The girl put her hand into the man's hand with gratitude, silently surprised that he did not recognize her. When a female figure in a cloak with a hood appeared behind Richard, calling the man, he looked at her angrily, and Ether her voice seemed familiar. When Etha wanted to say Hollian's name, the woman quickly put her index finger to her mouth and ordered the girl to be silent and not call her name loudly. When Hollian looked around and explained that she was secretly inspecting the kingdom of the elves, Ether was a little scared and even stepped back. The woman added that a trade caravan had just arrived, which, according to rumors, contained food that was difficult to find even in neighboring regions. When Hollian expressed her frustration by saying that she had to return to the kingdom of nymphs tomorrow after the awards ceremony, Ether stared blankly at the woman with large green eyes. Suddenly Hollian asked if she knew Ether, and the girl began to stammer while trying to answer something. Richard intervened in the conversation and answered in the negative, frowning slightly and looking at his interlocutors with a cold gaze. As Richard approached Ether, she was clutching a large gold medallion behind her back. The girl looked with fear at the man, who stated that he was going to check the girl's weapon because it resembled the one he had once given to Hollian. Suddenly, Etha squealed in fear as a small masked man with purple hair and translucent wings appeared at her side, and he found the situation amusing. Richard looked at the Sylph King in disbelief, and Hollian greeted him friendly, noting his bright makeup. Taking off his mask, the king explained with a smile that because of the boredom in this kingdom of the elves, he decided to train Ether, who looked at the speaker with wide eyes and her mouth open in confusion. Cutibody grabbed the embarrassed girl's finger with his small palm and babbled that she should quickly return because she must prepare for tomorrow's ceremony. The king, holding the ether, flew into the air and with a serious face said goodbye to Richard and Hollian, who were watching from below. The king apologized to Ether for putting her in an awkward situation because of him, and advised her to go in search of her comrades and the king of the elves. Ether, holding a gold medallion in her hand, agreed. A tree with a thick crown towered in the darkness above the large castle. The elf king, stroking his gray beard, spoke of 4 heroes who, for the sake of eternal life, diverted the attention of the goddess of darkness, and because of this, the forces protecting Ratna were not enough, as a result of which the gates opened. The king did not believe that Hollian was capable of such evil, and Ether, pressing her palm to her chest, immediately replied that Hollian was with the earthlings at the gate. Eric, sitting with his arms crossed, said that if they had not known about this information and appeared at tomorrow's ceremony, his level would have become known. When the Elf King said that he would help find Beatold, Kyvier remained silent. Addis and Ether fell into shock, and Eric coldly said that that grandfather was definitely out of his mind. Eric screamed in pain when Kyvier pinched his triceps and told the king that this was, after all, the prophet of the previous generation. The old man nodded and concluded that the company had met with another Kyvier, and his old age was only an honor to see the prophets of the goddess several times. When all 4 were amazed to hear about the letter from Beatold, the Elf King ignored their violent reaction and added that he immediately recognized the identity of the addressee, because only he could write so poorly. While Eric was holding the dark paper in his hands, the other 3 were looking over his shoulder, and Kyvier considered the very fact of the presence of the letter unusual, for Beatold is known for his closeness. On the slightly torn one were written crooked letters "I want to eat" with errors, which Addis was surprised at, and Kyvier offered to send Beatold provisions. When the guys opened another letter, only water was written there, and Kyvier assumed that something had happened to Beatold since he didn't even have water. The girl, raising her head to the Elf King, asked when he received these letters, before saying that in the deep dungeons there could really be problems with food and water. When the old man, thoughtfully, replied that he received them a month or a year ago, the guys were horrified, because the king had mentioned that he had received them recently. The Elf King handed over the last letter, which looked like torn paper stained with scarlet blood. The old man said that this letter was written about 2 months ago, and Eric slammed his fists on the table in disappointment, amazed that even the king of the sword could die of hunger, but Kyvier calmed the young man with the words that this could not be. Addis explained to Eric that a trade caravan was a large trading guild that traveled around the world selling their goods, and that this guild could lead them to Beatold. When Ether announced that the trade caravan was leaving that evening, Kyvier covered her face with her palm, and Eric and Addis looked at the girl in shock. The Elf King listened silently as the trio began to shout at Ether for not talking about it earlier, although she did not know about these letters. When Kyvier firmly decided to leave the kingdom of the elves immediately, Leondel appeared in the arch and, with his head bowed, gloomily asked if they were leaving. The company was surprised when the boy woke up, but he turned away and asked to wait while he packed his things. Kyvier, at first unable to find words, remained silent, and then replied that Leondel could not go with them. The elf, without turning around, did not argue and quietly said goodbye to Kyvier. Leondel began to run away, and Eric immediately jumped up from the table, calling for the boy. Kyvier stopped the young man with her hand, saying that if they missed the caravan, it would be the end. The girl lowered her head, quietly explaining that now there was no time to console the baby. Leondel quickly ran down the corridor, thinking that he was only a burden to these 4. The boy closed his eyes and bared his teeth, clenching his hands into fists. Suddenly, a pop was heard from Leondel's side, which made him jerk and stop. The boy fell to the floor, examining his shoulder, while the man in the horned helmet recognized the little prince. A man with a thick red mustache and beard, behind whom Cutabody was flying, opened his eyes wide, looking at Leondel. The boy, putting his elbow in front of him, looked with fear at Crom with one eye. A long caravan, consisting of a dozen carts, moved quickly into the night. A man with black hair and a beard wearing a bandana was hanging meat on metal hooks, smilingly saying that their caravan was leaving for the 4th Golden Station. Addressing the 4 passengers behind him, the man informed them that he would provide them with food, asking them to take care of the robbers if they appeared. When Etha expressed her dismay that they had not properly said goodbye, Hades replied with a gloomy face that Leondel was the son of the crown prince and the news would certainly dismay him if he learned of it. Eric, sitting half-turned, told Kyvier, who was looking at the horizon, that Leondel was the first person she saw when she woke up, and he helped her without asking anything. When Eric added that Quivier could have said that she would see the boy later, the girl frowned and replied that she did not want to lie. Suddenly, the sound of wheels rapidly rolling along the ground was heard. Kyvier leaned out, surprised that the robbers had already appeared, although they had not even left the elf kingdom yet. When Eric, taking out his sword, said with a smile that before the free meal he would have to work first, Hades, with a tense face, denied this and said that those people looked strange. The magician looked closer and saw an armored personnel carrier of the gnomes, which looked like a car with 2 pairs of horns and a long barrel on the roof. Hades froze in shock while orders were heard to step aside. The king of the sylphs fell out of the ventilation outlet of the armored personnel carrier onto the floor of the caravan, along with a long yellow-brown box. The dwarf king, who was driving, shouted to Hades that it was not nice to drive away so quickly, while the magician looked tensely to the side. The long box opened to reveal several types of advanced weapons. Ether, sitting on the floor, was amazed at Cutabody's next visit, but he assured that this time he had a gift, handing the girl a book. The Sylph King waved his hand at the girl with a wide smile, saying that the book, on the cover of which there was a drawing in the form of Ether herself, was his new product about the secrets of the Sylph sword technique. Kyvier looked down with an empty gaze, and Hades shouted out thanks to Crom and Cutabody. Kyvier's dark blue eyes widened when she heard someone shout her name. Leondel, leaning out of the vehicle, handed the girl an oblong golden object, shouting that it was better than the spear she was using. Kyvier reached for the object, screaming for Leondel to come inside and avoid danger. The boy with the eye patch shouted that he was of little use now and wanted to say something about their next meeting. The dwarf king turned sharply, yelling that Leondel was commonplace. The boy's eye opened, and he was stunned when Kyvier's pale lips pressed against his forehead. The girl, holding a gift from the little prince in her hands, said with a warm smile that she would look forward to their next meeting. Leondel's cheeks flushed pink and her eyes sparkled. The elf called Eric and threatened him that he would be executed if anything happened to Kyvier. Eric and Kyvier stood with smiles, and Ether and Hades waved their hands. The dwarven armored personnel carrier turned, driving in the opposite direction from the caravan. The sun setting behind the horizon brightly illuminated the mountains and rivers. The elf king with his eyes closed said that the longer you live, the more mistakes you make along the path of life, and the heavier the responsibility for them becomes. When a tall man in black appeared behind him, the old man asked how his masters were going to be responsible for eternal life. The man pulled his sword from its sheath, and in the reflection a figure appeared, facing the landscape of the elf king. Leonhardt's face contorted with tension as he extended his palms, fingers curled, emitting turquoise magic. The young man folded his hands, forming them into a ball, from which thin rays of bright light leaked. The Inquisitor stood in front of a huge cube floating in the air, inside of which a red angular figure could be seen. Leonhardt clenched his fist and thought that the Dark Brotherhood had already switched over to the false goddess pretending to be real, but they were also doing something to close the gate. While the young man was thinking about whether the false goddess really had nothing to do with this situation, someone's loud voice was heard. Rod mockingly told Changrishan that no one knows about the creatures of this world, and warm air vapors came out of the mouths of the arguing people. Rod raised one eyebrow with a smirk, saying that people like them had no business interfering with the problems of the dungeons and dealing with them. Chanrishan glared at Rod as he shrugged, saying that the goddesses were guarding this world, and then turned to Leonhardt and asked if their work was finished. Rod tensed, recalling the agreement regarding the healing artifact. However, the white-haired man's words went over the ears of the young man, for he stood with an expression of horror on his face, thinking that someone had probably dared to steal the power of the goddess. Leonhardt pulled out a small round-shaped metal object from his pocket, thinking that Ratna magic obeys the rules of the goddesses, and magic such as stealing divinity cannot exist in this world. Rod caught the thrown artifact with a joyful smile, and Chanrishan carefully called Leonhardt and asked to listen to him. The Inquisitor immediately responded that they shouldn't get involved in this issue, and Changrishan became upset about the entire investigation that had been done. Leonhardt, without looking at the stranger, frowned and dryly suggested that there might be an error in his judgment. Looking at several dozen cloaked people on top of the ice mountain, Leonhardt declared that time was up. Among the crowd of inquisitors in black and yellow cloaks with hoods and masks, one held an open scroll in his hand and brought forward accusations of a crime in the form of conducting an illegal investigation with abuse of power and neglect of the oracle of the goddess. Leonhardt looked at the speaker with hostility when he stated that he would judge the young man, who is an inquisitor of the first rank according to the law. The 11th king of the elves, who had been in power for 250 years, lay lifeless in a wooden coffin covered with colorful flowers. It was announced to the people of the elven kingdom that the king had died of illness at the age of 450. Richard, sitting on one knee, said that in fact all borders had been closed and a serious investigation had begun. Zenobia, holding a kaiseru in her hands, annoyedly replied that it would be better if they dealt with this without making a fuss, such as saying that it was poison or a curse. Garin, with a gloomy face, replied that such methods, on the contrary, could be immediately detected with the help of Holian magic, and that the simple method of aggravating the confusion was more effective. The man said that they needed to ensure that neither Holian nor the other kings suspected them, given that the kings of the Fairy Union were not sure about the murder version. Garin added that Holian is also in mourning. While exhaling smoke, Zenobia said that they still had one more problem. Richard frowned, letting out a pained groan. Zenobia, with anger in her eyes, reminded Richard of his own words that the Voltarian warrior and the hunters were finished off with the help of a trap installed in the Archmage's laboratory, and the man confirmed that he had launched the trap. Zenobia was not sure if Eric and his comrades were exactly caught in that interdimensional magic, but the woman came to the conclusion that they were able to remove her spells since they were now safe and healthy. The woman raised her tone and opened her brown eyes, furious that some hunters were able to bypass her magic. Zenobia looked at Garin with displeasure, who asked her to calm down, adding that they cannot be considered just some kind of hunters. Garkan, with half-closed azure eyes, said dryly that, according to Richard's report, these hunters, like the heroes, were chosen by the goddess. Zenobia let out an arrogant laugh, remembering that level 38 girl with the polymorph necklace, and doubted that the other girl, Kaiwir, was definitely a prophetess of the goddess. When Zenobia said that Richard had not personally seen either the Voltarian or the others, he confirmed this, clarifying that during their meeting with the Elf King, the security was too heavy, which made it impossible to sneak inside. Richard said that while eavesdropping outside, he learned that among them was a girl named Kaiwir, who called herself a prophetess of the goddess. Garhan believed that that girl was the prophetess of Kivriel, which is why she knew about them so well, but Zenobia replied that there is no trust in prophets unless they are vouched for by the Dark Brotherhood. The Archmage said that the problem was that Beatold met the prophetess, and Garkan, touching his hair, replied that the King of the Sword would not check the facts first, but could immediately attack them. Bringing the kaiseru to her lips, Zenobia said that before that, it is necessary to release military forces in their countries, although this may not prevent Beatold from finding them. Garkan replied with a grin that the activation of the army of the two powers in order to capture some hunter would not go unnoticed, and there was no need for the two heroes to come to the fore. A large brown building, decorated with red tapestries, was built right on a high rocky mountain. The Inquisitor, bowing his head, invited his interlocutor to surrender, for his patience was approaching the limit. The sweaty Chanrishin, with a confident grin, called himself a free man with the right to choose, and declared that he would not budge until he saw Leonhardt. While Chanrishin, sitting on the ground, fried pieces of meat on a small grill, the Inquisitor indignantly ordered the young man to go home and not spread the smell of meat here. When the stranger invited the Inquisitors to join the meal if they were hungry, one of them, in a fit of anger, kicked the grill with meat and shouted that they were at work. Chanrishin broke into a smile, trying to calm the enraged Inquisitor and begging him to meet with Leonhardt. The young man showed the men the artifact that Leonhardt had previously given to Rod, saying that he would give it to them. Suddenly, an enraged Rod appeared behind the stranger, who hit Chanrishin on the red head with his fist. The Inquisitors watched silently as Rod, holding Chanrishin by the clothes with one hand, dragged him along the ground. The white-haired man's face twisted with anger when he grabbed the young man by the collar and yelled that he had given him the artifact so that he would recognize his spell, and not give it to everyone, and threatened that he could tell everyone that Chanrishin was an earthling. Chanrishin shouted that he owed his life to Leonhardt and could not leave when he was detained so unfairly, but Rod did not consider the young man's debt his problems. Rod roughly snatched the artifact from Chanrishin's hands, whose face was filled with disappointment. Rod, holding a shining precious object in his hand, thought that he was going to be an average hunter and live quietly without some kind of world and demon god. Just as the white-haired man thought that he had contacted them in vain, he heard a short apology from Chanrishin, who bowed his head. The upset stranger admitted that he was disgusted with himself because he was so pathetic that he could not help his savior. Rod, looking at the young man over his shoulder, was silent at first, and then, with slight irritation on his face, began to explain. The man explained that this was the sacred court of the Dark Brotherhood. Moreover, a high-ranking inquisitor dared to disobey the oracle of the goddess. Rod called it a miracle that he and Chanrishin were released unharmed, although they tried to help Leonhardt in this matter. While Leonhardt was chained to a metal chair, a masked man wearing red clothing swung a huge spiked weapon at him. Morgenstern powerfully hit a young man in a white shirt and black pants in the face. When the weapon split in two, the young man hissed an alarm for the man beating him to aim for his head. Suddenly, many masked people, with their hands behind their backs, prostrated themselves in front of Leonhardt, actually hitting their heads. Leonhardt lowered his head, insulting those inquisitors who could not even give a scratch to a suspect. The young man shouted with contempt that they were the swords of Kivriel, but they only caused inconvenience to the goddess. When Leonhardt shouted, asking if he really taught these people to hit so badly, they immediately refuted these words in a panic. A man in long black clothes and shoes of the same color with golden patterns noticed that Leonhardt was eager to receive punishment. The young man turned around and saw the Holy Virgin, who had a slight smile on her face. The old woman allowed those present not to get up and warned that there would be problems with the Minister of Finance if they destroyed anything else here. The Holy Virgin spoke with her eyes closed. The old woman remembered the image of Leonhardt 30 years ago, when they first met after the young man beat up a priest he didn't like. Leonhardt, without looking at his interlocutor, stated that both then and now he did what he considered necessary. The Holy Virgin put her palms on the young man's hand, saying that in this case he had to stand firmly on his ground and justify why he disobeyed the oracle, otherwise she would take away the blessing. The old woman, piteously knitting her eyebrows, asked if Leonhardt would really be satisfied only when she, having personally recommended the young man as a hero, kills him with her own hands. Leonhardt remained silent, not knowing what he would answer. Opposite the small beige tent stood a tall black pot filled with water, and the owner of these things threw them down and left. One of the Inquisitor guards even felt better at heart, and his colleague reported that the guy who wanted to save Leonhardt had disappeared. The first Inquisitor recalled that Leonhardt himself had taught them that the command of the goddess was an absolute decision, and the second did not know what to think about the fact that the well-respected holder of the goddess's blessing disobeyed her will. The guards were surprised when they saw how a young man in a red cape, already familiar to them, was rapidly running in their direction, stomping loudly. The Inquisitors were just about to order the young man to remove the tent and leave when he, without listening to them, screamed deafeningly, begging for help. Chanrishin was running away from a loudly growling monster that looked like an anthropomorphic pile of stones with sharp fangs. One of the Inquisitors gently held the fallen Chanrishin in his arms while the other screamed loudly because he was stunned by the appearance of the stone golem. Chanrishin, with a painful groan, held his shoulder with the torn tissue, and the Inquisitor, on whose knees he fell, was horrified by the absence of his forearm and hand. Another guard, holding his weapon in front of him, loudly ordered his colleague to take the wounded man to the hospital, and he, holding Chanrishin by the shoulder, began to carry out the order. The stranger's gaze was full of hatred when he turned around. In the background of the remaining Inquisitor preparing to fight the stone golem, a modified hand with a large blue eye could be seen. Rod cursed, his face twisted from overexertion as he clutched his mutated hand with his good hand. While Chanrishin rolled up his sleeve, Rod, outraged by the request to distract the guards with the help of a monster, shouted loudly. When Chanrishin began to praise Rod's rare abilities with a smile, thanks to which no one would even guess that he controls monsters, the man was first filled with pride and then shouted sharply. When Rod indignantly asked how Chanrishin was going to get inside, the stranger silently separated the metal prosthesis from his bandaged shoulder. Chanrishin calmly said that he could get there alone, but he needed a small favor from the man, and Rod, pursing his lips and raising an eyebrow, remained silent. Rod, looking from afar at the battle between the golem and the Inquisitor with a grin and frowning eyebrows, declared that he would never do such a thing again. Chanrishin held his metal prosthetic tightly as the guard lay motionless on the floor, having been hit in the head. The young man, returning the prosthesis to its place, loudly apologized and promised that he would definitely make amends for his guilt later. Old hands covered a pale palm, encased in iron shackles. Leonhardt, without looking the holy maiden in the eyes, informed her of his suspicions that there was someone pretending to be the goddess of darkness. The old woman furrowed her brows on her wrinkled face and answered the young man that, contrary to Leonhardt's assumptions about false oracles, there was a sense of divinity in her oracle. Leonhardt replied that this was possible if someone stole divinity, and the holy maiden fell silent, unable to find words. The old woman told the young man that during his absence a new oracle had appeared. Leonhardt widened his green eyes in horror when he heard about the secret murder of special persons. When the young man, shocked by this information, screamed loudly, the Holy Virgin turned away from him with the words that his ignorance was natural because he was ordered to repent of his actions. Leonhardt narrowed his eyes in irritation and shouted that the fact was that the goddess had never interfered in earthly affairs before, especially when it was a secret murder in the order. The Holy Maiden calmly said that she also knew that this had never happened before, and what happened also confused her. The old woman slowly moved away from the young man, saying that his statements were only a hypothesis, and people, perhaps, were simply unable to understand the plans of the deity, and therefore were surprised. Peering through the crack of the door, the holy maiden coldly warned Leonhardt that he risked making an irreparable mistake if the goddess turned out to be real. When the old woman, slamming the door, finally said that she hoped that Leonhardt would make a wise decision, the young man, in a rage, squeezed the stone chair with his fingers, causing it to crack. The young man lowered his head in disappointment, thinking that his doubts were really just a hypothesis, and he still had no evidence. Leonhardt's face showed anger as he concluded that if he was wrong, his behavior was rebellion against the goddess. The heavy iron door was slowly opened by a man in dark clothes and shoes. Leonhardt looked with boredom at the man in the Inquisitor's uniform who entered, not surprised by the next torture and ironically noting that this man was not resting at all. While Leonhardt was mocking what he thought was the Inquisitor, the newcomer's black cloak fell, revealing familiar pale red hair. When Chanrishin, with his Inquisitor's mask slid down, attempted to free the prisoner, Leonhardt finally fell silent and looked at the young man with shock. Chanrishin closed his eyes and bared his teeth from physical tension, shouting that he would now free the blonde. Leonhardt flew into a rage at Chanrishin's visit and yelled at him deafeningly after rudely insulting him. The young man opened his eyes slightly and hissed through clenched teeth that Leonhardt himself told him to hide his essence, and that each time the stranger increased his level, he approached the assassin class. Chanrishin explained that now he is able to do so without being noticed. Leonhardt sighed irritably, calling the stranger's actions senseless because the device in the form of a chair with shackles could not be removed by the strength of a young youth. Leonhardt glanced sideways at the walls of the room, between which bright lights were visible. The floor began to move, causing Chanrishin to fall while Leonhardt dryly said that the young man should have scouted the area first and then acted. A crowd of dark human silhouettes and cloaks formed behind Leonhardt and Chanrishin, and only one person stood in front of them. The stranger, enraged by the injustice of such a trap, pulled out a weapon, and Leonhardt displeasedly noticed that he and Chanrishin were dressed exactly the same. Among the armed inquisitors stood a holy maiden and, concluding that Chanrishin did not accept the Dark Brotherhood, told the stranger that Leonhardt had asked to be released on the condition that the prisoner would not resist. The old woman opened her amber eyes and said with hatred that they could not accept what was happening now, despite Leonhardt's requests. Leonhardt asked Chanrishin not to invent anything and explained that he did so because if the stranger was captured, it would not be good for both of them. Chanrishin, without turning around or lowering his weapon, listened silently as Leonhardt said that with his interventions the stranger was only aggravating and increasing his crimes. The young man, hearing such straightforward and rude words, curled his lips in frustration. Chanrishin shouted that he could not accept the words of the holy maiden, and one of the inquisitors standing to the left of the old woman angrily asked whether the young man even knew about her identity. The holy maiden raised her right palm, ordering her subordinates to calm down. Leonhardt looked up, filled with irritation, when he was called out. The blonde listened with distaste as Chanrishin stated that he was not very smart and stupidly made the wrong conclusions, which caused so many problems. Chanrishin began to shout when he stated that even if a mistake would be a crime, the young man did not want to regret later that he did not try to do anything out of fear. Leonhardt opened his eyes in shock, silently looking at the stranger. With a slight smirk, the prisoner called Chanrishin a fool. In response, the young man, who is often called that, turned around with a smile and hinted to the blonde that he had a plan. Suddenly, a piercing screech was heard from the high window of the room. The inquisitors began to fuss when they saw behind the glass a huge black bird with white eyes, which screamed loudly with its beak open. Leonhardt's chair did not move as shards of stone flew past the young man and smoke began to fill the space. Chanrishin was pleased with his arrival on time with a wide smile. Rod was breathing heavily as he stood on the head of the bird, which tore the chair out of the ground and took it in its beak. The white-haired man, holding an open palm with an eye in the middle, thought he was crazy and loudly ordered Chanrishin to climb faster. The inquisitors' weapons crossed, blocking the path. The guards delivered cutting blows to the bird's neck, and it dropped Leonhardt, and Rod, screaming loudly, flew into the air. The inquisitors were furious that Rod had brought the monster to the prison, which is primarily a temple to the goddess. The muscular inquisitors, raising their weapons, shouted fiercely that killing the invaders even 10,000 times would not be enough. Rod covered his head with his hands in panic, and Chanrishin froze, looking at the attackers with fear without lowering his sword. Suddenly blood splashed in the air between the flying pieces of stones. A turquoise glow appeared and the inquisitors coughed as white liquid came out of their mouths. A magical object of rectangular shape and impressive size appeared. Leonhardt, whose palms showed holes through them, clenched his fists angrily and stepped over the fallen inquisitors, while Chanrishin hid behind a broken chair. The Holy Virgin said with contempt that the young man had made his choice. While healing his palm, Leonhardt apologized to the old woman and said that he thought he was getting wiser with age. The young man added that when he looked at Rod and Chanrishin hiding behind him, he realized that he was simply very afraid. Chanrishin looked at the blonde with an admiring smile, and Rod, not leaning out from behind the chair, did not understand the words spoken earlier and raised his thin eyebrows. The old woman's face was filled with wrinkles from her furrowed brows as she pointed a finger at Leonhardt, furious that he had stood his ground to the end. The holy maiden raised her hand with a sharp movement while the inquisitors were ready and awaiting her order. The old woman loudly announced that they were surrendering. She explained that even all the warriors in this prison would not be able to cope with Leonhardt, and losses from such a battle would only harm the goddess. Rod and Chanrishin froze in shock, and Leonhardt asked if the old woman checked him. She, drawing a small pale green circle in the air with her finger, replied that she had the same suspicions as Leonhardt, and she just wanted to make sure how confident he was in his judgment. The old woman reminded her that she did not call the young man's reasoning wise, and threw a piece of paper into Leonhardt's hands. Changrishin's jaw dropped and her eyebrows shot up as the holy maiden said that the Dark Brotherhood had been ordered to kill some people, and these leaflets would soon spread throughout Ratna. Leonhardt looked at the flyer with a concentrated face while Rod and Chanrishin went into shock. Leonhardt let out a short chuckle when he realized who was involved. The blonde concluded that Eric and his 3 comrades, who were accused of killing the Elf King, were one step ahead. In the tower of the red-roofed goddess temple, a large hole could be seen, clearly left after an impact or explosion. Leonhardt was not sure of the authenticity and reliability of the information that Eric killed the king of the elves. The holy maiden explained that the elven people were informed of the death of the king due to a chronic illness, but negotiations were still ongoing in the alliance, and it was believed that it was murder. Chanrishin listened carefully as Leonhardt, peering at the wanted poster for Eric and his comrades, came to the conclusion that everything was a setup and wanted to stop this lawlessness as soon as possible. When Chanrishin yelled deafeningly that the Voltarian warrior could not commit murder, Rod called the young man a stupid man and explained that that was why they had to find Eric first. The man said that they need to meet Eric first and find out who is behind the order for his capture and Leonhardt's removal, because these decisions speak of the fear of those who make them. Leonhardt watched impassively as Rod became angry at the surprise on the stranger's face. The holy maiden said dryly that she would also help delay the investigation of the order, but if a search was announced everywhere, this could hinder them. Rod became disappointed and Changrishin became angry when the old woman warned them that they too could face persecution, as they were comrades of Leonhardt, who was officially considered a violator by order of the order. Rod began to sweat with embarrassment, touching his white hair and saying that he and Leonhardt and his comrades were not like that. Changrishin smiled and loudly thanked the Holy Virgin for at least letting him go. Leonhardt said it was all over for them all unless they could find evidence pointing to the false goddess, and he touched his fingers to his lips thoughtfully, pondering the one remaining problem. The young man wondered what the Kingdom of Elves and the Fairy Union, which were the injured parties, would do. Holian, Cutabody, and Brindle were sitting at a round table, listening to someone's apologies. Leondel, behind whom stood men in beige clothes, pressed his palm to his chest and made his official apology to all the kings of the Fairy Union. One of the men helped the boy sit down, and those present greeted the new Elf King, who came despite his busy schedule. The boy thanked everyone for their concern with a smile, but said that he could not disgrace himself, for he was the first prince of the Elf Kingdom. Brindle, closing one eye with crossed arms, asked if Leondel knew anything, since he came as the representative of the King of the Elves. Holian was horrified when Brindle directly stated that the last person to see the king was the Voltarian warrior and his minions, but Leondel's special attitude towards this company does not change anything. The boy, placing his palms on top of each other, said that he knew about it. Leondel concluded that the situation was such that they were the only suspects, but the elf saw their real appearance, and Brindle looked at the speaker with interest. Leondel stated that they not only took on responsibilities that were not intended and saved his life, but also did not retreat at the most critical moment. Leondel was firmly convinced that even if they went to war against the Elven Kingdom, they would never commit such a heinous murder. When the Dwarf King asked if everyone thought so, Cutabody raised his small hand and said that there were no traces at the crime scene except the body itself, therefore it was a professional who acted. When the Sylph King suggested that the body was simply left there to create a trap, Holian immediately expressed her agreement with this. The Nymph Queen said that it was necessary to find the Voltarian warrior and his followers and see what they had to say to prove their innocence. The woman said that for this purpose she would assemble an emergency search team, and looked at Richard, who nodded briefly, holding the headdress in his hand. Richard introduced himself as Miss Holian's assistant and said that the Fairy Union had appointed him as temporary leader of the search. Cutabody glanced sideways at the man as laughter could be heard at the way he introduced himself. Brindle also looked at him unfriendly from under his metal helmet. Those sitting at the table assumed that Leslie, who stood in a black and white suit with her head down and her eyes closed, was also from the search party. The girl, hearing these words, opened her yellow eyes and looked at the kings with hostility. Standing at the white railing, Leslie praised Richard's progress in becoming the head of the search party, and the man replied that Hollian would have no doubts because she was sure that the two of them were forbidden to kill. When Leslie indignantly asked why Richard excluded her from this operation, the man, looking down thoughtfully, replied that he needed someone to watch Hollian instead of him. Leslie's face showed bewilderment when Richard noted the girl's increased determination, because previously she did not like tasks like searches. Leslie frowned worriedly when she realized that Eric's group still didn't know they were being chased and thought about telling them. Leslie turned to Richard and asked if it was dangerous that the object of surveillance was Hollian herself, who transcended death. The man, whose hands were covered in black gloves, gripped his sword tightly. Richard narrowed his eyes at Leslie over his shoulder and explained that before coming to the kingdom of the elves, the Voltarian warrior was imprisoned in a dungeon. When the man clarified that at that very moment Leslie was there on a mission regarding the blessing of Omplas, and had probably seen Eric's power, the girl was dumbfounded with shock. Richard asked why Leslie didn't consider this company dangerous, and the girl remembered how Eric prepared delicious food for everyone, which they ate with pleasure while having warm conversations. Leslie replied that because the Voltarian was not associated with her mission, she did not look closely at him. Richard said that Eric is so strong that he can resist the spiritualist Leonhardt, and there is no one stronger than him yet. Leslie, frowning, concluded that this was not just an ordinary search. Richard confirmed this, saying that he was tasked with not only finding the Voltarian warrior team, but also destroying them. The firearm fired a violet beam. He broke a wooden board. Eric said with a smile that Addis was such a good shooter that he was ready to participate in the Olympic Games, and the magician thought that the stranger's method helped him. Eric clarified that he did not shoot from a pistol, but from another weapon called K2 and slightly longer than a pistol. Eric asked Addis if it would be difficult to deal fatal blows to opponents with magical abilities or high-level monsters with a weapon in his hand. Eric and Addis were scared when a blinding flash of blue appeared behind them. The young men called Ether, suggesting that she had again failed to practice according to the book. The young men saw on the ground next to the open book a small mark as if from an explosion. Addis and Eric were frightened when suddenly an arrogant laugh was heard from above. Ether floated in the air, jokingly ordering with a smile to kneel before the brilliant beauty. Addis said that it was strange that she had not been able to level up until now. Ether, whose level now reached 45, joyfully spread her arms to the sides and said that with the help of the book she had learned to manage the energy accumulated inside. The girl began to praise herself with a self-satisfied laugh. Two identical swords stuck into the ground. The same thing happened on the other side. Eric, touching the sword, was surprised that with the help of power one could fly, and Ether fell from the sky to the ground. The girl shouted that Eric should not interfere with her training, and the young man, apologizing, ran to the laughing Addis. When Eric asked Kaiwir about training, she explained that she needed protection. Eric, raising his eyebrows and crossing his arms, jokingly asked if the girl was a VIP, and she indeed confirmed it. While Ether showed Addis something in her book with a wide smile, Kaiwir said that training would not raise her level. The girl thanked the trio for fighting, risking their lives. Eric looked at Kaiwir in surprise when she said that he was not from here. The young man said that they promised to send him home if he found the king of the sword Beatol. Kaiwir asked Eric not to worry, saying that the goddess's promise was absolute. The girl said that the goddess would fulfill the boy's wish if the world did not collapse, and added that she understood the difference between a goal and a desire. Eric looked warily at the approaching Kaiwir, who said that after her attempt to sacrifice Leondel, Eric forced her to look at those desires that she did not know about. Kaiwir asked what Eric wanted. She asked what was the reason why she continued this struggle, and the young man seemed petrified with amazement. Eric then thought about the reason. Eric and Kaiwir turned around at the same time towards the noise. The caravan managers shouted that they would soon be on their way. Ether was lost in her thoughts, and Addis looked in bewilderment at Kaiwir, who said that she was simply curious to know the thoughts of the others. Eric laughed awkwardly as Ether helped Kaiwir up into the caravan. Suddenly the muscular young man became noticeably gloomy. He thought again about the reason for his struggle. The golden carriage shone under the bright afternoon sun. Rod fought with Chanrishin, and Leonhardt looked out the window with an expression of irritation and disgust. Richard's face was serious and his gaze was steely. Against the background of the figure of the wings, a glow could be seen, shimmering with purple hues. There was a spatial hole in the air, under which bones were lying on the ground, among which stood a pumped-up man with bandages on his arm and thick hair with a beard. The man's face showed anger because his dish was tasteless. This is how the second season ended. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.